Clover. Call Me Bree was not fooling me at all. She is claiming what she is doing to Kai and Aces is for the best. Really? I doubt it. Now she wants to check out my non-existent wound? Because she really cares if I am hurt? Huh? I honestly am not sure what happened with my cut. The wound was there before, but I noticed after Sion left it was no longer stinging. My ankle wasn't sore anymore either. Actually, it felt perfect, yet I still couldn't link with Sheena. In either case, Dr. Sinister wasn't examining my body. No offense, but no thank you. You say you have been working with Aces for a long time. Yes, so he is in good hands. Why? Just because you've been working with him for a long time means he is in good hands. I watched as her eye started to twitch. Little by little, I felt like I was peeling away her mask. Well, why wouldn't he be? She said in a sickening sweet fake-ass tone. Whatever you are doing isn't working. No wonder Aces is isolating from all of you. You keep locking him up and doing the same thing to him. Hell, I would be pissed if I was his wolf. You've been doing this to him for years. I looked up at Sion, who looked really sad. His lips were pursed together, and he nodded his head. You are right. We are failing him, Sion said, and Dr. Sinister clicked her tongue, folding her arms over her chest. It is a process. You can't expect this to work overnight. It takes time. Call Me Bree said in a snarky tone that wasn't missed by Sion. A terrifying snarl crept from his throat as he glared at her. It's been years. If anything, he trusts me less now. Aces never used to growl and back away from me, though I'm not sure it was from me. His gaze looked at Dr. Sinister accusingly. Clover is right. I'm going to wait for him to wake up and try to talk to him. Wait until tomorrow. He is in the holding cell and who knows how long he will be unconscious for. Dr. Sinister started, but Sion instantly snapped at her. You don't tell me what I should do. I am waiting with him. I want to be there when he wakes up. Sion growled, and I placed my hand on his forearm. I'll wait with you. I looked up at him and he nodded his head. Alpha, with all due respect, it is a medical facility and it has private documents inside. We can't just allow anyone. Sion let out a dark chuckle and then turned to face Dr. Sinister fully. Last time I checked, I was the Alpha, not you. What I say goes. Connor and Logan came forward in support of Sion, and I watched as Call Me Bree lowered her head, taking a small step back. My apologies. I can see my opinion isn't valued here. I'm glad you received the message. Logan snorted, and she looked up at him in shock, as if she couldn't believe he would say such a thing. Is it horrible that I loved this moment? This was completely different than at the Sulfur Pack. These men were able to see the snake clearly, though it was curious that everyone else seemed to love her. Maybe she was able to fool most people. I was glad Sion and his officers weren't some of them. I'm sure you have other things you need to attend to. Sion said dismissively of Dr. Snyder as he moved his hand around my back, pulling me towards him. I don't know if it was reactionary or if it was a planned move, but I saw the lethal daggers in her eyes as she stared at his hand. It seems that you two are becoming close. Call Me Bree said with the fakest smile ever. We would have been much closer if Kai wouldn't have shifted to Aces when he did. Sion said matter-of-factly. I could feel the warmth spreading over my cheeks. Call Me Bree was practically seething. I could see she was trying to rein in her anger. Easy, Alpha. I don't think your future mate will be happy if you play around too much. I couldn't help the snort that escaped me. I let out a dry laugh and raised my brows at Dr. Sinister. You seem awfully invested in your Alpha's affairs. I fail to see where it is any of your business. I doubt if he was warming your bed, you would have any objections. Her mouth popped open, and she was speechless. Like hell I'd ever warm her bed. Never have and never will. Sion growled, turning my front against his. I glanced over to see her curl her hands into a shaking fist. Oh yeah, she was mad, practically frothing at the mouth. Excuse us, he suddenly said and grabbed my hand, pulling me behind him, leaving Dr. Snyder standing there speechless. He led me up the stairs and continued down the hall. He didn't stop at my room, but continued to his. I glanced over the banister and could see she was still watching us. I figured he was wanting to send her a message. He ushered me into his room, then shut the door. I started to look around when his hand landed on my waist, spinning me to face him. Clover, I know the pack talks a lot. I promise there has never been anything between me and Dr. Snyder. The pack seems to think I'm going to take her as my mate, but she was never an option for me. I don't even want her here. I just want you to know that there hasn't been anyone. But you. I know this may seem unbelievable, but I've only been with you. After our night together, I have been waiting for you. I just knew you were the one. I stood there looking up at him quietly. I understand why he said what he said earlier and why he was so agitated. He thought I believed there was something between him and Dr. Sinister. I never did. I thought it was obvious, but it was sweet of him to want to immediately reassure me. Yet, I stayed standing here half shocked because of his later confession. He hadn't been with anyone else but me? Is it true? I whispered. Gosh, I knew the pack was running their mouth about me and Doctor. No, not about that. I know there isn't anything between you two. That is obvious. I mean about you being with anyone else. His eyes softened, and a small smile reached his lips. Yes, it is true. I haven't either. I glanced down and shrugged. I've only been with you. Clover, it's okay. You don't have to say that. I mean, you are beautiful and... It's true. Honestly, you were the only guy who was ever interested in me like that. He stepped up to me and he rubbed my face with the back of his hand. He gazed at me as if I was the most precious person he had ever seen. It's all my gain. I'm glad that you lived in a pack full of morons. Though, I do think that one officer was the only one with a brain. I'm glad you are mine. Not to sound presumptuous or anything. He trailed off and removed his hand from my cheek, reaching up to rub the back of his neck. You aren't. I saw him studying me as he lowered his hand back to his side. Did your wolf come back? Is that why you are healed? Do you feel it? I quickly shook my head. No, she isn't back with me. I don't know why I healed. Maybe she came back enough just to heal me? He was staring into my eyes as he reached forward to rest his hand on my hip, pulling me closer. I don't sound presumptuous. Does this mean you are thinking about staying? Honestly, I couldn't imagine leaving him, and he was looking at me almost desperately. He pinned me down with his gaze as he waited for my answer. He had told me he loved me earlier, and I didn't get a chance to respond to him. He has been so open and honest with me. He didn't care how it made him look. He was always telling me how he felt. He deserved for me to be honest with him and to stop hiding. I don't have my wolf back yet, but I can't deny how I am drawn to you. I missed you today. I couldn't wait to see you. And when everything was happening with the rogues, I was worried about you. I want to be near you. I want you to touch me. I don't want to ever leave you. I want to stay with you. Even if my wolf never comes back, I know I'll be okay if I am with you. His grip on my hip tightened as his other hand came around to hold me captive. You accept me? You are accepting me as your mate. I smiled up at him and cupped his cheeks. On a couple of conditions. I could see his eyes twinkling at me as a grin formed on his lips. One, not right now. At least not until we make sure Aces is okay. I can't imagine how traumatic it is for him to be locked up. And I have one more. You allow your females to be warriors if they choose. They should be able to join battle training just like the men. Because I... He chuckled and lowered himself, so his nose was rubbing against mine. Then you'll be my Luna? I'll be your whatever, as long as I can stay by your side. I breathed against his lips as he covered mine. He lifted me up, and my legs wrapped around his torso. Thank the gods, he mumbled against my lips as he continued to kiss me. I accept those terms. I love you, Clover. I'll be good to you. So good to you. He continued peppering me with kisses as I held onto his head. We are moving your things into my room. You are never going to be alone. You are going to get sick of me. He then paused and parted from my lips. There is something I do need to talk to you about, though. Tell me tonight. We need to go before Aces wakes up. He reached forward, tenderly kissing me before sliding me down his body. I can't wait to announce you to the pack. You won't regret this, ever. Sion, I wanted to say I know I wouldn't regret it, that I was happy to be his family, but the words just didn't come out. I watched as his face grew serious. He reached up and grabbed my chin, tilting it up to him. You have no idea how badly I want to lock the doors and pretend the world doesn't exist. You are right. Kai and Aces must come first. Gods, I am so happy right now. You have no idea. I have been terrified you would leave me. There he goes, making my heart flutter. I couldn't believe how open he was with me. He didn't mind exposing his heart to me. How could I not fall for this man? How was it possible to have these feelings without the mate pull? As long as you want me, I'm not going anywhere. It is more than wanting you, Clover. I need you. I've never needed anyone. It's great to have the people I do in my life. But if something happened to them, I would manage even if it was hard. But with you, if something happens to you, there is no way I would recover. Sion, don't say that. Of course you would be fine. No, I wouldn't, but that doesn't matter anymore, because you are staying with me. I won't let anything happen to you. You are safe, and you'll never be alone again. He leaned forward, capturing my lips once more. My nose was burning, and I felt the dampness escape from my closed eyelids. I was going to have a family. Sion was now my family. I wanted this so much, and it was hard to believe it was real. I was terrified, but also overwhelmed with happiness. I had planned to take this slower. I wanted to wait longer, but it just felt right. Sion has been beyond amazing, and honestly, he didn't deserve for me to be so reserved with him. I know he would keep patiently waiting for me, but the only thing holding me back now was my own fear. I wasn't going to allow the fear of being hurt stop me from this. If it all comes to a crashing end, at least I know I gave it a chance. Clover, he pulled apart and brushed my tears away with his thumb. He was studying my face with concern. I didn't want him to misunderstand my tears. I buried my head in his chest and wrapped my arms around his torso. He held me against him with his strong protective arms, and I relaxed against him. My mate. Thank you, Sion. I'll do my best to be an asset to you. His chest rumbled in a quiet laugh, and I felt his head lay on top of mine. His nose was buried in my hair as he left delicate kisses upon my head. You're already an asset. You don't have to do anything than just be you. That's all I need from you. Well, that, and maybe some pups eventually. I smiled and lifted my head away from him. I think we can manage that. With lots and lots of practice. His lips brushed over my forehead. I've got to get you out of this room. We need to go. His voice sounded husky, and then his eyes widened. Come on, we are telling Logan and Connor. He sounded almost giddy as he grabbed my hand and brought me out of the room. He was walking fast, and I had to trot to keep up to his pace. He must have realized it, because he stopped, turned, and hoisted me in his arms bridal style. Then he sprinted down the stairs. Connor and Logan had 2 bags and were standing by the door. Dr. Sinister was nowhere to be seen, so it looked like she had finally left. The Beta and Gamma looked at their Alpha with confusion. You seem overly happy. Connor arched his brow and glanced between us. She said yes, she's going to stay with me. Sion was grinning ear to ear. Min, congratulations, man. What are you doing down here? Shouldn't you two be making a mess of each other? Logan smiled widely, and I turned my head into Sion's chest. I could feel his soft chuckle as he kissed the top of my head. Later, we are going to wait for Aces to wake up first. Clover is right. Locking him up isn't the answer. We should have acted ages ago. I just hope whatever is going on, we can work it out. You can. If not, his wolf would have left long ago. I felt Sion's arms squeeze me gently before he finally lowered me to the ground. Luna, I take it our Alpha passed the test. Logan beamed, and I looked down at the ground. It never should have been a test. It was never Sion's problem. It was mine. I then looked up and met his eyes confidently. I'll be good to him. I'll treasure him. I just want you to know that. It was hard for me to say this freely, but I didn't want them to think my feelings were shallow. Even without my wolf, I was bonded to Sion. I felt it, and I would make sure to take care of him. I watched the grin on Logan's face widen. You shouldn't say such things around our emotional Alpha. Logan winked at me as Connor chuckled. I glanced up at Sion to see his hazel eyes already looking at me. This was the first time I spoke these sorts of words. The first time he ever heard me say it. I said I would be his mate. I haven't told him how I felt. I need to. I'll tell him tonight. Let's get to Aces. We've got to get away from temptation, Sion said in a low growl that had Connor busting up laughing. Sir, yes, sir. Connor laughed as he saluted Sion. Connor and Logan headed out of the house first, but Sion grabbed hold of me, keeping me in place. He leaned his head down and bit onto my ear. I'm going to exhaust your body tonight, so be prepared, my love. He then kissed my marking place on my neck, sending a shudder down my spine. I know my face was burning red as we followed behind Logan and Connor. I was feeling all of the emotions today. I needed to push that all to the back of my mind. It was time to concentrate on aces. I was able to mind link without my wolf. I wondered if I could reach Ace's mind. I know Ace is pulled from the pack and I am not an official member, but it was something I was curious about. I didn't know if I really was part Sheya or not. If I was, maybe this was something I could do. In any case, I was going to try. We walked into the facility, and at the far end were several holding rooms. The rooms were made of bulletproof glass that had silver wiring on the inside. For a cage, they were pretty nice. I followed Sion, Logan, and Connor to the far room. There was a red light glowing on the inside, and I swear I could hear screaming. No one else seemed to hear it, but my face was contorting at the sound. I could see Kai's wolf laying there, but he seemed to be stirring. Dr. Sinister was standing to the side with a little tablet as she looked at Aces. Everyone was just looking at him through the glass. His wolf seemed to be in pain. Couldn't they tell? And the red light was making me agitated. Turn that light off! I couldn't take it anymore, and I practically shouted, making Sion jump to look at me. What is that light? Turn it off! Alpha, we can't, Dr. Sinister began as Sion walked towards her. He completely ignored her and flipped a switch behind her down. Instantly, the lights were gone and Aces seemed to relax. Dr. Sinister was now staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. She looked like she was analyzing me. There, is that better? It's a sensory light that is supposed to help keep the wolves calm. Connor looked at me as Sion came back to my side. What is calming about it? I was getting irritated just standing out here. I could see they were all looking at me strangely. Seriously? Did this light not bother anyone else? However, Dr. Sinister seemed to be more and more intrigued by me. Great. I don't want that bit. Shash to have any interest in me. She had the red psycho warnings screaming whenever I saw her. I had only been here a day and already I knew she rode the crazy express. Sion placed his arm on my shoulder and I looked through the glass at Aces. He finally stood on his feet and he stared at us. Can we go in? That isn't a good idea. His wolf is unpredictable. Could someone lock her in one of these cages? Seriously, every time she spoke, I wanted to put a dirty sock in her mouth and gag her. I'll go in, Clover. It's safer if it is just me, Sion said, and I looked up at him. I could see the worry in his eyes. I used to work with the new shifters in my pack. I was very good at it. I would like to try. I also wanted to see if I could communicate with him, and that would be much easier if I could get closer to him. I could see Sion was hesitating, but I needed to try. Please, you'll be right beside me. Connor, you come in too. If anything happens, your priority is Clover, Sion finally said, and I smiled up at him happily. Don't worry, I'll keep the princess safe. Connor winked over at me, and I rolled my eyes. Damn, Nitshina, get your cess back here so we can show these men we don't need to be kept safe. Alpha Sion, this really isn't a good idea, Dr. Sinister said, taking a step towards us. Sion glared at her, and she froze in her spot. Why? Why exactly isn't it a good idea? Aces can't win against me in a fight. What do I have to worry about? We've been doing it your way. Your way isn't working. Stay back and out of my way. Sion's voice was low and threatening. He spoke to her as if she was the enemy. I can't believe the other pack members really thought they were an item. It was clear Sion despised her. Her eyes looked almost panicked as he walked past her to the door. It was an odd expression, to be honest. I was certain this was because she was up to no good. There were dual doors to enter into the cage. The second door wouldn't open until the first door was shut. It was an impressive safety mechanism. Sion opened the second door and walked inside first. I was right behind him, and Connor placed his hand on my shoulder, staying close to me. Ace's ears went back instantly, and he backed away. It was a clear warning that he didn't want us near him. Aces, I'm here to help. Sion took a step towards him, and I could see the hair on Ace's back raise. He wasn't growling, but he was giving Sion all the warning signs. Sion glanced back looking at me, and I noticed his eyes look at Connor. Oh no, he is not kicking me out already. I stepped away from Connor and moved to the side of Sion. Sion's hand grabbed my shoulder, but I kept my focus on Ace's. He was watching me curiously, but he didn't look threatening. Sion, I'm okay. Ace's is okay too, right? I looked at him as he put his ears up. He didn't find me threatening. Of course, I wasn't a pack member. He disconnected from the pack. It was the pack members he had an issue with. But why? I'm not part of the chance pack. I looked up at Sion. I don't think Aces will have a problem with me. Will you trust me? I felt Sion's hand squeeze on my shoulder as he let out a breath. I do trust you. It's just that I don't want anything to happen to you. Nothing is going to happen. Trust Aces. He doesn't want to hurt us, or he would have tried. I felt Sion slowly release his hold on me as his eyes fixated on Aces. Don't you dare hurt her. Sion growled, and I listened as Aces sneezed. It was as if his wolf was scoffing at him. I smiled and stepped away from Sion and towards the large red wolf. Aces, can you hear me? I could see his eyes widen as his ears pointed forward towards me. How can I hear you? Honestly, I'm not quite sure. I lost my wolf too, and I am not a pack member, but I have always been able to mind link easily, and I was able to mind link after I lost my wolf. You didn't lose your wolf. She is standing next to you. My lips parted as I glanced at my sides. Nothing was there. I looked back at him curiously. You are the one blocking her out. Okay, come again? I was the one blocking her out? What nonsense was this? How am I blocking her out? I need her right now. I watched as his tail wagged slightly in almost a mocking fashion. Well, then let her in. His voice came through almost arrogant. I mentally clicked my tongue and stepped closer to him. Well, what about you? What is it that you are doing? I'm protecting Kai. I couldn't protect our mate, but I can protect Kai. Protecting him from what? Why did you split from the pack? What about Sion? He sat down and looked away from me. You won't be able to understand. It's too complex for you. Oh, hell no, too complex for me? And why is that? Because your brain is far superior than mine? Yes, I was angry. I watched as his tail wagged. He was enjoying himself. Is there something wrong with this pack? I'd like to know if there is, because I am supposed to be the future Luna. His tail instantly stopped wagging as he stared at me. Don't do it. Don't become a member of this pack. Will you just come out with it already? I watched as he shook his head and scratched at his ear. Come here, let me see. He stopped and looked at me for a moment before he rose to his feet and slowly walked towards me. Sion walked forward and stood by my side. Aces stopped for a moment looking at him before he proceeded to me. He could understand Sion's protectiveness. Maybe it made him think about his own mate. He stopped right in front of me, and I smiled at him. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Let me see what's bothering your ear. I reached out to scratch his ear for him. As soon as my hand landed on him, images began to fill my head. Then the visions became clear and played like a movie sequence. The red light was on, and Aces looked completely exhausted. I watched as a shadow slithered across the floor from inside the cage. It moved to the outside where Dr. Snyder was standing looking in. Behind her was another figure, standing in the shadows. The figure stepped out as the shadow snake slithered around her. A woman with dull, lifeless skin, black, soulless eyes, and long, gray, straggly hair was revealed. Do you have the essence for me? The woman hissed to Dr. Snyder. Yes, I have a new collection. I drained everything I could from this wolf without killing him. I also added some other creatures to the mixture for you. Dr. Snyder said as she dropped a small tube into the woman's long, bony fingers. Good. Keep it coming. I need more. The woman snorted and looked at Dr. Bree. I guess some good came from your mother being a sleute. At least you know who to be loyal to, even if you are part mutt. My loyalty is to you, my lady Meryl. Dr. Snyder slightly bowed her head. Have you kept up with the inoculations? Yes, but the officers in the Alpha are still refusing them. Thought the drink won't work on the Beta and Alpha. Yes. Well, from what you told me before, that makes sense. It wouldn't work on them. Just become the Luna of the pack. That will make this easier. I don't want my flow of essence compromised. I need it. I am mass producing. Well, that doesn't concern you. Just keep being useful. You know what happens if you don't. Yes, my lady. Dr. Snyder bowed, and a ball of black smoke enveloped the old woman, leaving no trace of her. I listened as Dr. Snyder bit her thumb, glaring at Aces. I knew that the was trouble. I wasn't exactly sure what was going on. but I had a feeling something in those inoculations was doing something to the pack. There was something else she had too. Some sort of drink? I don't know, but she was doing something to the pack. She stared at Aces, and then I watched her shrug. You still have enough life in you for a little more, don't you? It's not a big loss if we lose you anyways. Ace's yelps filled the air and watched helplessly as he twisted in pain. He knew what Dr. Sinister was doing. He was protecting Kai from being manipulated by her. The rest of the pack must be under her manipulation. That would make sense why they all adored her so much. Whatever is going on, it doesn't seem to be affecting Logan, and it never affected Sion and Connor. I wonder why whatever it was wouldn't work on Sion and Connor. Aces had taken this burden on all by himself. He suffered and endured pain every time he shifted, but he didn't run away. It must be manipulating the person and not the wolf, which is why Aces separated from Kai. He didn't trust the pack, so he separated from all of them as well. He loved his pack too much to run away, so he stayed and endured pain. If he would have just told Sion, was he protecting Sion? Why didn't he tell Sion? My heart was hurting for Aces. He has been doing this all alone for so long. The vision began to grow dark as I was pulled out of the past. Clover. Sion's voice greeted me as I came back to the present. My face was wet with tears. I don't remember crying. I felt Sion's arms around me, holding me tight against his warm body. I turned my head and could see Aces was looking at me curiously. I know, Aces. I know about Dr. Snyder. I took in a deep breath as I tried to sort through everything. I leaned into Sion for support as I looked at Aces. Who was this Meryl person? And what exactly was Call Me Bree doing? We need to tell Sion, I said to Aces. What is going on? Sion asked. I glanced up at him and pursed my lips together. I didn't understand everything, but I knew Dr. Sinister was working against the pack. Alpha, we have company. Connor looked out the window where a group of warriors stood looking in with Dr. Sinister between them. Let's see what is going on, Sion said, and I looked over at Aces. Let Aces out. He doesn't need to be caged. I watched as Sion nodded his head, and I smiled back at Aces. At least I got him out of there. There was a lot to talk about, but it looked like Dr. Sinister was one step ahead of me. As we walked out of the chambers, I noticed her eyes flicker at me. What seems to be the problem? Sion asked, and just Call Me Bree had a poisonous smile spread across her lips. Follow us. There's something you need to see outside. I felt soft fur tickle my legs and glanced down to see Aces standing protectively at my side. His gaze was narrowed on Dr. Sinister as she walked down the hall. The soldiers followed ahead of her, and we followed behind them. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my bones. I felt Sion's hand move around me, pulling me close to his side. He glanced down at me and gave me a reassuring smile. A smile that faded instantly as we stepped outside. It looked like the whole pack had assembled and were waiting there. And in front of all of them stood Dr. Sinister, giving Sion a fake, sympathetic look. It was all a big setup. Whatever she was doing, she had all of the wolves here under her influence. Alpha Sion, we are all here because we are concerned about you. Oh, puke, this woman was full of herself. Never did a person cry out so loudly they wanted me to throat punch them. You've acted differently since you came back, and I know what the problem is. It is that woman you are keeping by your side. Sion pulled me tighter against him and let out a low, threatening growl. Careful, doctor. You don't know what you are saying. This isn't just some woman. She is my fated mate, my Luna. Dr. Sinister didn't look shocked at all. Of course she wasn't. The bit each had figured it out. She knew Sion long enough that she must have known who I was to him, which means this was all a trap. I watched the evil twitch in her eyes, and I knew I was right. She wanted him to say that. Sion, when you arrived, you only called her your masseuse, and now she is your fated mate? Come now, you can't expect us to believe that. If she were really your fated mate, you would have told us as soon as you arrived. Aces stepped in front of me and flashed his teeth at Dr. Sinister as a warning tone sounded from him. Look at that! Even Aces has taken to her. You see what I'm saying? She had set her trap well. I noticed the nodding of heads and quiet murmurs in the pack. Now wait a minute. We knew that she was his mate. We were just keeping it quiet for a few days. Logan and I both knew. Connor started as Dr. Sinister clicked her tongue over and over, shaking her head. Such a shame. You all don't even realize it, do you? Realize what? Sion growled. That she is manipulating all of you. It is what her kind does. Her eyes landed on me, and a slight smirk pulled up over her lips. I never wanted to rip someone's jugular out more than I did at this moment. Sion, she is manipulating you into thinking you are mates. Look how even Aces responds to her. He avoided his alpha, but he trusts this complete stranger? Even you have to see how weird that is. Of course, this would be impossible for a regular werewolf, but she isn't a regular werewolf at all. Are you Clover? I knew it the moment she entered the chamber. The magical light lit up and then it all made sense. You are a Sheya. I glanced up at Sion to see the unreadable expression on his face. I could see how the evidence was stacking up against me. And honestly, it was quite compelling. I did plan on leaving the sulfur pack. If I had the power of a Sheya, I could have used it to manipulate him into thinking we are mates so I could leave the pack. I had these strange visions and even Aces trusted me. He avoids the whole pack, but not me. Sion didn't know everything, but if I told him now, it would look like a desperate lie. Alpha, this woman is dangerous. She must be sent far away from the pack. Then you will return to normal and see your mind was just being manipulated. Dr. Sinister had the pack eating out of the palm of her hand. Their voices of affirmation were heard, and they were ready to forcefully escort me out of the pack. So you are telling me that all of you are against Clover? You won't accept her as my Luna, no matter what I say? Sion said in a quiet voice. You'll see once she is gone that it was all a big lie. This is for the best. The whole pack agrees. We are not comfortable with her presence here. It is the only way to save you from her influence. We would do anything to protect you, Alpha Sion, even from yourself in this situation. Just like that, I lost another home. This was Sion's pack. He was their alpha. I know once he said he would stay with me no matter what, but this is reality. It is one thing to say something, it is another to do it. I glanced up at him and chewed on my inner lip. I wonder if he is considering what she has told him. Even if he wasn't, he couldn't leave his pack. My presence here was a problem for him. I wouldn't leave him to make the choice on his own. I needed to leave for him. It's funny how certain events make things clearer. Knowing that I had to part from Sion made me realize how strong my feelings were for him. I love Sion. And because I love him so much, I didn't want him to be forced to tell me to leave. I went to step away from him, but he gripped me against him tighter. I could see the pain in his eyes as he looked down at me. I'm so sorry, Clover. I wanted this to be your home. His lips were pursed together as his hazel eyes looked back over the pack. I know this was what he had wanted. It was okay, honest. It hurt, but I understood. He wasn't just any wolf in the pack. He was their leader, the alpha. I took in a quiet, steadying breath. It's okay, Sion. I patted his arm as I tried to step away from him again. This time he looked down at me as if I was crazy as he held fast to me. His eyes met with mine and a smile reached his lips. Crazy woman, where do you think you are going? He leaned down and his lips touched lightly over the top of my head. He lifted his gaze up to look over his pack. I won't subject my mate to live in a pack where she isn't wanted, and I won't live without my mate. I'm stepping down as your alpha, and I will be leaving tonight. My lips parted as the anxious whispers filled the air. We can't allow you to do that. You are being controlled, Alpha Sion. We have to protect you. Dr. Sinister stared back at Sion as the warriors moved forward next to her. Sion, it's hard to explain, but the pack is under some sort of brain manipulation. I think it is from the inoculation shots. Your pack needs you. He didn't look at me as he moved me slightly behind him. We will come back and save the pack. Right now, we need to get you out of here. Damn. Knit, I hated that I couldn't shift right now. I was a liability when I should have been an asset. Sion was now thinking about protecting me right now. By the looks of the pack, they were on edge. I wasn't going to be able to casually waltz out of here, and they weren't about to allow Sion just to leave. Connor and Logan stepped forward, taking protective stances in front of Sion. Aces leaned more into my leg and looked up at me. Climb on, Clover. I'm getting you out of here. I looked down at him and closed my eyes. Da, emin da, min dun. I had to run. but I was going to get Sheena back, and when I did, I would be done running. Sion, I squeezed his hand. Aces will get me out of here. He is on your side. He kept his head forward, but I noticed he looked at me from the corner of his eyes. Go. I'll be right behind you. Panic set in as I realized he would probably have to fight his way out of the pack. When did this feeling consume me? When did Sion capture my heart this much? My body was trembling, but not for myself. It was because I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to stay and fight next to him. I leaned my head into his side as I looked out over the pack. Just Call Me Bree was not about to let Sion casually leave. It was more than control for her. She had her eyes on him. Yeah, I needed to come back and kill her for this. One day, I would. I couldn't just leave without saying one thing, something I hadn't said before that had to be said. I mustered up my strength to tear myself away from Sion, and with a deep breath, I let it all rip. Be careful. I love you, Sion. I pushed off his body and climbed on top of the red wolf next to me. Aces instantly took off, and I heard the growls of the pack in the air. Don't look back. Hold on to me tight, and don't fall. Ace's voice rang into my mind as I leaned down into his fur. I was so worried for Sion. He wouldn't want to hurt his pack members. He was severely outnumbered. What if he couldn't get out and Dr. Sinister did something to him? Clover, we are being followed. I lifted up my head and glanced back to see the eyes reflecting in the darkness. There were wolves chasing after us that were lying in wait in the woods. They aren't from the Chance Pack. Ace's voice sounded in my head. Are they under Dr. Snyder's control too? I had my suspicions, but this proves it. Now it made sense. Dr. Sinister never planned to let me just leave. She had an ambush waiting for me. There was no way Aces could outrun them with me on his back. I'll get you to a tree and you need to climb Clover. I can't focus on fighting unless you are safe. Aces, there are too many of them to fight. We don't have a choice. They are gaining on me. How am I blocking Sheena? How do I get her back? I don't know, Clover, but I think it is some power you have. There you see that tree in the distance. Jump up when I stop underneath it. You need to be fast because they will be on top of us. Aces, don't hesitate and do it. They want me, Aces. You keep running. I heard his arrogant snort, which told me he didn't plan on running at all. Oh gods, he would be shredded to pieces. I could hear the thudding from behind us. There were many wolves. I couldn't tell how many without my wolf hearing, but I knew there were a lot. Too many for just Aces to handle. Aces thought it was some power that I have that is blocking Sheena. That didn't make sense. I never blocked her before, so why now? Or was it something else? Maybe it did have to deal with power, but not in the sense Aces thinks. It seems obvious that I am part Sheya, and maybe it is this power that has been blocking Sheena. I don't know what all a Sheya can do, but I wonder if I am doing something. Aces stopped under the tree, and I jumped to the branch above him. I climbed up and looked down as a group of wolves assembled in an arch formation. I felt my heart thudding against my chest as I had flashbacks of the night I was attacked. Then it was 6 wolves, and now there were 10. I knew Aces would be killed. His only chance was if I could at least help him. Even with Sheena, it would be a brutal fight. But we were both ranked officers. We could manage together. Sheena, if you are there, you've got to help me. How do I break through this block? We have to fight. I need to fight. The low growls began to sound as the wolves' feet shifted restlessly. Aces remained stoic next to the tree I was in as he waited for the inevitable. He knew he was facing his death, but he stayed. I can't quite explain to you how much this act meant to me. He was risking his life for me. I was someone he barely knew. My own pack members, who I grew up with, attacked me, but he was protecting me. When I thought Sheena left me was right after the pack fight. I thought she left because she was hurt. I was wrong. If I was blocking her, I must be shielding myself. My eyes widened as I thought about it. That would make sense. That's why Logan was safe around me, because I had a barrier of sorts up. This barrier was keeping Sheena from me. I don't know if I am right, but it is the best I can grasp in this moment. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I was letting it all through. The pain of that night, the betrayal, the hurt, the feelings of being unwanted, everything that I was blocking out before and trying to bury. Then there was Sion. He stayed back to give me time to escape. My Sion. I was tired of building walls to protect myself. I could kick myself for being distant with the one person who has been the most honest with me. I had to get back to him. I was ready to fight. My insides seemed to swell, and then it was as if something collided with my body. Only it wasn't as if something did. I was airborne. A rogue had leapt in the air and managed to knock me from the branch. The sound of fighting echoed in the sky, but I was ready now. I turned in the air, and when I landed, it was on 4 feet. My silver fur shined in the moonlight as I lunged into the wolves on top of Aces. We had never fought together, but somehow we were in sync. We protected each other and linked up back to back. In front of each of us were 5 wolves. Horrible odds for almost all wolves. But we had a chance, though not without injury. I was trying to figure out who their leader was. One of the wolves was the one who called the shots. I needed to get this wolf out of the picture first. I decided on a shaggy gray wolf on my side. He was a bit more aggressive and seemed to act on his own. The loud snarls cut through the air as sounds of yips and blood-curdling yelps echoed off the trees. Fur was stained red. The sound of teeth snapping together ricocheted around me. Wolves were on me, but I had the target's throat in my jaws. There was the sickening sound of blood gushing onto the ground and an ear-piercing cry that was strangled short. One down. Teeth sank into my side, and I turned, digging my claws into the wolf attacking me. I didn't have a moment to check on how Aces was doing. I had to focus on the 4 wolves in front of me. Killing one of the wolves didn't have the effect I wanted it to have. Instead, they got more strategic with their attacks. They began to synchronize their movements in a way that I was getting constant wounds on my body. I was still landing blows of my own, but they were planning to exhaust me. It is actually a very clever tactic. You keep a larger enemy on his toes and exhaust him, then move in for the kill. I reared up and slashed my claws into one of the wolf's greasy matted coats. Chunks of fur and blood splattered over the ground as another wolf lunged at me. I snapped at his face, curling my body away from him. I felt Ace's body against me as we both panted heavily. The strong smell of iron wafted in the air as the red liquid pooled around us. Then suddenly they all leapt onto Aces. 9 wolves were going in for the final blow against him. I used my body to protect his back. Fangs sank into me, and I mustered all my ferocity into attacking back. This wasn't over. I had more fight left in me. As another rogue moved in, I grabbed him by his jugular and clamped down as I shook my head. The musical sound of his neck snapping was my sign to drop his body and move on to the next wolf. Aces had managed to take out a wolf also. We were down to 7, but were both injured and exhausted. There wasn't a moment to breathe. It was chaos. Just as another wolf dove into me, a black and white wolf collided with him. Then a brown wolf jumped in next to Aces. A wolf much too large, terrifyingly big. It was like no wolf I had ever seen. He was gigantic. He was over double the size of these rogues and handled them effortlessly. This size wasn't normal. Aces looked relieved. I didn't have my sense of smell before, so I didn't know who they were. Was the brown wolf Sion? I stood there on shaking legs as the brown wolf easily claimed the lives of the rogues. The black and white wolf walked up to me and Aces. He stood there staring at me and looking over my wounds. Speaking of wounds, they weren't healing as they should. Sheena, I'm trying to heal you, Clover. It's all I could do to reconnect with you. It's going to take me longer than normal, so try not to overdo it. The brown giant wolf came over and shifted. It was Connor. Clover, you got your wolf back. That's great. A moment later, the black and white wolf shifted into Logan. Where was Sion? Sheena, you are staying with me, right? Yes, I am here, but your wounds will need to be bandaged. I shifted back and heard Connor and Logan suck in their breath. Why aren't you healing? Connor took his shirt off and began to shred it. I looked back towards where the Chance Pack territory was as he tried to bandage my worst wounds. Where is Sion? He will catch up to us. Why aren't you healing? Logan stepped in front of me to look at my face. My wolf said it would take longer than normal. I was trying to look past Logan, feeling agitated. Why does he have to catch up? Where is he? Connor chuckled. He will be all right. He is leading them in the other direction. I furrowed my brows, not liking the idea at all. We didn't know what all Dr. Sinister was capable of. I felt anxious that Sion was all alone. I turned my head to look over at Aces as Connor tied the last big gash. Well, are you going to give Kai control again? You don't have to protect him anymore. Aces sat down and stared at me. It will be good to have Kai to talk to again. I've missed him. I knew that I made the right decision by coming out with you here. A moment later, Aces shifted back to Kai. I wasn't sure what he meant by that, but honestly, there were more important things to talk about right now. I could see the instant fear in Kai's eyes as Aces was informing him of everything he knew. Wait, Kai and Aces are a team again? What is going on? Connor asked. I began to catch up Logan and Connor with the little pieces I knew from the vision I had, and how Dr. Sinister wasn't working alone. So who is this Meryl? Connor asked, and that was when Kai spoke up. Someone too powerful for us. Aces said Dr. Snyder called her a Nycrops. It is some sort of ancient creature. I vaguely remember reading about them. She isn't someone we can handle. Dr. Snyder isn't just a werewolf either. She is part witch from the Briar Coven. She has pledged her loyalty to Meryl and has agreed to drain essence from the wolves in this pack to give to the Nycrops. Furthermore, it was her plan to become Sion's Luna and brainwash him as well. She has been giving Logan these potions without his knowledge that would make him susceptible to her. It is what she has been injecting the pack with, too. I don't think it ever worked on Connor and Sion, but I think that is because, well, you two are different. Aces wasn't sure, though. He continued to be cautious, not knowing if Dr. Snyder had control of you guys or not. Honestly, it wasn't until Sion went against her just now that he was certain you guys were okay. Kai said, and I glanced up at Connor. Yeah, he was very different. Honestly, he wasn't like any werewolf I had ever seen. I wanted to know more about this difference. One of the reasons Aces stayed separated from me was so Dr. Snyder wouldn't try to control me. He was protecting me. She hasn't been able to get the same hold on Logan again since Clover came. Her constant presence around Logan has kept him safe from her influence. Aces says you are very special, Clover. I wanted him to elaborate more, but Connor then spoke up. What do we do about the doctor and Pack? Connor growled, turning his head to Logan. There is more. Kai let out a sigh and shook his head. What happened? What happened to my mate, to the previous Alpha and Luna, to our Pack? That was Dr. Snyder's fault. What attacked our Pack, that was a creature that Meryl had allowed her to use. It was her plan to get rid of Sion's parents. At this point, she was only using a potion to control the wolves. The injections, as you know, came later. Apparently, Sion's father had figured out she was draining wolves. He planned to banish her, but she found out about it and sent that demon. My lips parted in shock. That creature is what killed Taylor. Why would a demon that was under her control be at the Sulfur Pack? What did this mean? Or was it a strange coincidence? You want to tell me about your titan of a wolf? I asked, looking at Connor. He chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, short version is I am not a wolf. I am a lichen. Sion and I are cousins and come from a cursed line of lichens that were afflicted to be wolves. The Faust family have had to bear this burden until just recently. Our wolves were always different than the others. They were one with us, and that was because they were always meant to be a lichen, like Sion and I am now. Okay, hold up. Sion is a lichen too? Was that the secret he wanted to talk to me about? I guess it makes sense why he never shifted in front of me before. He always ran off and then shifted. I could understand him being more capable since he was an alpha and a lichen. I glanced in the distance and couldn't help the feeling of fear and dread. Even if he was strong, Dr. Sinister could have sent her demon against him. Clover, you are quite the fighter, Kai said, and I knew he was trying to distract me. I guess I was being obvious about where my mind was. Even after hearing somehow Connor and Sion were lichens, I wasn't even dwelling on it. All I could think about was Sion and if he was okay. I looked over at him and smiled. We both are reunited with our wolves now. I felt his hand land on top of my head. Thanks to you. I didn't do anything. It was all about the timing. I listened as he let out an airy chuckle and shook his head. He didn't say anything else, but there was a level of appreciation I could see in his gaze. All right, we need to head out, Connor said, and I snapped my head to look at him. Head out? What do you mean? I felt my chest tightening as I looked into his eyes. "We need to get farther away," Connor said simply. "What if something happens to Sion? What if he needs us?" I could see Connor's eye twitch, and that was when I knew he didn't want to leave either. He was under orders. "I'm not going anywhere, not without Sion." I folded my arms over my chest, planting my feet firmly in place. "We agreed to meet at an abandoned mine. It is a decent hike from here. He will meet us, Clover." Logan gave me a reassuring smile that I wasn't buying. "There is no," I started to say, but Connor interrupted me. "I don't like it either, but this is what Sion made me promise. He wants you safe, Clover. It isn't safe to stay here. We are still within the Pack's territory. We need to get somewhere where we can think of a plan." A soft smile reached Connor's lips as he stared at me. "Besides, you are our Luna. I want to keep you safe." A tentative Luna to a pack of 5, I thought wryly to myself. "You are in no position to fight right now. Let's at least wait until you are healed up, and then we can think about what to do next. Besides, if Sion plans to meet us there, he will be worried if he gets there and we never arrived." Kai finally said something that I knew made sense. If Sion arrived and we weren't there, he would panic. Fine. I hated this. If Sion didn't arrive, I was going straight into the chance pack. I would dodge all the wolves and relieve Dr. Sinister's neck of her head. "It will be faster if we shift. Clover, since you aren't healed, you'll have to ride. Connor is the biggest and can carry your weight effortlessly," Logan said as Connor shifted into the Hulk version of a wolf. Looking at his size, it would be difficult to even climb onto his back. I was just pondering this moment when I felt myself lifted in the air. I glanced down in shock at Kai as he hoisted me onto Connor's back. He looked down at the traces of blood on his hands and frowned. "Are you even going to be able to ride, Clover? Those wounds will be jostled and painful. Maybe we should walk." "No, walking will take longer. Let's go," I said, and Connor instantly sprinted off, not waiting for Kai and Logan. I could see he was anxious about Sion too. I was hit with so much at once. I knew Dr. Sinister was an evil bit. Chech, she was controlling the whole pack. There had to be a way to reverse the effects. I'm finally reunited with Sheya, and I'm curious if I will feel the mate pull. Sion, my heart was hurting for him. He left his pack for me and was out there right now running from them. My Sion, I hope he is all right. It had been over an hour, and we still weren't there. We were going farther and farther in the opposite direction. I was getting more and more uneasy. If Sion was the size of Connor, he could make up ground fast. Connor wasn't even going full speed, and Logan and Kai could barely keep up. Sion could make up the distance easily, but I didn't like not knowing. My wounds were healing up, and I should be feeling pretty good at this point. I wasn't. I was so fatigued that I had to concentrate just to hold on to Connor. It shouldn't feel like this. Sheya was still with me, but it felt like her presence was faint. "Don't leave me again, Sheya. I will conserve my energy after I finish healing you. Your body is rejecting me. It is putting a lot of strain on your body. I don't care how much strain it puts on my body. Don't leave me." What was going on? Why was my body rejecting my wolf? She is part of me. I noticed Connor began to slow down before he finally stopped. He lifted his nose in the air, and so did the other two. Even with Sheya's faint presence, the smell of decay crept into my nostrils. What in the world is it? Another sound raced towards them from the side, crashing through the brush. I watched as the leaves and twigs snapped and a large body emerged. It was Demetri. "Clover." Demetri looked down at the snarling lichen that was warning him off. "Connor, it is okay. Demetri is a friend," I started to say, but Demetri interrupted me hastily. "There isn't time. Give me Clover. We've got to get out of here. There is an army of creatures called the Voidless and Seekers. They are coming for you, Clover." "Wait, I don't. There isn't time to explain. They are almost upon us." Demetri looked at Connor pleadingly. "You can't fight with her, and you won't be able to escape with her. I can carry her weight and get her to safety." "I can fight," I said indignantly. "No, you can't. You are struggling right now. I can help you." Demetri's eyes were focused on me. How did he know all of that? "Connor," I entered his mind, shocking him. He turned his head to look at me. "Something is almost here. Do you trust him?" Connor's ears were perked up as he looked in the distance. "Wait a minute. I'm not leaving you guys here to fight. I listened as he snorted at me. The brush began to move and these pale clay-like creatures emerged. They looked like they had been risen from the dead, as if they were zombies. The creatures moved in our direction, but they weren't alone. There were seekers with them. You could tell these rogues were all part of the same pack just like before. Were all of them under Dr. Snyder's control? There were too many of them. Clover, go. We will buy you time to escape. We will follow after you. Vac! I slid off of Connor and Demetri instantly scooped me into his chest. I'll carry you. You can't hold on at the speed we will be going. Demetri then nodded at Connor. Don't get caught up in the mess. Run when you have the chance, and galloped away. I looked back over his shoulder as I watched the three of them stand there firmly blocking the incoming army. They'll be fine. They will run as soon as we get some distance. I have some backup coming to make sure they get away. You know what is going on with me? I asked as a smile reached his lips. I do know, and it's going to be okay. I could hear the sounds of fighting, but it was growing fainter as we got farther away. I should have gotten you earlier before you left the sulfur pack. After you left there, I wanted to wait until you adjusted at the chance pack. Of course, at the time I didn't realize. He stopped. You didn't realize what? There is a lot to talk about the chaos pack and the dark war. I'll explain everything, but not right now. Wait, Sion is expecting us to be somewhere else. He might end up running into the army trying to find me. If he comes this way, my scouts will see him. His pack is in trouble. They are all being manipulated. I glanced up to see Demetri's lips pursed together. I was worried about that, he finally said. I was planning to come and get you tonight once I found out the Nycrops was involved. I looked at him in shock. Okay, this guy, well, fuzzy centaur dude, really did know a lot. Don't worry, you'll be able to help them. You just need some time. I can help them? He smiled and nodded his head. Yes, that was all he said. He didn't elaborate any more than that. There is something about him, Sheena said as I felt her fluctuating in strength. What is it? I'm not sure, but there is a bond between us. I stared up at him curiously. He arched a brow as he continued to look forward as he ran. Is there something on my face? It's weird that I just left with a complete stranger and how comfortable I feel with you. I watched as his smile widened, but he didn't say anything. What was this? Some sort of mystery game, and I was a contestant? Aren't you going to say anything? He then chuckled. That makes me happy to hear. It means you can feel our connection. Okay, this weirded me out. What connection? I was getting ready to chastise him when I noticed the serious expression that washed over his face. His hooves pounded harder into the ground as he flew through the woods. He was already running fast, but this was another level. The dirt kicked up behind him as the brush beat against him. Dumb, they really want you? He held me closer and changed his direction slightly. I watched as he headed towards a lake. We are going to get a little wet, he said moments before he plunged into the water. Very quickly, the water was up to my neck. I listened to splashing sounds and saw several wolves treading water towards us. I looked up at Demetri, but he didn't look worried at all. Suddenly, one by one, the wolves were yanked below the surface. Oh gosh, what was in the water? And were we next? Don't worry, Clover. They are allies, kelpies, and some sirens. Wait, you are friends with kelpies and sirens? My family has always been close with fairies. You know, centaurs belong to the fairy kingdom. My grandfather Drake is very close to the fairy queen. He had the hots for her when he was younger. He chuckled as he reached the shore, stepping out of the water. He moved up the bank and then took off at a run again. Damn, we are going to have to go into hiding. I looked around, not seeing anything, but Demetri's eyes had a slight glaze over them. A familiar look with those who are mind-linking. He then moved into thicker brush and then slowly walked up a shallow creek. I looked ahead of us at a rocky mound that he was heading towards. The large rock was covered in vines that he moved aside to reveal a dark tunnel. There is an underground path in here, he said as the vines brushed over my head as he walked through. The tunnel was dark, but luckily, I could see with my wolf sight. The sound of his hooves echoed slightly off the hard ground and cavernous walls. There was a soft trickling sound resonating in the tunnel as well. I had hoped they wouldn't have figured out what you are, but it is obvious they know. I looked up at Demetri, whose brows were furrowed. Can you elaborate on the they and what exactly am I? Am I really a Sheya? Yes, you are part Sheya. He smiled down at me. They refer to the demons. They now have a Nycrops working for them, so I had hoped they wouldn't be after you anymore. Of course, you are too rare and valuable, so they want your power. You mean visions of the past and the power of suggestion? He nodded his head slowly as he looked ahead. Is that all you know about the Sheya? I don't think anyone really knows about Sheya and what they are, what they do. Are there more that are Sheya? Everyone thinks they are wiped out. There are a few left, but they have scattered and gone underground. Well, first off, Sheya don't look any different than a regular human, just like a witch looks like a normal person. It is the power they hold that sets them above. Sheya are neutral creatures. They are neither good nor evil. They align with fairies and technically belong to their kingdom. All Sheya have the ability to see the past. Sometimes it just happens when they touch someone or something, but they can also force a vision when they get better at controlling their abilities. The same thing goes with the power of suggestion. As your power grows, you can reach more and more creatures at a time. These are their basic powers. Then there are unique skills depending on rank and bloodline. Demetri looked down at me, studying my face. Your mother was the highest-ranking Sheya, a high priestess. I watched as a soft smile reached his lips. Your mother was a great person. What happened was a tragedy. Both of your parents were great people, and the Chaos Pack wasn't evil. What happened to them wasn't much different than what you say has happened with the Chance Pack now. The cave opens up just ahead. We will stop and rest there for today. We can't go anywhere right now until the mess outside gets cleared up. They will send word when it is safe. He then grinned, looking at my objecting face. Don't worry, those wolves and lichens will be just fine. Okay, he knew everything about everything. He was right. I was worried about my friends in Sion. How could I just rest safely inside of this cave? After we get situated, I will explain to you about what happened. It's a sad story, Clover. However, hopefully, it will have a happy ending. Why do I feel that last part was about me? The path opened up into a large stone room. Demetri sat me down and he reached into his leather strap and pulled out a lighter. He then walked over to the wall and lit a few torches. Okay, he has been here before. I watched as he walked to the far end and gathered wood in his arms. I arched my brow at this. We keep this place ready in case we need a safe refuge, he answered as if he could read my thoughts. Wait, maybe he could? Was he part Sheya too, and that was a skill? I'm not a mind reader. Your face just gives it away. Okay, he weirds me out a bit. I walked over to a stone and sat down as he lit a fire. I still was trying to figure out if he was a mind reader or not. So, is your fur coarse or fine? I said and listened to his rumbling laughter. Come and feel. Really? I mean, you are fuzzy, and I am curious. He began to laugh loudly at me. He walked over to where I was sitting, and I reached out to touch his surprisingly soft, fluffy fur. Okay, so how is this possible? I retracted my hand back as he tucked his feet underneath him so he could lay down. My father is a centaur, and my mother is a werewolf. Okay, I couldn't help myself as I tried to figure out how that worked. How exactly did they... You know what? Never mind. Some things you are just not meant to know. I needed to change the subject to get that mental image from creeping into my mind. So, you said earlier that we were connected? How so? I watched as a smirk rose over his face as he turned to look at me. I didn't just casually tell you about my parents for no reason. Okay, what was he getting at here? I squeezed my hands together nervously. What do your parents have to do with our connection? I felt like my throat was tightening and I had no spit left to swallow. How else would you feel connected to me? You are my mate. I think that much is obvious. This cave was getting hotter and smaller, and the air was incredibly thick, right? Where was the oxygen? I need a damn canary to see what the carbon monoxide level is. I licked my lips nervously. Well, the thing is, I have Sion and I don't mind sharing. We can make a schedule and take turns. I stared at him as I tried to think how to reply. I didn't even want to think how taking turns with a centaur would work. Not to mention I wasn't into sharing. I wanted a more traditional family lifestyle. I needed to let him down gently, but make my position clear. I don't feel any mate pull towards you, and he busted out laughing as I watched him dumbstruck. I failed to see the humor in this. I'm just teasing you, Clover. His laughter quieted as he smiled at me. My mother was your father's sister. My lips parted in shock as I stared at Demetri. So we are. Family. Cousins, to be exact. He had a sad look in his eyes as I listened to him sigh. We were supposed to be close. I was supposed to be your beta. In the Chaos Pack, the Alpha and Luna have their own officers. You know, Luna is just the female name for Alpha, right? The Chance Pack had their Luna and Alpha as equals. Both were equal leaders in the pack. The way it was always meant to be. Not all packs work this way. A lot have their Alphas ahead of the Lunas, but they were always meant to be equals. I watched as he poked the fire with a stick as he stayed lying down. The fire danced in his eyes. Tell me what happened. I'm just waiting. Waiting? I watched as he grinned and looked up at me. Yep, waiting for our guests. He then looked down the tunnel. I turned my head and peered down the dark pathway. I didn't see anything. I looked harder, and then the smell of sassafras embraced me, making my heart beat faster. A moment later, a colossal black smoky lichen stepped into view. He was magnificent. He was like the Titan version of a werewolf. Behind him, I saw 3 others stepping forward. Connor's lichen, Kai, and Logan's wolves. They were all here and safe. Sheena's voice rang out in my mind clearly as I breathed in his welcoming scent. Mate, I let out a sigh of instant relief. I slowly stood to my feet as Sion shifted back to his human self. A moment of overwhelming shock and happiness consumed me. I ran to him, and his arms engulfed me. He held me tight as I breathed in his wonderful scent. Are you all right? I managed to ask right before his lips covered mine. His tongue thrust into my mouth possessively as he held my head. The mate's sparks and tingles ignited through my body. The response from me was practically involuntary. It was as if my body was heeding his primal call, accepting it as our own. And it was my own. I wanted more. I forgot there were others around. It was just Sion and his welcoming tongue that was attacking my own. I didn't have the willpower to pull away, but somehow he did. I panted against him as I watched his hazel eyes. He looked over the stained bandages, and I watched as his eyes began to water. I promised I wouldn't let anything happen to you. His voice was quivering as his hand traced over one of the bandages on my arm. I could see his bottom lip tremble, and I couldn't bear it. I reached up and wrapped my arms around his neck, bringing his lips to mine again. The electricity burned as the shocks rippled throughout my body. It was intense. It was real. This man was mine. It was not nearly as powerful with Denny. This magnifying force between us was almost terrifying. I could easily get lost in him. I felt like all of my senses disappeared, and my only focus was him. This time I managed to pull away as I cupped his cheeks in my hands. Sion, things are going to happen to me. You can't stop life from happening, but you can be by my side during it. Besides, I am an amazing fighter. I bit my bottom lip as I smiled up at him. She is an incredible fighter. It was 10 seekers against us, and she took down 2 of them. If it wasn't for her... Kai stopped, and Sion nodded his head, his eyes glued to mine. I could see the question burning in Sion's eyes. I had gotten my wolf. He was waiting for me to say what he knew all along. So you going to explain why this mate pull is a lot more intense with you? I asked, and watched as his lips curled up. He leaned down, pressing his forehead against mine. Every touch sent crazy tingles through my body. Do any of you guys suddenly feel like this mind became smaller? Logan chuckled. Wait a minute. Was this the place they planned to go all along? Is this where we were supposed to meet up? I asked as I looked up at Sion. He kept his arms around me and rubbed my lower back. His touch was intoxicating. I was on my way here when I ran into the others. I was panicked when I didn't see you with them. They explained what happened and we tracked you here, right where we planned to meet up from the very beginning. I guess the mine we used to play in as kids wasn't just our mine. Sion looked behind me at Demetri. Well, come on in and sit down. We need to wait out the onslaught out there. They are after Clover, you know? Demetri's words barely left his mouth, and Sion's eyes grew dark. I felt his body tense as he pulled me closer to him. They can't have her. Sion growled, and Demetri laughed. No, they can't. Guys, this is Demetri. He is my cousin. I could see the shocked look in Sion's eyes as Demetri chimed in behind me. I am also her beta. So you are part, Connor started to say as Demetri nodded his head. My mother was a werewolf. She was the alpha's sister. Your father didn't pull the plow. He was the plow. He put your mom on all fours and Logan began to say, and I shook my head, yelling at him. Gods, Logan, we don't need to hear this. Some things didn't need explained. It's not the only way. Demetri started, and I gave him a mortified look. So what happened with those undead creatures? The voidless? I had to steer this conversation. We were joined in battle by some elves and fairies. Kai looked over at Demetri. Why is the fairy realm aiding us? We must keep Clover out of the demon's grasp. Honestly, this all came at a bad time because the fairies are dealing with troubles of their own right now. So we won't have their royals to back us up. I watched as the others went and sat down near the fire. Sion held me in his arms and I looked up at him. I'm sorry for everything that happened. I'm sorry for my pack. Sion, it isn't your pack's fault. They are being manipulated. Demetri said I can help them, somehow. I looked back as Demetri nodded his head over at Sion to come over and sit. There is a lot to talk about. Sion kept me flush against his body as we walked over to the fire. As he sat down, he pulled me into his lap. He needed my touch, and honestly, I did too. On a crazy level, which reminded me Sion never answered my question. I would need to remember to ask him again about our mate bond. I felt his nose brush down to my neck, sending a wild shudder through my body. It was insane, the urges I was now having. I wanted his mark. I didn't feel this need with Denny, but with Sion I did. I could almost envision it. I leaned my head to the side and swear I felt his canines slightly graze my neck. A moment later, they were gone, and his head was now resting on top of mine. His fingers dug into me slightly, which was the only sign of his restraint. Clover's mother was a powerful Sheya. She was the highest-ranking Sheya with her raw talent. Because of this, she had a target on her back. Shortly after she gave birth to Clover, the demons ended up putting a controlling object in her eye. It is called nembrent glass. It was very rare since it could only be made by a Nycrops, which is why they have an Mycrops under their control once again. Anyways, this glass was able to control Clover's mother. It was their only means to control her. A Sheya can't be enchanted and are immune to most magic. Demetri was looking at me as I stayed close against Sion's chest. Your mother couldn't fight it off. She tried but failed. They made her take control of the pack, but not your father. He tried to help bring her back. In the end, he was given a drink that allowed her to control him as well. The Dark War was the beginning of a twisted experiment. Some of the most powerful Sheya, one by one, fell under the demon's control. By using your mother as a catalyst, she could control others. Your mother could control the masses. The Chaos Pack was a throwaway experiment to see how well it would work. The only thing they misjudged was the mate pull. When your father was killed, it broke their control over your mother, and then she ended up being a casualty in the war against the other packs. My parents were both killed, and you were taken away by the Sulfur Pack. I was only 5 years old. I went to live with my grandfather, aunts and uncles with the centaurs. I would periodically come and check on you. That day you spotted me, I was actually on my way to the Sulfur Pack to check on you. Anyways, he sighed and got back on track. The Dark War was planned to happen at the same time as the Demon War, so that the Alpha King's head would be turned in a different direction, because they didn't want to alert the fairies of what was being planned. My grandfather, Drake, was sent word by a fairy messenger about the Nycrops. She is a creature that we cannot handle. It would take someone as powerful as a fairy guardian to destroy her. She isn't our focus, but we can help your pack. Clover, little by little, your Sheya powers have begun to grow. You are at a point now where you have two powers colliding for dominance. You are a born Luna of the Chaos Pack and the daughter of a high Sheya priestess. The first thing we have to do is get you sorted out. Then we will help you with your powers. Your abilities are stronger than the drinks and injections. Those effects have nothing on you. I sat there quietly listening to him. I had to save the Chance Pack. I felt like there was a lot of pressure on my shoulders, and I had no clue what to do. This is why they want you now. They must have been secretly screening and searching for Sheyas, though I am not sure how they knew. But if they are working with the Microps, she would have easily set up something. I bit my inner lip. Call Me Bree was working with Meryl, a Microps. She must have set something up in those holding cells, the red lights. That was how she knew I was part Sheya. How long will this take? We can't just leave things like they are, Connor said, and I watched as Demetri frowned. I don't know. But you don't have a choice. You don't want to fight against your own pack. The problem is, you will need help. When the time comes, Clover will need help. There might not be a choice, but to fight against them. Demetri looked up at Sion. The Alpha King and Lycan Prince are busy, but the Lycan Princess is still in the Diamond Pack. We may need to reach out to her. My mouth dropped. The Diamond Pack? The Lycan Prince and Princess were in the Diamond Pack? The Alpha King Wyatt's pack? My mind was just blown right there. Is the Alpha King a Lycan? I asked and watched as Demetri shook his head. No, and the Lycan Prince and Princess haven't been made public knowledge. I only brought it up since there are a couple of Lycans here. Well, there is a story about my family and the Lycan Princess. It's been passed down from generation to generation. It was my direct ancestor, Sean Faust, that betrayed the Lycans. He was the princess's chosen mate. It was his fault all Lycans ceased to exist. He and the goddess or demon Eris, whatever she is now. Sean is blamed for betrayal, but there is another side to the story. Sean fell madly in love with the Lycan princess and wanted her as his mate. It was around this time his brother met a deity named Eris, the goddess of chaos. His identical twin brother, Shane, was infatuated with Eris, but he could see she was manipulating him. Sean overheard her plotting against the Lycan royals, and he thought he could play the bad guy to protect Diana. He became engaged to the Lycan princess for himself, but he told Eris it was for her plan. Eris was romantically interested in Sean, and this made his brother Shane angry. Shane acted as Sean and went to steal the royal scepter from the Lycan king. He betrayed his kind and cursed our line. It was my bloodline that caused all of this. I looked up at Sion. This was something I never knew, but I guess I wouldn't. I didn't even know Lycans were still a thing. Demetri was quiet for a moment, then let out a sigh. I understand what you are saying, but we may need the Lycan princess help. Besides, her mate is a great guy. I have met him several times. He isn't the type to hold over your head something one of your ancestors did. I think she will be the same. I agreed with Demetri. I don't see how you can blame someone else for another's mistake. I guess some people are like that, but it isn't practical. Was it because Sion and Connor were Lycans that the drinks didn't work on them? They refused the injections, but she still slipped stuff in their drinks. There was a time it worked on Logan too, until Clover came. Kai watched as Demetri nodded his head. The injections would have worked on them, but not the drink form. Clover has a raw power she doesn't even realize emits from her body. It is this power that protected Logan. It is this same power that can help the rest of the pack once she learns how to control it. I was having a moment of information overload. I couldn't think of anything anymore, especially now. Demetri was now talking to Connor, but I wasn't paying attention to any of it. I was enjoying the sweet tingles and delicious scent of my mate. How was Sion able to hold me all night without acting on these impulses? It made me love him even more. How could I focus with these strong urges seizing me? He left his pack in order to stay with me. That is something I didn't think any alpha could ever do. Even without knowing his pack was under control, he was willing to do this. It wasn't even something he seemed to hesitate over. Sion was a gift to me. He was the mate I was supposed to have in order to heal my emotionally neglected wounds. I wasn't second to Sion. I was first. My mind began to wander to my parents. I was relieved to know my father and mother weren't bad people. It hurt that everyone thought the Chaos Pack was evil. They were all killed because of demons. I can't imagine the heartbreak for my parents. My father knew his mate was being controlled, and then my mother. I felt my chest constricted as I thought about how she must have felt. When she finally snapped out of it because my father had been killed, she would know everything she had caused and done. She must have been in so much pain. I wish I could have gotten to know them. I wonder how much different things would have been for me if I had been able to grow up in the Chaos Pack. I never knew my parents, but I was sad for what could have been. At least I had Sion now. I don't know what a family is like. I don't know how to be a mom, but I'll have him to help me. I leaned my head against his chest and let myself feel the bond that connected us. We still had a long way to go. We have just started out together and already have a major problem to overcome. At least we would have each other. I felt Sion's head lean down towards my ear, and his hot breath tickled my skin. "Let's go for a walk," he whispered almost inaudibly in my ear. I pursed my lips and nodded my head. He lifted my body to my feet as he stood up as well. The others glanced up at him and he nodded down the dark pathway. "We are going for a walk." The others nodded their heads as Sion's arms wrapped around my waist. He escorted me down the far tunnel. We quietly walked next to one another. Neither one of us said anything. I glanced around the dark rocky path. There were several other openings that would branch off from the main trial. I never realized that mines were this deep and big. The mine taps into an underground cave. Sion finally said, and I turned my head to look at him. His face was looking forward as he navigated through the path. We'd been walking for a while before the sound of trickling water hit my ears. The path in front of us forked off in 3 different directions. He led us to the far right path. I could smell the moisture in the air and could even feel the dampness on my skin. The tunnel finally opened up, revealing a blue, glowing, wide-open cavern. I stared at it in awe. The stone walls were glowing blue and there was a pool of water glowing blue. Then what fascinated me the most were the fireflies lighting up everywhere. Why were there fireflies in this cave? It's a magical moss that creates the glowing effect. The fireflies are attracted to this moss. This place was always special to me. I could always find peace here. I told myself when I found my mate, I would bring her here. I turned my head to look at him as he smiled down at me. He was smiling, but I could see the pain in his eyes. He left his pack, his father's pack. He was hurting. I didn't want him to pretend with me. It was okay for him to hurt. I stepped into his chest and wrapped my arms around him. "I'm here, Sion. It's okay. You don't have to act around me. I know you're in pain. You can share your burden with me." I felt him grip into me as his cheek rested on top of my head. "I want to protect you and keep you safe. I have waited for this moment for so long, and now my pack is in danger and the burden of saving them is being put on my mate's shoulders. I'm terrified, Clover. I can't lose you." Kai filled me in on everything. I already lost my parents and close pack members because of that bit. "Shh, I can't lose you too." I could hear the pain in his voice. The thing is, I understood it. Only for me it was with him. Sion was all I had. I was worried I would lose him as well. "I can't burden you with this," he whispered out, and I stepped back so that I could look at him. "You aren't burdening me with this, Sion. That is my home too. They are also my pack. I am their Luna, and I am going to save them." His hand reached up to touch my cheek, and I closed my eyes as I reacted to the sweet tingles it brought. It was so intense. "And you love me." My eyes fluttered open to his hazel eyes glued onto me. A sweet smile rested on his face. I had forgotten that I told him I loved him and then fled from his side. I smiled and nodded my head. "I love you, Sion." I listened to his low growl as his head came to rest against mine. "Mine." He growled as the jolts of electricity sparked over my body. It was almost too much, which reminded me, "So, about our bond, are you going to explain why it is different with you?" A sweet chuckle reverberated from his throat as he kissed the top of my head. "You don't ask me about being a lichen. You are asking me about the mate pull." I looked into his smiling eyes as his fingers traced over my neck. "I was going to tell you. That was the thing I was talking about in my room. I wanted you to know about me being a lichen and my family lineage. This is also why our connection is deeper. As a lichen, I am connected to you on a deeper level. I don't have a werewolf telling me we are mates. That other alpha may have been a mate of yours, but he wasn't your true mate. There are different types of mates out there. Then, among those, there are rare types of mates, such as soulmates. But there is another connection too. True mates are connected through their spirit, sometimes also known as kindred spirits. Even without your wolf, we are connected this way, because lichens have true fated mates. Should I be taking notes? I teased and listened to his laugh. It doesn't matter. All you need to know is you are mine and I am yours. Mine. I smiled and he nodded his head. Mine. His fingers pushed my hair back as he stared at my neck. Clover. His voice suddenly sounded hoarse as his hazel eyes began to darken, then flicker to gold the color of his lichen's eyes. I reached my hand up to his head, pushing him closer as I extended my neck. I think you've waited long enough. Mark me, Sion. He let out a low primal growl as he gripped my body. I felt his hot breath against the crook of my neck, and then his tongue moved over my skin. He teased me and flicked it over my marking spot. I felt my stomach tighten in anticipation as my breathing got heavier. Gods, his touch set me on fire. I felt my back pressed against the cool stone wall, and then his fangs sank into my neck. The pain, the pleasure, the flashing surges of desire, it was all consuming. As he retracted his fangs from me, another pleasurable surge rushed through me. God, so this is why most markings and matings happened at the same time. I felt his hands trembling over my body, and I knew he was controlling himself as well. I admired his self-control because I was more than willing. Even if the others would be able to hear us, I felt his tongue lick at my neck over the fresh mark he had left. He then began trailing his kisses up my neck until he reached my lips. He captured them, claiming them as his own. An energy was forming inside of me as this new connection formed between us. I thought I would feel the urge to mark him with my wolf, but I didn't. Instead, I was being consumed by raw, pure emotions. I felt his connection entering my soul, and I needed more. I had to have more. I had to have him. Clover, I'm not going to be able to stop. I can barely control this. Who asked you to control it? I looked around the glowing blue cave. The yellow lights faded in and out from the fireflies. Why not here? The cave was wrapped in magic, and I needed to be one with him. I was the one who couldn't control it. But you are wounded. Sion's eyes were staring over my body as they flickered with color. It was obvious he was really struggling at this point. I pulled the bandages off, revealing fully healed skin. The moment Sion marked me, I felt the wounds heal. It wasn't from Sheya, it was him. When I healed before, it was because I was with him. Just now it happened again. I don't know why, but being with Sion healed me. Do you have any other excuse? I didn't even get the words out of my mouth. His hot tongue attacked my mouth, pushing inside urgently. My fingers dug into his skin, and something instinctual came over me. I was panting heavily with my eyes closed. He was mine. Mine. I moved my lips to his temple as an energy left my lips. At the same time, it was like something burst inside of me, as if the floodgates had opened, and I was finally free. I slowly pulled away, seeing a white star mark on his temple. I marked him. The white star pulsated with a white glow for a moment before it stopped. It's complete, Sion said in a ragged breath. We are fully connected. But we didn't. He chuckled as he nuzzled his nose against my throat. We did once already. That's when the first part of our connection happened. Oh, okay. I guess we are done here. I teased as he slid me down to the ground. Far from done here. He was suddenly serious again as his hands moved to remove my shorts. He looked at me with a predatory gaze that had my body shivering in anticipation. A smirk reached his lips as he played with the thin band of fabric clinging to me. I remember these. His lips slowly covered mine, this time slowly and sensually. He pulled down on the string, dropping them to the floor. I knew what I wanted and what I needed. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed him now. That's my Luna, he said against my head. I could feel the smile on his lips. I was completely his and he was mine. We belonged to each other. It felt surreal. Yet this was only one step. We still had a long way to go before we could live a happy life together. We had to save the chance pack. I turned my head up to look at him. He didn't say anything, but I knew he had to be worried about his pack. There was a big burden on his shoulders. I am your Luna, and you are my Alpha, and I will help fight to protect our pack. For a moment, I saw it. The hidden wound in his eyes that he didn't want me to see. He was protecting me from it. He needed to know it was okay. It's okay, Sion. You can be happy with me and worried about your pack. He pulled me closer and buried his nose in my hair. I can never do enough in this life to ever deserve you. That's where you are wrong. We deserve each other. You are giving me what I have always wanted, Sion. I could only ever dream of having a family, but Sion was giving me my dream. He was everything I wanted and what I didn't even know I needed. Sion, you have shown me more patience and kindness. He pulled my body up so that my head was beside his. He tilted my face to his as he stared into my eyes. This is what loving someone means. This is not something you thank someone for because this is normal. You deserve to be given as much time as you need. You should always be treated with kindness. Being my mate means my heart breaks when you are sad. I can only be happy when you are happy. You are my equal, my partner. I can't do life without you. He leaned in and tenderly brushed his lips over mine. Don't you see, Clover? You are the yin to my yang, the summer to my winter, the light to my darkness, the tai to my chi. Without you, I am not complete. Together we create a cosmos. I kissed him again and looked into his eyes. How did he make me fall deeper and deeper every second? He didn't hold his feelings back from me and always said what I needed to hear. He was the one giving me everything. I love you, Sion. I reached my hand up to his hair, sifting my fingers through his strands. I pushed my lips into his, slipping my tongue into his mouth, reawakening the quieted storm. I could have disappeared with him in the magical cave under the blue glowing moss and flashing fireflies. It felt like we were in a protective bubble that had transported us to a place without evil. If only that were true. Unfortunately, reality was about to slam into us. I had never felt so complete in my entire life. I could feel the connection with Sion flowing through me, and it was amazing. The loneliness I always felt wasn't there. It was as if he wiped it away. I felt his arms squeezing around me, and I opened my eyes to meet with his. His hazel eyes were shining back at me, and he had a content smile on his face. I wish we could just stay cloaked in the cave. Selfishly, I wish I could just keep him here to myself. I was worried about what was coming next. What if I couldn't help the chance pack? What would this mean for them? Sion couldn't sit back and watch his pack get manipulated and destroyed. I couldn't see him go through that type of pain, which meant I had to succeed. I lifted my hand up, tracing my fingers over his cheek. He closed his eyes under my touch and let out a sigh of contentment. He leaned forward, brushing his lips over my forehead. I love you, he whispered out, nestling his nose into my hair. I closed my eyes and tried to absorb this moment. I knew this was the moment we had to leave and go back to the others. I could tell by his reluctant sigh and how his fingers gripped into me he knew this too. We need to head back. There it was, the ending of our magical moment. Sion was right, though. There was too much going on. As much as I wanted to live here in his embrace, we couldn't. I made a small hum in acknowledgement as he rolled out of my arms. He pulled his bottoms on, and then I also reached for my clothing. He grabbed them out of my hand and then kissed the mark on my neck. Let me, he said in his baritone voice. If I thought it was intimate taking clothes off, this was on another level. He slowly slid each clothing article back on, making sure he left sweet, delicate kisses on my skin. This was the best way to get dressed. His hands were now resting on my hips and my hands were sprawled over his bare chest. It was still surreal that this man was mine. Not only was he mine, but he was perfect. Sion, I started to say when the cave pool behind us made a splashing sound. Before I knew it, I was behind Sion and I heard his menacing, heart-stopping snarl echo off the cave walls. My breath caught as I stared at a creature I had never seen before. It was like a large water hound or otter, maybe a mix. It was about 7 foot long and was the size of a werewolf, and it had me in its sights. It let out an eerie, high-pitched whistle sound as Sion tried to step more in front of me. Crazy man, as if I would just hide behind his back. Clover, stay back, Sion said in a concerned tone when I tried to step forward. He held his hand out protectively, and the creature let out a low, insidious growl. I could hear the sound of hooves trumpeting our way, and then Demetri leaped into the cave, followed by the other 3 men. I watched as Demetri let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. Odell, knock your shit off. The creature looked at him, and then it began to transform. Rich brown hair flowed, and I was soon looking into deep green eyes. It was a beautiful woman, wearing a tan crop top revealing her midsection and black shorts. "Who is he?" the woman shouted and pointed her finger at Sion. "That is Clover's mate." Demetri sighed and rubbed his forehead. "Damn it, Odell. I told you to wait until I returned. I haven't had time to explain to you yet." "What the heck are you?" Connor snorted as the woman turned a sharp gaze on him. "This is Odell. She is a Dobar, which is a waterhound. They belong to the fairy kingdom and are considered a dark fairy. It is all a bit complicated, but Odell is Clover's pally. A pally is what most would refer to as a familiar." Demetri sighed and let out a small groan. He rubbed the back of his neck and clicked his tongue. "It's complicated, but basically a deal was made and Odell agreed to watch over Clover. This was when she was just a baby before everything was turned upside down. And when Clover went to the sulfur pack, Odell remained with me. She could hardly go there with Clover without being killed. Oh, well, I don't need a pally. Odell, you are free to do as you please." I shrugged and watched a sweet expression reach her face. Something I didn't know she could make. "This bond can't be severed. I'm your best friend for life," Odell said proudly. "Honestly, Dubhars are vicious creatures. She will make a great protector, and you need protection, Clover." Demetri looked up at Sion, looking for his acceptance over Odell. There was no way Sion was going to allow it. "I want Clover protected and safe. I won't deny her from protecting my mate." Sion answered, and I inwardly groaned. He turned to look at me with a smile that quickly faded. "Of course, I should really talk with Clover over it." He tried to quickly recover after seeing my face. "How did you become my pally?" I asked, looking into the woman's green eyes. "Your mother chose me to protect you." I bit my inner lip and took in a deep breath. My mother. I felt like I couldn't deny having her around. I didn't know anything about a pally, but I could always use a friend. In a way, she was a connection to someone I never got to know. I'd like to learn more about Dobhars and other types of fairies, especially now that I know I belong to the fairy kingdom. I have lived my whole life in the pack. While I knew about other supernatural creatures, I rarely saw them. "Did Demetri tell you about your mother?" Odell asked, and I nodded my head. "Yes, he told me she was like a high priestess, a powerful Sheya." I watched as Odell shot him an irritated look. "What is that all about?" Odell hissed. "It's the truth," Demetri said, defending himself. "That's like saying a wolf is a dog." Odell clicked her tongue as Demetri gave her a look of warning. "Odell, forget it, Demetri. Why are you tiptoeing around this?" I watched as Odell stopped and then looked at the officers of the Chance Pack. "Oh, I see. You don't trust them with her secret." "Now wait a minute. I trust them," and I started to say, but Demetri shook his head. "It's not them that I don't trust. The thing is, we don't know if they are completely in the clear. For all we know, one of them could have Nembrent glass in their eye, and we are being spied upon. Which is why we need to start training your powers immediately. You'll be able to detect it. And I am hoping well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we train." Demetri looked over at Odell, who sighed but kept quiet. I looked up at Sion and then the other three officers. The idea that one of them could be under Dr. Snyder's control was terrifying. I felt Sion's arm wrap around my waist, pulling me into his front. She never put anything in my eye or injected my body with anything. Sion rested his head on top of mine. "Well, you wouldn't admit it if you were under mind control," Odell said bluntly, not reading the room. Sion was trying to comfort me, and Odell was completely unaware of that fact. "How hard is the training? I don't want her in danger." I looked up at Sion, and his eyes met with mine. "Nothing is more important than you." "I would never put her in danger," Demetri said indignantly. It was quiet for a few moments before Logan finally spoke up. "So, you are officially our Luna now," Logan said with a smirk as he eyed the mark on my neck. "But what is that?" He then pointed at the star mark on Sion's temple. "Oh yeah, I want to see it," Sion said excitedly, pulling me with him as he rushed to the pool of water. He reached his hand up, tracing around it with a big smile on his face. That would be her Sheya's mark. Each Sheya have their own unique mark they place upon their mate. The mark symbolizes something about them as a Sheya, Demetri said, and I turned to look at him. "What does a star mark mean?" I asked, and watched as Odell curled her lips up, folding her arms across her chest. I watched as Demetri nodded his head and sighed. We will tell you more soon. Demetri glared at Odell, who rolled her eyes at him. You have a lot of power, Clover. As a Sheya, you are born with the power to communicate. You can easily reach others' minds regardless if they are a pack member or not. As you grow older, more powers will begin to unlock. This starts around the age of 20. Your powers are finally waking up, and in time we will tell you more about yourself. There, happy? Odell glared at Demetri, who looked like he was about to bust. Don't have a cow. I wasn't going to say anything, just the basics she should know. Odell, Demetri said in a warning tone. You have no authority over me, Tree. Odell gave him a poisonous smile and Demetri growled. Seeing a centaur growl with the sound of a wolf was pretty incredible, which had me thinking. Is there a wolf in there too, I asked. Well, actually, Demetri said and then cleared his throat. This is my wolf form. I am not the first mix between a wolf and a centaur. I am the first to have fur like this, but this isn't my permanent form. This is my shifted form. My lips parted in shock. What, just a minute? He shifted into that? Sure enough, right in front of my eyes, he shifted back into a human. He had no shirt on, but thank the heavens he had shorts on. So wait, a centaur shifter? That's a thing? I'm not exactly sure why I turned out like this. Demetri chuckled as if he read my mind. I am still trying to decide if he can do that. Usually the wolf is dormant until a shift, or they don't get a wolf. I was born looking like a human, so they thought I would just be a wolf shifter. When I first shifted, to say there was a lot of shock would be an understatement. My grandfather, Drake, figured there was more to it. He suspects the moon goddess planned it this way, so that I could have the speed and strength of a centaur, but be able to shift and live as a human shifter with you when that time came. His eyes were on mine. I'm your beta, Clover. From here on out, I'll be by your side. Odell clicked her tongue. So what rank does that make me? You're her pally. You don't get a rank. Demetri snapped at her. It was clear these two had some tension between them, and it seemed like I was the cause of it. Perfect. I'll be Clover's gamma. Kai suddenly spoke up, making everyone turn to look at him. I am only whole again because of Clover. I hope that isn't offensive. You know how much you mean to me, Sion. It's just what happened to me. I can't let happen to you. It's important for me to protect our Luna. I need this. I glanced up at Sion as he smiled. That is perfect, actually. I need someone I can trust unconditionally watching out for Clover. No offense to you, too. Sion looked over at Demetri and Odell, but I know Kai and trust him. He then looked down at me. Are you okay with this? I can personally vouch for Kai. I trust Kai, but I don't know if I like the idea of there being two sets of officers. I felt like this created a type of division. Shouldn't the loyalties be to both the Luna and Alpha? Each one having their own officers seemed to be creating unnecessary division. I know what you are thinking, Demetri began to say. Of course he did, being the mind reader he is. It isn't meant to be divisive. It actually helps in a moment of crisis. Instead of being conflicted about who to protect or worried that the other isn't protected, the officers already know. They will protect both the Luna and Alpha. But if there is a moment when they are separated, there is protection for both. I will also offer my vow of obedience to the Alpha when I become part of your pack. There are times you two won't be together, and during those moments, instead of leaving the Beta or Gamma, you each have your own officers. I don't want to take officers away from Sion. I didn't like the idea of poaching someone away from the man I love. I want him protected too. I like this idea, Clover. Sion's eyes met with mine. It is actually really smart, and I am surprised other packs haven't incorporated this. The Luna and the Alpha should have their own officers, combined together as one when together, but know who they are in charge of protecting when apart. I want Kai with you. He is my next strongest warrior, just in case I can't be there to protect you. I watched as he pursed his lips. The time would probably come soon. We had to reclaim the chance pack. Sion may not be able to remain constantly by my side. Still, Kai was his delta. What about your delta? I watched as Sion shrugged. For now, the position will be empty. Who knows? I think just having a Beta and Gamma is fine. I really don't see a need to take on another officer, especially between all four of our officers and your pally. Are you sure? I asked Kai and watched as a smile spread over his lips. Yes, I am meant to protect Sion's Luna. Kai, bind yourself to Clover as her gamma. We don't need an official ceremony. Sion gently squeezed my shoulder. She is already my Luna. We just need to reclaim our pack. Speaking of pack, Demetri said as he rubbed the back of his neck again. Oh my gosh, was he going to tell me the Chaos Pack was still around? I could barely breathe as I waited for him to speak. I felt like this was going to have a big impact on my life. Is the Chaos Pack still around? Sion asked the question that was burning through my mind. There is no more Chaos Pack, Demetri said, and I felt my heart sink. The adults were all under mind control and met their end tragically. I don't know why, but I felt a heavy weight on my chest. I guess I was hoping that somehow some of them made it. However, some of their children survived. That ass, Hole, why didn't he say that from the beginning? My eyes were now glued to his as I waited for him to finish. The living survivors are known as the Nova Pack. Over the past 20 years, they have also taken others into their pack. It is a very mixed pack. It is full of supernaturals. Clover, you are their Luna. My lips parted and I didn't know what to say. They have leaders, but they have been waiting for their Luna and her officers to come and take charge. Now what do? I was the Luna of the Chance Pack. I couldn't ask Sion to merge a group of unknown mixed species into his pack. If they are willing, after everything is settled, they can become part of the Chance Pack. Sion smiled as he looked down at me. We have more than enough room, and if they are your pack members, then they are your responsibility. Besides, as your mate, they are my pack too. Sion amazed me. He instantly took that worry off of my shoulders. He never even saw the Nova Pack, but was already offering this because of me. How did I get such an amazing mate? He was always trying to make things easier on me, no matter what challenges that meant for him. That is a very generous offer. Wouldn't you like to meet the pack first before making such a decision? Demetri looked at Sion, who looked down at me with a smile. No, there is no need. They are also welcome to keep their pack and choose an alpha. I didn't know anything about this pack, but maybe they would prefer not to merge with strangers. I think they will want to follow you. Most of them were old enough to remember, and your parents left a lasting impact on them. I don't know if anyone could ever lead them, but you. I couldn't help but feel frustrated. If this was the case, then why not come and get me earlier? I was planning on taking my officer's oath. They could have come and taken me a long time ago. So why did they leave me in the sulfur pack? Your safety was more important than anything, Clover. We were always worried you would be found out. The Nova Pack was not willing to put their Luna's life at risk just so you could be their leader. They wanted you safe and happy. Okay, seriously, could Demetri read minds? Because this was just getting too weird. You have to be a mind reader, I finally said, and I heard Odell snort. No, he isn't. That is just an annoying habit of his. I turned to look at Odell, who was looking at Demetri less than amused. So, you have been with him the past 20 years? I asked, and watched as she nodded. Yes, he was my link to you. I would bounce between the centaurs and the Nova Pack. So have you two hooked up? Logan asked, making both Odell and Demetri laugh. No, Odell and I are almost like family at this point. Neither one of us is interested in the other. Demetri's face suddenly grew serious. His eyes glazed over, and I could see his body visibly tense. We need to move. There are voidless nearing the mine. I felt Sion's arm tighten around me as he looked around the cave. There were 2 openings behind us, and I remember how the path split before we came into this glowing blue room. The moor is compromised. Demetri looked over at Odell. What about the crystal path? Connor asked, and watched as Demetri furrowed his brows. There could be crystal bats there. They would alert the demons to our presence. I felt the tension rising in the air and noticed how Odell shifted her weight. Can't we just fight the voidless? Odell clicked her tongue. And what do you think will be following the voidless? They are the mindless minions. Something more powerful wouldn't be far away. Serpent's path, Sion said in a clear, concise voice. We will take the windy, narrow tunnel. It is guarded by the knock, but I think that will be our best chance. There is a nest of knock in there. Demetri groaned, but slowly nodded his head. But I think you are right. That may be our best chance. Knock. I have never seen one before. A knock was like a basilisk, a large vicious serpent. It was its own lord and had a voracious appetite. If we encounter a nest of knock, could we survive? The path is too narrow for an ambush. Any fight will be one-on-one. So this leaves two very important decisions. Who will be the head and who will be the tail? Everyone in the middle would be safe, so Clover would naturally be in the center. Kai looked over the group and I felt my heart beating quickly. If we encountered a knock, someone would have to fight against them alone. I'll lead, Odell said confidently. The tunnels are narrowly made, so even the serpent beast won't be able to curl and strike with ease. I have fought against a knock before, so having the most experience, I will lead. Does anyone else have knock fighting experience? This should be who brings up the rear. I do. I heard Sion say the terrifying words. I have fought against a knock before, so I will follow behind everyone. I have fought against a knock as well. Demetri smiled and shook his head at Sion. Stay in the middle with Clover. As her mate, it is essential that you are also protected, regardless of if you need it or not. He winked at me as he said that last line. Okay. I actually felt better. Sion was now getting the same treatment as me. Okay, let's get going. I don't want to give anything a chance of getting close to my mate. Sion pulled me along at his side as he walked to the back of the room we were in. We only have to pass through one opening of the crystal cave. We should be able to go through it undetected. From here on out, we need complete silence. I could hear Demetri's voice behind me. It seemed like no matter what we did, we would be encountering risks. I don't know why, but I had a bad feeling about this. Like something was about to happen. But I'm sure I was just nervous. I was worried about everyone else, and it was giving me bad vibes. I leaned into Sion's side as we walked through one of the openings in the back. I was going to be ready to protect him if I had to. I wasn't about to lose my mate or anyone else. The air changed dramatically from one room to the next. The air was cool and crisp. There was a strange, hollow-like sound as we stepped onto the strangely smooth surface below us. The silence was only interrupted by the sounds of drops hitting the water beside us. Our feet almost slid below us as we walked through, trying to reach the other side of the cavern. This cavern was drastically colder than the room before. The room wasn't only dark, but had a heavy, ominous feeling. I knew Sion sensed it too because he gripped into me tighter. A piece of crystal rock fell from above us, and the room echoed with the sound of it colliding in the pool of water. I was looking around in the darkness and noticed something shining above us. At first it was just a slit, but then it widened. There were two strange white glowing orbs, only they weren't orbs. I stopped abruptly and Sion snapped his head to look at me. I motioned upwards with my head watching as his gaze found the same glowing dots. Damn, he whispered. Everyone immediately looked up, noticing the same thing. A crystal bat. A creature aligned with demons and could telepathically send them messages. No doubt it had already informed the demons of our location now. This was confirmed by a thundering growl at the other end of the cave. How the hell? When did they take up residence here? Demetri said, and I realized he had said the word they. I moved my head to get a better view, and that was when I saw the eyes. Red glowing eyes began to pepper the dark room. Their teeth were bared as they slowly began to creep closer to us. Odell quickly shifted, leaping to the front, curling her body to act as a barrier in front of me. Then the wolves all began to shift. Sion kissed my forehead. Stay back, my love, he muttered hastily, and a moment later his black smoky lichen was in front of me. I couldn't shift. I knew Sheya was there, but I couldn't switch to her body. Damn. And this was a problem. I looked up to see the many red eyes glued onto me. The body moved as one, as the heads began to spread out, each seeking a target. I knew what it was, even without ever seeing one before. It was a hydra. There were 6 heads, and each one had chosen a target. Once again, I stood there helplessly watching. My heart was beating out of my chest. The enormous body commanded the area as the heads bobbed back and forth in front of their opponents. It was as if they were taunting them. My eyes were glued to the colossal smoky wolf as the head weaved in front of him. Saliva dripped from its fangs as a low growl ripped from its throat. It struck towards Sion, and his lichen leaped to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. The neck quickly retreated as Sion lunged towards it. The other heads also dived towards the others. Odell was the only one able to land a hit with her long talon-like claws. Blood dripped from her claws as the creature bellowed. One of the eyes had been sliced, blinding that one side of the creature. We don't have to worry about killing it right now. We just need to remove its sense of sight. Then we can worry about finishing it off. Demetri yelled, noticing what Odell had done. He must have liked her tactic, and I honestly thought it was very clever. With this strategy, they had a chance. With each strike, the momentum was changing. The room shook with the beast's thundering cries as little by little he was losing vision. The iron smell stung my nose as blood began to trickle towards me on the ground. The blood formed together like a stream as it dripped into the water behind me. Then something happened. Something none of us anticipated. In a movement that no one expected, the Hydra pushed off, moving its body in the air. It was airborne and it leapt over everyone, landing in front of me. It successfully separated me from everyone else. I could hear Sion's loud growls and Demetri's yell. Oddly, the creature's heads were still focused on the others and not me. It pushed its back against me, and I lifted up my hands to stop it. I felt the scales rippling below my fingers as I slid back. That was when I felt it. Icy tentacles wrapped around my body. 1 second, I was on land, and the next I plunged into the water. The chill of the frozen water restricted my lungs as I tried not to gasp for air that wasn't there. The light of the surface was growing farther away as something continued to drag me into the watery abyss. My lungs felt like they were being stabbed by needles. I struggled to grab whatever had a hold of me, gripping onto something cold and cruel. I couldn't pry it off. The more I struggled, the harder it was to not take a breath of air. I couldn't see the light above me anymore. Judging by how fast I was being pulled downward, I doubted that even if I got free, I could make it to the surface. This is it. I was going to drown. My vision was beginning to blacken from the lack of oxygen, and soon I would have to gasp for air. I would inhale water that would fill my lungs. Deeper, deeper, deeper. There was no escape now, and this reality was soul-crushing. I wouldn't be there to help my mate get his pack back. I wouldn't ever have the family I dreamed about. My time with Sion was already over. Visions of the future we almost had flickered in my mind. Sion was there pushing a child on a tire swing. I could hear the laughter in the air and the high-pitched squeals. The sun was shining brightly as the wind swayed the grass. I was standing there watching them with a smile on my face as I rubbed soft circles on my swollen stomach. And at night, he would be there with me, tucking our children into bed. We would stare at our sleeping children in awe of the life we created together. We would have saved the chance pack and would be happy. It was gone, all of it. Knowing I would never have my family hurt, but I was devastated for Sion. Without me, could they save his pack? Would he have a home to go back to? Would he be okay? He said he couldn't live without me and that I was the only thing that kept him going. I just want him to be happy. I want him to laugh with his children, even if they aren't mine. I want him to have someone to hold at night, even if it wasn't me. My body began to tremble as I struggled not to breathe. I was now feeling lightheaded too. My body would soon lose consciousness and try to breathe for me. My body was then suddenly whipped upwards, and I rolled onto the smooth, icy surface. I gasped and choked on the air as I greedily tried to fill my lungs. I turned my head, looking for what had taken me. I lifted off the ground. My body burned as I had to peel it off the frosted surface. I rose to my feet, leaning my hands on my knees for stability. I was in a small oval room. It was like a frozen air pocket. The room was covered in icy crystals, and behind me was the pool of water. I was alive for now. However, I was too deep. There was no way I could reach the surface on my own. I didn't see any sign of what had taken me. Did it bring me here to feast upon me later, knowing I would be trapped? I'm sure the monster doesn't get prey often. This could be like its refrigerator. If it was going to come back to try to eat me, I needed to be ready for a fight. As long as I survived, there was a chance. Odell could get me out of here if she survived against the Hydra. I tried to connect with Sheya. It was like getting static interference. I felt her, but not enough to shift into her. I couldn't even talk to her right now. I was looking around the room when I heard a strange tapping sound. The noise echoed off the walls, making it hard to tell where it was coming from. The tapping was getting louder and faster, as if something was running, but I couldn't see anything on the ground. I snapped my head up, searching for the source, and my breath caught in my chest. A creature was running on the ceiling and now climbing down the icy wall. It reached the floor, and I took a step back, eyeing the water behind me. I noticed the water ripple slightly, showing something was still waiting there. Diving back into the water wasn't an option. I had no chance there, but I didn't have much of one here either. My eyes followed over the light blue hard skeleton frame in front of me. 2 large claws snapped loudly, resonating off the walls in the room. Its pointed tail was raised defensively above its head as its blue eyes glowed. It was the size of 2 lichens at least, not including the height of its tail. I knew the creature, but had never seen one this size before. I was never a fan of normal-sized scorpions, so this monstrous one turned my stomach. Tss, tss. It made this awful noise as its jaws pincered together. Its 8 legs tapped across the ground as it closed in on me. Tss, 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 tss. I didn't know what to do. I had nothing at my disposal. Maybe there was a piece of the crystal rock in the room that I could use? Without my wolf, I had just my bare hands. The claws clapped together as my heart raced. I think I would have preferred drowning. I took another small retreating step as I looked around the room. There was no escape besides the water behind me, which made me wonder how this creature got in here. Maybe he was another meal for the water creature. We were like its bacon and eggs, only we were alive and the bacon was trying to eat the egg. My whole body was trembling from the cold. I didn't have the heat of my wolf to help keep me warm. Between the icy waters and this frozen room, I could barely breathe. There was a lot stacked against me. It seemed like it was always like this for me. Yet, I usually managed to overcome. Somehow, I would fight my way out of this. I frantically searched the dark room. Little by little, I was losing more and more of my wolf senses. The room luckily had a soft blue glow, which was now my light source. I noticed some rubble on the far right corner. If I could get to it, maybe I could find something I could use as a weapon. Snap. One of the claws clapped by my head as the other claw reached towards me. They were fast. I barely managed to avoid full contact. The pincher closed, managing to graze the side of my arm. Warm blood splattered over my cold skin as I reached up to cover the wound. I watched as it raised its stinger up high. I couldn't get hit with that, no matter what. The poison would be too much for me to overcome. I could mend from flesh wounds, but not from that, especially in my current state. As it began to strike towards me, I slid underneath the scorpion. It was my best chance to use the smooth surface to glide underneath. It wasn't expecting me to go beneath it, and I managed to buy myself a couple of extra seconds. I didn't waste any time as I sprinted to the other side. I could hear the tapping of its feet pattering behind me. I reached the rubble of crystal rocks and quickly searched with my hands. I was trying to feel for anything useful in the dim light. It was getting closer. I needed something, now. I grabbed onto 2 of the rocks and spun around. One of them I launched, hitting the creature in one of its eyes. It let out an ear-piercing screech as it flailed its pinchers maniacally. My fingers gripped onto the cold, icy dagger rock. The blood from my arm trickled down and onto my fingers before it dripped to the ground. The scorpion began clapping its claws loudly as it angrily came towards me. With precise movements, its claws reached out for me. I tried to lunge forward with my crystal shard, but one of the pinchers grabbed me. I was helplessly swung around. My side hit the wall before I flew in the other direction. I landed on the cold ground. The air was knocked from my lungs. I tried to grasp my weapon only to realize it wasn't there. There was no time, and it was on me again. I kicked at its bottom as I rolled across the floor trying to get away. Its claws struck at the ground next to me, cracking the surface. I could hear its feet pattering to keep up as its claws struck next to me again. Then one of the pinchers connected with me. I felt my skin being ripped from my body as I was rolled to my back. It pinned me with its claws and raised its stinger up. I closed my eyes as I waited for the strike. I waited and nothing. Damn, and this thing was playing with my emotions. It was like a cat that had caught its mouse. I slowly opened my eyes to see the creature just holding its position there. Its claws pinched my arms, holding me in place. I could feel the blood oozing, but that was the least of my worries. The jaws of the scorpion clicked together in almost agitation as it held me. I watched as saliva dripped from its mouth onto my legs. I was making its mouth water. How disappointing. A woman's voice hissed from everywhere but nowhere. The creature then let go of my arms and backed away from me. What the hell was this? I moved to my knees and looked at the wounds on my arms. I was cut, but nothing deep. It looked worse than it was, and this scorpion was easily able to rip my limbs from my body. "Who is there?" I shouted as I moved to my feet. I heard the loud clicking of a tongue echo off the walls. I was looking everywhere, but there was no one. I even glanced up just in case. Still, nothing. "Is this all you've got?" The voice asked almost mockingly. "I can't shift right now." Or, "I'm not talking about your wolf." The voice scoffed at me. "Your wolf." The voice was now mocking me. "Is that the extent of your strength? The shallow mental existence is a pathetic power. Forget about it. Discard your wolf and attack. My wolf is part of me." I shouted back angrily as the voice cackled at me. "So are feces, but everyone discards their it. I'm not discarding my wolf." "Looks like your body is trying to do that for you," the voice said in sly amusement. "But you won't let go." "No, I won't. You're killing her. Discarding her is killing her." "No, it isn't. But if you keep her, you will." "Why?" I shouted angrily. Who the hell was this person? Your Sheya powers won't allow for her existence. "I was told." "You were told wrong," the voice stated tersely. "Was it true? Was I killing Sheena? I told her not to leave me again. Was her staying with me killing her?" It was true, she felt weaker and weaker. But this could all be an elaborate scheme too, like I was going to trust some stranger's voice. "Let your wolf go. She will go to another shifter." "I don't even know who you are. Why should I believe you? What do you even know?" It was quiet, except for the sound the scorpion made as it moved its jaws back and forth. I straightened up and looked around. "Let her go," the voice commanded again. I stood there and defiantly stared in the darkness. "Embrace who you are." "Sheena? Sheena?" Nothing. There was no sound from her. I wish she could tell me if what the voice was saying was true. I do prefer the hands-on approach. I think the lesson sticks better. As soon as the voice spoke these words, the scorpion began to make its move again. The pattering of its feet on the crystal stone headed my way. This time, I knew it wasn't going to kill me, but it would make me pay. It would challenge me, pushing me to my brink, trying to make me give up my wolf. And if I didn't, I was in for more pain. The blood splattered across the ground as a pincher cut my leg. I had enough cuts on me that I was getting numb to the pain. I don't care what this voice was telling me to do. I know my body was rejecting Sheena, but she would have told me if it was killing her, right? I didn't have time to really think about anything. All I could do now was react to the incoming attacks. I didn't know what their motives were, but it was clear they wanted me alive. These wounds were meant to cause pain, but nothing was going to kill me. The question was, why did this voice want me alive? I was told Sheyas are rare creatures that are desired for their skills. I can only assume this is someone wanting to use me as a pawn. I wouldn't trust the voice. Unless I hear from Sheena or the moon goddess herself, I am not shedding my wolf from me. It didn't make sense to me at all. Plus, Demetri said I could keep them both. I was going to trust him over this voice. The pinchers clapped by my head, narrowly missing me. I jumped back as I panted, looking around the room. I was being toyed with, and that pissed me off. If this voice expected me to crumble, they were wrong. With every cut, I was getting angrier. I straightened up, staring at the scorpion. The blood trickled down my body, dripping to the ground. Did she want to break me? Did she think I would give in if subjected to enough pain? I internally scoffed. I wasn't about to cut down and surrender to the pain. Go ahead and underestimate me. I won't bow down to this voice. I am not going to shrivel back into a corner and tremble. I was going to fight until I had nothing left, and then I was going to fight more, until I no longer had a breath in my body. If she was trying to break me, she wouldn't succeed. She was going to have to kill me. The pattering of feet charged towards me. Only this time, I didn't dodge. I stood there staring it down. Closer, closer, closer. Its pinchers clapped in the air, echoing off the walls. Tss. I had enough. I kept my focus on the scorpion as I decided on my next move. I didn't care how cut up I would get. I was going to give this scorpion something to think about. A black blur crashed into the scorpion, sending it smashing into the side of the wall. The ebony waterhound curled itself in front of me protectively as it snarled at the scorpion. Odell, I panted, looking at her body. She was dripping in water and blood. Her body had wounds that were slowly healing, but were still there. But the wounds, they didn't look like something the Hydra caused. I didn't have time to analyze them right now, though. The scorpion was back on its feet and was now focusing on Odell. Shh, it. The monster may not plan to kill me, but Odell was different. Odell, get out of here. I'll be okay. Odell snorted, not even looking at me. It won't kill me. I can't explain, but... Odell didn't let me finish as she charged ahead at the scorpion. Da, men. The scorpion had a poisonous stinger that if he used on Odell could kill her. Now, 2 versus 1 isn't fair, is it? The woman's voice echoed in the room with a sinister chuckle. They're all better now. Dear gods, what now? Sis, tap, 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 tap. I frantically searched for the new sound. It was fast and aggressive. Whoosh! It landed directly across from me. It had 2 large obsidian eyes and 6 smaller eyes, all staring at me. Its legs were jagged and hard crystals that held its body above us all. On its back, it had numerous skulls, all entangled in a web that it wore like a trophy case. Its head was like nothing I had ever seen. It had 2 large fangs that protruded from an almost human-like crystal skull, where many more fangs and teeth surrounded the mouth. Sis! The monstrous crystal spider spat at me as one of its large crystal legs tapped on the ground. It was focused on me as it spit something at me. It flew past me and hit the crystal rock, spewing a sticky web over it. Its body began to bounce up and down as its head bobbed along with it. It was as if it was taunting me, laughing at me. I thought it was going to spew its web at me again, but suddenly its head turned. The web shot from its mouth, but not at me, at Odell. It was almost like it was slow motion. The web connected with Odell, binding her feet together as the scorpion's stinger pressed into her back. I screamed as I watched her collapse to the ground. My feet moved on their own as I rushed to her body to defend her. She was already unconscious, panting heavily. I moved in front of her body and took up a defensive position as the spider raced over. The 2 arachnids were looking at her as if she was their meal. I noticed the drool dripping off their fangs as their jaws wiggled back and forth. Like hell, I was going to let them touch her. I clenched my fists together and stared between the 2 monsters. In a voice that almost didn't feel like my own, I shouted, "Back away from her!" The 2 creatures froze. For a moment, they didn't move. Then slowly, 1 leg at a time, they began to retreat, as if they were being forced but didn't want to. When they reached the wall, the spider began to bounce again in frustration. "So, you can do it," the woman's voice said. Behind the creatures, the crystal wall began to slowly drip onto the ground, revealing an opening behind it. A woman with blue hair sat upon a frozen throne with her chin resting on her hand. Her gaze was resting on me as if she was in deep thought. The 2 creatures slowly vanished from my sight. I knew that this was a higher demoness or a goddess, because what else would have this power? I stepped back, keeping my eye on the woman for a moment before I knelt beside Odell. Her breathing was labored and the lacerations on her body were no longer healing. "Odell." I pursed my lips together and then snapped my head back to the woman. "She was just protecting me. How could you?" The woman began to laugh as she looked at me with amusement. "How could I? You are upset over just that little sting?" The woman leaned forward, now using both her hands to rest her chin on as she smiled at me. "She's been poisoned," I started to say as the woman clicked her tongue. "As if I would allow dangerous venom in something like this. You could have taken a hit too, and I couldn't have you dying." I looked at the woman confused and then back to Odell. "So, she isn't going to die?" She is just asleep. Honestly, it is quite funny. Look how upset you are over that little sting. But look at her body. Are you just as upset with your lichen? My eyes widened as my lips parted. I quickly snapped my head to assess the wounds on Odell. She was right. These wounds did look like something a lichen was capable of. Was she saying, Sion attacked her? Your mate did quite a number on them. The blue-haired woman finally stood up. I could hear her feet as they clicked upon the crystal surface. Sion did this? I whispered out. Oh, and not just to her. Honestly, he is quite terrifying, but that's another problem. Anyways, I don't care to waste my time talking about your lichen. I am here to talk about you. What do you want with me? I asked as I stood up to face the woman who stood in front of me. I had so many questions on my mind, but I kept drifting to Sion. I collect rare creatures. I love them. I'd love to keep you. The woman nodded her head slowly as she stared into my eyes. Of course, you aren't interested, but that doesn't mean I can't help you. After all, I need you to exist so you can create babies. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I am not the only Sheya. I couldn't understand if she wanted to collect a Sheya, why not find another one? Why me? I watched as she tilted her head to look at me. Goodness, child, you don't know anything about yourself, do you? Know what? Who are you? What happened with Sion? Why did you tell me to get rid of my wolf? Slow down, child. The woman clicked her tongue and rolled her eyes. I am the goddess Shiva. It would be easier to use your powers without your wolf. Honestly, using your powers while having a wolf would be impossible, but not for you. I wonder. I watched as the woman flicked her wrist out, producing a small ice cage with some strange creature in it. It was all brown and looked like an old man. Look at him and tell me what you see, Shiva ordered. I looked at her with confusion, and then back to the creature. It was a brown creature with brown eyes. The creature placed his hands on the cage and stared at me. I furrowed my brows as I looked at it closer. What was that? What is that? And is that a green light coming off of its body? I looked up at Shiva, who continued to look at me. She then stepped closer and reached out for me. She held my face and gazed into my eyes. What was this woman doing? So, you do have it. Crafty. Gosh, she is such a clever bitch. I listened to Shiva mutter as she released my face. Yes, and her children will have it. Will it last through the generations? It must. She can already see that. She continued to talk to herself as she tapped her fingers on her chin. She needs a lot of work, though. A lot of work. It's taking too long. But I'm not supposed to intervene, but she knows balance gets destroyed anyways. Infuriating. What in the world was she mumbling on about? Will my children have what exactly? The woman looked at me as if she just realized she wasn't alone. She sighed loudly and then rubbed her temples. You have true sight. You can see things that most can't. It looks like it is just waking up, though, just like the rest of your powers. The green light you saw is nembrant energy. That light will let you know when someone is being controlled by the nembrant glass or its potion, or the injections. It will get easier for you to see in time. The problem is your powers. I listened as she sighed loudly as she stared at me. You realize that was you who commanded the arachnids to back away. You have the power to control with just your words, which is why you are invaluable and terrifying. If you were power-hungry, you could wage war using other armies at your disposal. But this isn't all Sheya. Most can only have the power of suggestion, and for one person, you are different. Your mother was already special, but you are in a class of your own. Your mother gave birth to you in the blessings pool, where the moon goddess told her to. It was under a pink moon. The goddess Eos and Selene both blessed you, giving you powers that will be necessary for the future. She paused for a moment, then continued. One of the gifts you have is true sight. Unlike your mother, you will never be able to be controlled by the nembrant glass. You are strong, Clover, but you need to trust yourself. I provoked you, threatened your life, and you still didn't use your power. It wasn't until your pally was injured that you summoned your strength. So what do? Do I keep you and train you, or do I trust you will find a way on your own? She shook her head. That damn mate of yours, though, he's a problem. I'd almost have to keep him too. What do you mean he is a problem? Well, look what he did to your protector, and you should see the others. I stood there shocked as Shiva continued on like nothing. I can't pop in and out because that will be too much interfering. Either I take you now or I'm not going with you. I'm not leaving Sion and I have things to do. I watched as she smirked looking at me. But can you do them? She raised her brows at me almost mockingly. I don't know when, but Odell shifted and was now standing in front of me. She can. Odell, are you okay? I asked as I placed my hand on her shoulder. Did Sion really? I didn't have to finish as I saw her eyes. She gave me a small smile and then patted my hand. I'm fine. I don't understand what happened. Odell bowed her head to Shiva and placed her fist upon her chest. I will help her be ready. Very well, but I'll be sending one of Gaia's people to help watch over her. You know how important she is. This isn't about right now either. This is long term. I don't even understand it all, but Celine can see what we cannot. Take the pathway behind me. I've done my part. Wait, what is that thing? I asked, noticing the brown person thing still there. Oh yes, him. I watched as the cage vanished and she snapped her fingers. The green light left him suddenly and he stared up at the goddess angrily. Quit putting that thing in my eye. Oh, stilts. I needed someone that can absorb the glass. A gnome hybrid is perfect for that. A gnome? Hybrid? I muttered as I stared at him. It was true he was bigger than a normal gnome, but I couldn't figure out what else he was mixed with. You know what, Stilts? I want you to stay with her. I think you can help. I think a lot of her blockage is a self-issue, and you know a lot about that. Shiva looked down at the little man who maybe came to just above my knee. Usually, a gnome can fit in the palm of your hand. I'm not a babysitter. Stilts instantly cleared his throat as Shiva glared at him. But of course, I am happy to help. Good. Shiva then turned to face me. He will be staying with you. Now I need to find Gaia. I have a good bit to talk to her about, especially that bear. She trailed off. With those final words, the goddess vanished. I looked over at the gnome. I had a lot I wanted to ask him, but I couldn't focus on anything right now but Sion. Was Sion okay? Why did he attack Odell? What happened after I was taken? I needed answers. What if Sion was under the Nimbrant control? I felt my heart racing as I turned to Odell. Odell, what happened? Sion! Sion! I opened my eyes, seeing Connor hovering over me. I was getting worried. How are you feeling? I blinked at him as I tried to remember what happened. Clover, I sat up, glancing around. She still wasn't back, and neither was Odell. I closed my eyes as I recalled what had happened. The moment I couldn't see Clover, I went feral. I was in a blind rage when I heard the sound of the water. I dove into the Hydra, attacking its center. I didn't care about the heads swooping towards me. There was only one thing on my mind, and that was getting to my mate. In order to take out a Hydra, you have to take out its center. With all the heads acting as defensive guards, it isn't an easy task. Yet somehow I managed to fly past them all, and I dove into the body. My claws shredded into it as my teeth plunged a mortal wound in the creature. The creature began to fall, but I didn't care about that. I moved past him and dove into the icy water. Clover. I could only think about her. I swam down and fast, but it seemed no matter how far I went, I couldn't find her. I didn't care about my own life. I just had to save her. Then the giant otter hound grabbed a hold of my neck and was pulling me in the opposite direction. No, I had to get to Clover. She dragged me back onto the surface and I scrambled to go back. But I was met with resistance. My own pack was now guarding me from the water. Sion, leave this to Odell, Demetri said, but it was as if I couldn't hear him. If something happened to Clover, I might as well be dead. I wouldn't live this life without her. It was as if my body moved on its own in that moment. I charged towards the water. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I just wanted them out of my way. In that moment, all I cared about was Clover. She could be drowning right now. She might be fighting for her life. She was waiting for me. This drove me to a feral level. This time, when I was met with resistance, I attacked. I was in a blind rage. I barely recognized anyone. I was lashing out at anyone who was blocking my path. Odell, go. We will handle this. It was muffled, but I heard Demetri yell. Snap out of it, Sion. Kai now stood in front of me. He had shifted back and stood in front of me defenseless. It was this act that brought me back. I could see his eyes and the blood dripping down his body. I did that. I had hurt him. Then suddenly I was slammed by some invisible force. I crashed into the wall and everything began to go dark. Take a nap, pup. When you wake up, make your way through the path. You will find Clover at the end of it. I opened my eyes as I took in a deep breath. I had shifted back at some point when I was unconscious. I looked over everyone, but they were already healed up. I'm sorry, I muttered as I moved to my feet. Don't worry about it. You were just trying to get to Clover. Demetri turned around with a frown, staring at the water. What happened to you? Logan asked, and I shook my head. Something hit me, but there was a voice. It said when I woke up to make my way through the path, that Clover will be at the end of it. I watched as Demetri pursed his lips together in deep thought. A woman's voice? I nodded my head, and he clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Let's do as she says. Wait a minute, we are going to just trust some voice? I looked back at the water hoping to see something, some sign that Clover was okay. That wasn't some voice. Whichever goddess it was, made sure you didn't continue to hurt anyone or yourself, which means they did it for Clover's sake. I don't know what they are up to, but if she says we will find Clover at the end, then we will. This way, Clover won't have to travel Serpent's path. It is safer this way without her able to shift freely, which means her healing is also hindered. Demetri began to walk ahead as the other looked at me. Let's go. I need to get to Clover. Inwardly, I was afraid. I attacked her pally. I attacked everyone. When it came to Clover being in danger, I couldn't control my emotions. Nothing else could even begin to matter but her. She was my salvation and my downfall. I wonder if she will feel differently about me. After she hears about the monster in me, what is going on with Clover's wolf? I heard Kai ask, and I glanced up, looking at Demetri expectantly. I was planning to wait, but I don't think any of you are compromised. You know how I explained she has 2 dominant powers inside of her? Well, that is true, but it isn't just that. Sheya's power is so much that it takes over everything. It makes no room for anything else. However, this will not be the case for Clover. Clover was born in a blessing pool. She was blessed by several goddesses, but the main ones being Eos and Selene. We really don't know what all she was blessed with, but we do know she can keep her wolf. It will be hard, but she can keep both powers. Selene insisted on this because she is a born Luna. Wait, time out. Why? Why would she get the blessings of... Logan began, but Demetri interrupted him. This has always been bigger than Clover. She doesn't realize this yet, but she is part of something bigger. Don't you think it is weird how the Alpha King just suddenly emerged? And now to know his son is somehow a Lycan? A future Lycan King with his future pure Lycan Queen. Ultimate rulers of both werewolves and Lycans. The fairies have also grown in power. Their future queen is a demigod. Another fairy princess is the future queen of the vampires. Don't you see? This is like a chess match. The pieces are being assembled for war. Clover is one of those pieces. My grandfather has been in council with the fairy queen. A war is coming that can't be stopped. The gods won't be able to intervene. And the demons will use the nembrant glass to seize control from the shadows. Demetri stopped and turned to look at all of us. I was already aware that something bigger was coming, but didn't realize how in-depth it all was. It will be Clover's descendants that will be needed in the upcoming war. They will have gifts that will be invaluable. Clover is still developing her powers, but she will be able to see when someone is being controlled. This and her other gifts are things she will pass down through the generations. Clever gifts from the goddesses meant to help with the future war. I watched as his eyes met with mine. Clover has an umbrella effect. She is like a walking shield, able to protect those around her. She just has to learn to control it. Her children, your children, will have this. So my children will be sought after because of their gifts? They would have to be next to the Lycan rulers. My eyes widened as Demetri nodded his head. I swallowed as I realized what this really meant. But the princess and my bloodline, she would never. Demetri shrugged. I doubt they would want someone so important to just live in the Diamond Pack. Someone with those gifts would probably be made part of the family, don't you think? I inhaled sharply, not liking where this was going. Look, we are getting ahead of ourselves, but this is where all of this is going. For now, we need to find Clover and work on saving your pack. I ran my hand through my hair as I continued to follow Demetri. I didn't have anything against the Diamond Pack or anyone there, especially the Lycan Princess. It was just, I was afraid that she would hold a grudge. I would try to explain to her about Sion and that he was actually an identical twin, but who knows if she would believe me. I don't want my child to suffer from the sins of an ancestor. I don't know these people. My concern would be my children first. Children. I mentally chuckled to myself. I didn't even have a pack to go back to. I want children, but mentally my mind isn't there. My focus is on Clover and then saving my pack. Who knows now, though? After Clover hears how I snapped, she may not want to stay with me. She might end up disgusted that I could hurt my own pack members like that. I didn't want to make excuses for myself. No excuse was really excusable. The thing is, I haven't had my Lycan for that long. I have still been adjusting. My Lycan form is stronger and the emotions are more intense. Things I felt before were amplified once I was given my Lycan form. My emotions are on thin ice when it comes to Clover. I can barely keep them in check. When I was being kept from going after Clover, I couldn't control myself. I didn't want to control myself. I saw my future disappear and it went into the water. Honestly, even presented with the same situation again, it would still happen. I would still fight to go after her. For her, I'll be everything. I'll do anything but without her. I'm a feral mess. If I hadn't been knocked unconscious and heard that voice, I would have continued to dive into the water after her. I don't care if it would have cost me my own life. Gosh, I am a mental wreck right now. My whole body is on edge. I just need to see her. I hope she doesn't turn away from me. Please don't hate me, Clover. I just love her so much. The path will now narrow. I'll lead. Sion, you bring up the rear. If there is a fight, it is too narrow. It will be a one-on-one, so be careful. Demetri then walked into the serpent's path. I turned and looked at Connor, Logan, and Kai, nodding for them to go ahead of me. When Connor finally reached me, he stopped and looked at me. I should be the one to be last, if something happens to you. Connor, I have the experience and I am stronger. Go on, Connor. I sighed for a moment and then looked into his eyes. But just in case, if anything did happen to me, protect my mate above everything. She is my Luna, that goes without saying. He smiled at me and then turned towards the tunnel. I watched as he slowly walked into the narrow path, and I followed behind him. I glanced behind me once, trying to see if I sensed anything. Demetri was in the most danger. He was walking straight into a knockhole, a narrow but tall opening where it was impossible for someone to squeeze around you. If Demetri encountered a knock, it would be a one-on-one battle. The same would go for me. If something came up from behind me, I would have to take it out on my own. I would fight anything I had to. This was my path to get to Clover, and nothing was going to stop me. I needed to see her. I had to see her. I hoped she was okay. I hoped the voice was telling the truth, and she would be at the end of this path. I wouldn't be able to calm down until I breathed in her scent. Gods, please, let her be okay. I don't care about myself, but Clover, she is everything. Just let her be safe. Sion. Demetri led the way as we all followed behind him. We all shifted into our feral forms, making sure we were ready for anything we may encounter. We were well aware we were entering a knock nest, and they were monsters that were incredibly protective. The tunnel was narrow but tall. The sides were pitted with red carved-out stone. The serpent's path was a labyrinth. One narrow tunnel would lead to a larger cavern with more narrow tunnels branching off of it. I had been in here before, back when the knock hadn't claimed it as a nest. Judging by Demetri's confidence, he has also been in here before. Up ahead, the path would branch into 4 different tunnels. The 2 on the far right will lead to the way out, but the one we wanted was the middle, to the right. The tunnel on the far right will lead to a thin shale rock pathway that will open up, but would also lead to a treacherous drop-off. It's dangerous, and that is without possibly having to fight. If you fall from there and manage to survive, you will end up in a raging underground river. The current and undertow is enhanced by a magical pull. Those who have fallen in were never seen again. The path in the middle was very narrow. The sides of the wall had jagged edges that would impale into your skin if you bump into them. The sharp, pointed crystal rocks would make fighting in there treacherous. Still, it was the less dangerous path, so I knew this was the one Demetri was planning for. My eyes scanned over the tunnel walls, searching for any sign of life. My nose was picking up the scent of the knock as I lifted it in the air. My ears would twitch as it picked up sounds in the far distance. Somewhere in the maze of passages there were knock moving about. The air was stale in here. We were going deeper into the earth, and there wasn't an air shaft anywhere near this area. I noticed how both Logan and Kai's ears were moving and lowering. Their wolves could sense the danger ahead, a danger they could not handle. Connor's ears were alert and focused, occasionally tilting to the side to listen behind. Suddenly, Demetri stopped. We all looked forward anxiously and tried not to make a sound. Beneath my paws, I felt the vibrations of something with substantial weight. A hiss echoed off the walls and the vibrations became softer. Slowly, we began to move again into the darkness, deeper into the Nock's nest. Just in front of us would be the room with the 4 paths. If we could just manage to get through the next section, we would be back in a more open cavern. I heard a quiet intake of breath. Whatever Demetri was seeing had him upset. I noticed how the sound of his feet changed. What in the world was going on? I lifted my head up and noticed he was no longer shifted as a centaur, but was standing there as a human. Why would he unshift right now? We began to move again, but something was wrong. We weren't heading towards the middle right tunnel, but the far right one. No. This was bad. Centaur hooves on shale rock was a death sentence. Our paws would be okay, but still, this was not ideal. As I finally reached the center, I realized why we were diverting. The path in front of us was covered in rocks. There must have been a cave-in. There was no choice. I slowly followed behind the others and watched as a blue glow began to shine ahead. As we stepped out onto the open cliffside, there was blue glowing moss that greeted us down the ravine. In the depths, you could hear the water menacingly racing. I heard Demetri mutter in a quiet breath. I could see him looking in the ravine, so I glanced down as well. I didn't notice it at first. If you fell, you were done. Hovering in the lower part of the ravine was a red cloud of miasma. The toxicity created by the knock all seemed to gather and rest in the bottom of the trench. The air was toxic down there. Demetri turned his head to look at us. He mouthed the words to us in silence. If someone falls, you don't go after them, or you are both dead. Those are orders. I reiterated to my pack. If anyone falls, there is no surviving that. Don't go after them. Concentrate. We can make it through this. Demetri began to slowly make his way again. Logan and then Kai followed behind him. I felt the rocks sliding beneath my paws as I tried to keep my balance on the unsteady ground. This is where those Knock excelled. Their scaly bodies allowed them to climb the walls and the path without falling. The sound of rocks slipping, a wolf whimpering, and stones clanking down the ravine had me on edge. I noticed Logan's wolf's feet scurrying to get back on the ledge. 2 large hands grabbed onto his neck and helped him back up. I finally breathed again as I watched them begin to move along the path. We were trying to be as quiet as we could, but those sounds probably alerted something. We needed to be cautious, but move with haste. We were only halfway through this path when I heard the sound of rocks crashing down the ravine. I glanced behind me to see what I was hoping we wouldn't run into. A black knock was slithering up the trail behind us at a speed we couldn't outrun. Keep going, I ordered my pack members as they all froze, hesitating about what to do. I growled and glared at Connor. Go. I listened as he growled as well, but continued on ahead. I would hold this monster off while they reached safety. I slowly maneuvered over the unsteady ground so that I was now facing the knock. Skah! It hissed at me and bared its fangs as it raised its head above me. It clearly had the advantage here, but I was going to stand my ground. I wouldn't be stopped here. I had to get to Clover. Nothing was going to stand in my way. It lunged at me, and I leapt in the air, landing on the serpent, sinking my fangs into its neck. It began to flail its body, and I jumped back to the ground. My feet continued to slide as the rock beneath it tried to pour into the ravine. I frantically ran in place, kicking more rocks. Blood dripped from my fangs, landing on the falling rocks. I pushed off hard, managing to jump again, trying my best not to stir the rocks below me. Skah! I was now panting, wishing I had a moment to catch my breath. I barely managed to escape falling into the ravine, and the serpent was upon me again. This time, it began to slide up the side of the wall, making rocks trickle down to me. Its body dove towards mine, crashing just in front of me, the ground giving out all around us. I ran on top of the monstrous serpent, using its body to leap to safety. The knock tried to recoil the body closer to its head, but with all the strength I could muster, I jumped away. The rocks trembled under my feet as I tried to stop their avalanche into the abyss. "Sion, run!" I heard Demetri's voice from behind me. I glanced back at him to see they were standing on solid rock, successfully reaching the other side. His gaze was above me, though. My chest was heaving as I looked up. Another knock, one much longer, was slithering over the ceiling. Its yellow eyes were locked onto me as the other knock got in position in front of me. "Ska!" It hissed as venom dripped down its fangs. I began to back away. If I engaged, the other knock would be upon me. My only chance would be running, but the serpent on the ceiling was going to catch me. It was traveling much faster than I could over this shale rock surface. I waited for the knock to strike at me. As soon as it did, I evaded, jumping backwards. Then I turned and tried to run, the rock below me starting to give way. My paws scrambled over the sifting ground. It was taking so much effort just to move. Ska! The loud hiss came from above, and I knew this was it. The colossal serpent crashed into me, using its body to knock me over the edge. It was as if everything was in slow motion. I could hear the panicked cries from my pack. My body was weightless, falling into the darkness, the knock falling with me. Clover. All I could think of was her. I wasn't afraid. I just hated to leave her. It was as if she was here with me in this moment. She captured my mind, and her face was all I could see. I held it in my heart. Her love, her laughter, her scent. And even though it wasn't for long, for a moment, she was mine. She would be okay, though. I know Connor, Logan, and Kai would keep her safe. She also had Demetri and Odell. They would protect her. She would end up taken in by the Diamond Pack and would be safe. I just wished I could have told her all the things I have in my heart. I wish I could have left her with something to remember me by. I hope she will be happy, I thought as I fell through the miasma. I hope she will find love. I closed my eyes as I felt the icy water greet me. Instantly, my body was yanked into its currents, being dragged lower. It was as if I was in a whirlpool. I tried not to think about it, though. I kicked my feet, testing out the current, but it was useless. I opened my eyes as I was dragged deeper. I attempted to paddle against the current, but it had a grip on me. I watched as the knock was swept away, disappearing before my eyes. There was no escape, and I knew even if I did somehow get out, the air was toxic. The pressure of the water pounded against me. It squeezed my lungs. I needed air that wasn't there, and I had no choice. I inhaled the water, the liquid rushed inside me. It's amazing how peaceful it all felt. My body felt relaxed and almost soothed. There was no pain, just comfort. I remembered her face and smiled as my vision began to tunnel. Gods, I wish I could have held her one last time. Clover. I needed to get to Sion. Odell said that he was ready to kill himself trying to get to me. He was so desperate to save me that he attacked anyone who tried to stop him. He must be so worried. I needed him to know I was all right. "We need to go faster," I said, and the little man in front of me grunted as he kept up his pace. Odell and I have been following the little gnome hybrid down an icy path. Going back the way I came in was risky. Even with Odell, I would just barely make it to the surface, if I made it. I found out I was dragged down here by a squid monster. It could swim faster than Odell, and I barely made it. I told Stilts, the little gnome, that I had almost drowned, and he laughed. Cackled was more like it. Apparently, I was never in any real danger. The monster squid has a magical air bubble, so I could have breathed freely the whole time. I guess the purpose of it is so the squid can capture land prey and keep them alive for fresh eating. It was all an elaborate plan to try to force out my powers. I was extremely annoyed. At the very least, she should have only tricked me. She could have told the others so they didn't worry. Then Sion wouldn't have injured anyone trying to get to me. I know the goddess didn't expect that reaction. Honestly, I didn't either. I didn't blame him for it, though. How could I? Not when he was just trying to protect me. Just thinking about his hurt and worry made me nauseous. My poor Sion. I bet he was worrying about me right now, and if I was okay. He was probably afraid of how I would feel after I heard what he did. I needed to get to him and reassure him. I needed to see him so that I could calm down. We are almost at the outer edge. We will wait for your companions there, Stilt said in his gruffer voice. My heart was racing. I was feeling incredibly anxious. My whole body began to slightly tremble as a burning sensation gripped my heart. It felt like a knife had been driven into me, and I raised my hand to grab my chest. Clover, are you all right? Odell asked as we entered the dark gray circular stone room. I shook my head and stepped backwards until I reached the cold stone wall. What was going on? I felt like I was suffocating. A wave of nausea hit me, and I leaned my body over, resting my hands on my knees. My head was pulsating, and my body was frantic. I needed to do something, but what? Something was happening, and my existence was screaming at me. Suddenly, a pain gripped over me, radiating from my mark on my neck. It poured downwards and through my veins like acid burning and eating at me. My breathing was erratic as my vision faded in and out. My chest was being squeezed until I was almost gasping for air. Tears were pooling from my eyes as I struggled to stand. My body was seized with uncontrollable tremors. A pulsating wave ripped through me as a void began to fill in my soul. Dear God, Sion. It was Sion. Sion! I screamed as my eyes traveled over the other passageways. Something was wrong. Something had shaken the bond. It felt severed. I reached up, touching the mark on my neck, trying to feel my connection to him. My fingers traced over the proof I belonged to him. I was hysterical and desperate. I ran. With a drive I didn't know was there. I moved my legs. I didn't know where I was going. I was letting instinct lead me. The tears continued to burn my eyes as I sprinted into the darkness. I could hear the scuffling sound of the other two as they ran after me, but it was like everything was disappearing. What was happening? Was Sion okay? He had to be okay. He was okay. He just got hurt, but he would heal. He was a lichen and was just fine. He just needed me. We needed each other. I would hold him in my arms and everything would be okay. Everything was fine. I continued to lie to myself. Waves of agony washed over me as I staggered forward. Through my blurry, teary eyes, I saw Demetri. My eyes quickly followed over Kai, Logan, and Connor. Sion was not with them. They were just standing in the tunnel as if they were hesitating about what to do. Sion? I felt like I was hyperventilating. They all had crestfallen faces as their red, swollen eyes looked up at me. I shook my head and kept walking forward. He's okay. He's okay. He is okay. Kai walked up to me, wrapping me in his embrace, pulling my head to his chest. He's gone. His hoarse voice choked out in a sob. I shook my head as I struggled in his embrace. No. My voice didn't sound like my own. It was a mixture of hysterics and the cries of a shattered soul. Kai gripped me tighter in his arms, and I felt his own dampness land on my arms. Gods, I'm so sorry. It hurts like hell. I know, I'm so sorry. I couldn't do anything. It should have been me, not him. Kai's voice was shaking as his arms began to tremble. I have to see him. I pushed back as Kai held me firmly. You can't. I'm going to see him. I yanked myself away, and this time Demetri and Connor formed a wall to block me. Demetri stood there in his human form, with one of his hands outstretched towards me. Clover, he has fallen into a ravine where there is a river with a deadly vortex current, and if by some miracle he survived, that there is a deadly miasma cloud above the river. Impossible. He couldn't have. Demetri stopped when I shot him a look. I didn't want to hear him say it. Clover. Kai placed his hand on my shoulder as his eyes met with mine. When my mate died, I felt it. I watched as he tapped his chest. I felt it here. There was a pain that radiated inside of me, and I felt empty. His eyes were now searching mine. I shook my head, not wanting to listen to what he was telling me. He has to be fine. He has to be fine. He's all I have. I felt like my throat was constricting as I fought to get air. Luna, you are not alone. We are here. You have us, and the Chance Pack needs you. Connor's voice was firm, but when I looked at his eyes, I could see his pain, the evidence of his tears over his swollen red face. We can't leave him here, I whimpered as I felt myself shutting down. Luna? How could I do this without Sion? I can't. I won't. I won't believe he is dead. I stepped back and shook my head. Lies. This was all another lie. Sion was just hiding around the corner. Or maybe he went on ahead. This was all an elaborate setup to get me to use my powers. This is just a nightmare. I'll wake up and Sion will be there. He will hold me and tell me that everything is okay. He will tell me that he will never leave me. We are going to have a family together. I looked at my hands and it was as if I couldn't feel them. In fact, my whole body felt numb. I was breathing erratically and couldn't accept what I was being told. It all was becoming too much. I'm going to find him. I looked up at the others with determination as I tried to hold myself together. I couldn't walk away like this. Deep inside, something felt like it was building up inside of me, as if I was under pressure and something was about to break free. It was overwhelming and all-consuming. My mind was now focusing on Sion. He was the only one that mattered. I needed to find him. I stepped forward, looking at the others who were blocking my path. "Stand aside," I said in a firm voice as something began to radiate around me. "Clover, there is nothing there but death. We need to leave." Demetri's voice was sounding faint. I saw his lips moving and heard his voice, but it was like he was far away from me. I continued to walk forward and then arms grabbed onto me, stopping me. They were stopping me from going to Sion. The confined energy inside of me was at its limit. Move. It was like there was an explosion inside of me. Everyone around me went flying, crashing into the walls. My legs gave out and I collapsed on the ground. My vision began to tunnel. In the small circle of my vision, I watched as the gnome's eyes glowed blue. He was the only one still standing, and he walked towards me. He leaned down to look at me with his gleaming eyes shining at me. Now, isn't that interesting? The gnome's mouth moved, but it wasn't his voice. It was the voice of the goddess Shiva. Rest. As if on command, my eyes closed and everything went black. I could smell smoke and hear the sound of a fire crackling as I began to wake up. At first, I couldn't remember what happened. Where was I? What had happened? "She needs time," I heard Kai's voice. "She will never fully recover. I haven't, but in time she will learn to move on. I still cry for my mate, but I am able to function now." No, my memories began to flash in my mind like a reel. No, my mate wasn't dead. I couldn't accept it. I couldn't process something like that. Every cell in my body was ready to fight against this reality. Then I remembered the glowing blue eyes of Stilts. I sat up and searched the area. "Clover," Odell said in a soothing voice as my eyes scanned over everyone. I found my target and I glared at him. "Is this another one of her games?" I growled as I stood up. The gnome sat there quietly watching me as I walked over to him. "Is this another lesson?" He still didn't answer me, and I found myself livid. "I want to speak to her. She can see me through you, can't she? That is why she left you with me. Can you hear me? Shiva? I might have some unorthodox ways of testing powers, but I wouldn't kill someone for it. Even I have my limits." A woman's tongue clicked angrily. A blue light grew next to the gnome until it took form. Shiva stood there studying me as if I was a specimen. You didn't touch Sion?" I watched as a sneer formed over her face and she rolled her eyes. "Of course, I didn't touch your mate. Though had I known he was the key to unlocking your powers, I could have worked that angle earlier." "So is he? I couldn't form the words as nausea washed over me. I saw how her eyes softened and I couldn't bear to hear her words. So many sympathetic eyes on me. I wanted to disappear. I took in a deep breath as I fixated my gaze on her. I needed to at least hear it. "Is he dead?" I wanted to vomit, but I got the words out. I watched as she averted her gaze from me and turned her head away. Oh, gods, no. Duh. I hate being put in this position. I heard her voice mutter as she turned back to face me. My hands began to tremble as I bit my bottom lip to stop it from quivering. She was about to break me, but I wouldn't disappear yet. I would use this pain to relieve the chance pack. I would use this anger to kill Dr. Snyder. This was all her fault. We were only here because of her. I felt a darkness creep inside of me. Yes, this was all her fault, and I would kill her for it. I wouldn't fall apart. Not yet. So I looked into Shiva's eyes with a newfound determination, ready to fuel myself for war. Clover. I watched as Shiva turned to glare at the gnome. She then tapped her chin and a smirk rose on her face. You do it, Stilts. Me? I watched as Stilts pointed at himself with his mouth open. Yes, you will do it. Then I had nothing to do with this. I didn't say a word. Nothing at all. I watched as Shiva suddenly tapping her fingers together. In fact, I am going to leave. Yes, you know what to do. She turned to look at me and nodded. I will see you again, Clover. Instantly, she vanished as the gnome began to grumble unpleasant words under his breath. I don't work for her. When did I sign up for this? Bullies. That's what the deities are. Bullies. Selfish, self-absorbed bullies. Ta 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 ta! Stilts hopped around as he held his hand that was beginning to freeze. With a low growl, he scowled and folded his arms over his chest. I watched as he began to walk away. Well, he called, glancing over his shoulder. Are you coming? Where? I asked, and he shrugged. It is nice weather for a journey. He looked into my eyes, and there was something unreadable there. Something that was almost hopeful. I nodded my head and looked at the others. They were already stepping closer and ready to follow our little companion. Connor came to my side, and I looked up at him. Let's go for a walk, Luna. We followed the gnome in the darkness. I know I shouldn't feel this flickering flame of hope inside of me, but I did. I glanced around at the others who had all remained silent. No one was ready to talk. Instead, we all followed Stilts to wherever he may be leading us. We walked quietly in the dark. Connor held me close to his side, guiding me in the dark. My wolf vision was faint, and I also still had wounds on my body from earlier. I would figure things out with Sheena later. Shiva did not come out and say Sion was dead, so that had to mean something, right? Or was the gnome leading us to his body so we could at the very least put him to rest? My body felt weak. Maybe it was the mental exhaustion from worrying about Sion? Or it could be from using that overwhelming power earlier. I was still shocked over it. They didn't just move on my command, but were thrown out of the way. Was this part of my powers too? Was it just a strange combustion of my powers? Or did I also have telekinesis? I reached up subconsciously and rubbed the mark on my neck. Sion's mark had felt dull and empty. There was nothing to it. The small mark he had left me was beginning to fade. I pressed into it with my fingers, desperate to feel it. This time, when I pushed on it, my fingers began to buzz for a split second before it vanished. My eyes widened as I looked ahead. I was no longer hopeful that Sion was alive, because now I knew that he was. Something was wrong with our connection, though. Sion, I'm coming. Sion, I woke up in a dark, empty void. Nothing. It was an empty black space that stretched for eternity. Am I dead? I muttered to myself quietly. Yes. A deep bass voice answered into the void. But you don't have to be. I'll do anything. Just send me back. I pleaded as I turned in the dark searching for something. Anything? Yes. I didn't hesitate. I didn't care. It didn't matter what the cost was as long as I could go back to Clover. In the dark, I saw a speck of light and I ran towards it. The light grew brighter and brighter, and then I felt like I was being lifted and pulled out of the emptiness. I began coughing wildly, throwing up water. My whole body ached as I leaned my head on the grass. Grass! I blinked, trying to figure out where I was. I was no longer in the dark. How was I alive? Who brought me back? I could hear the sound of someone vomiting, and I sat up more, my eyes searching for the sound. Near the river's edge was a woman with long black hair. She was frantically rinsing her mouth and spitting the contents out. So gross. So gross. Yuck, I have wet mutt on my lips now. I'm going to throw up again. So repulsive. The woman then turned and glared at me as if I had done something to her. What happened? Did you save me? I asked as she shuddered, shaking her hands. I smell so gross. Yes, I saved you. Then you weren't breathing, so I had to force air into your mouth and bleh. The woman retched and puked onto the ground as she shook her head. I can't even think about it without getting sick. Okay, this type of reaction was weird. Why save my life if I was this repulsive to her? I glanced around, not recognizing the area. I needed to get to Clover. How far away are we from the mines? I didn't recognize her scent, but she must be an aquatic creature of sorts to have had the ability to rescue me. She wiped her mouth and grimaced as she stood to her feet. I don't know. I just dragged you to the opening as fast as I could. This is wherever the magical vortex spit us out. How do you expect me to think right now? She spat out at me as she started spitting on the ground. God, it's never going to leave my mouth. I'm sorry? I felt like I had to apologize to her for saving my life. It was clearly a disgusting inconvenience for her. Why did you save me? Because you are the marked one. I watched as she laid down in the grass, trying to rub it over her body. What did the marked one mean? The what? She stopped what she was doing to point at my face. The star, the mark. Do you not even know your own mark? This? I pointed up at the side of my face. The mating mark from my mate? I listened as she scoffed and shook her head. Idi, Ayat. That is a celestial mark, a blessing from the deities. You are with a blessed mate. You know, a celestial maiden, someone chosen by the gods because of their importance. I heard she had received blessings from the goddesses, I started to say, and she clicked her tongue, snapping her eyes up to mine in irritation. This is why canine shifters annoy me. They don't pay attention to things that they should. The deities leave things in this world to help keep it safe. In a time of great tragedy, there are things that will be here to help protect the world from total destruction. There are bridges, doorways, keys, weapons, and champions. She shrugged and shook her head. You have also been blessed. I mean, drowning people is sort of my thing, but your mark called me to save you. I was commanded to rescue you. Commanded? By who? I asked, and she looked at me as if I was an idiot. That doesn't concern you. She clicked her tongue, shaking her head. I reached up and touched the mark on my face. It was more than a mate mark, it was also a type of blessing. I looked at the woman in front of me. I couldn't tell exactly what she was, but I think she was some type of fairy. Are you a fairy? I asked, and the woman sighed in exasperation. I didn't realize it was an offensive question, but I guess it was. I am a high, dark fairy, you mongrel, a kelpie, and my poor body has been tainted by your filth. Ah, I smell so bad. I stood up, taking in my surroundings. I looked over at the kelpie and nodded my head in appreciation. Thank you for saving me. I need to get back to someone, so if you could point me in the right direction. It's Epona, and I didn't agree to help any more than I already have. You are lucky you are alive. Stay out of the water, pup. You are no water dog. The woman then jumped into the river, vanishing without telling me where I was. I mean, I was grateful to be alive. I just didn't know where I was, and I had to get to Clover. The sun was just starting to rise, so it was morning. But what morning? I had no idea how long I had been here or where here was. Yeah, I could figure it out, but I just wanted to run towards Clover. According to Epona, the magical vortex just spat us out. I could be anywhere. Who knows where the random hole opened? The wind began to blow, tossing the leaves around me. On the breeze, I could hear a faint whistling sound that was growing louder. From the shadows, a man dressed in all black with a long, dark trench coat walked towards me. His hands were in his pockets, and he wore a black cowboy-looking hat. His face was hidden in the shadow the hat made as he continued to whistle. Nice day for a swim, eh? The man lifted his head and grinned at me. It was the same bass-sounding voice from the black void I was in. His eyes were covered by dark sunglasses, so I couldn't see his eyes. Something about him made my body tense up. I didn't know who he was, but my beast could sense he was dangerous. I took a small step away from him, not wanting him to get too close. Wise. Those are great qualities to have, young Alpha Sion. Okay, that got my attention. How did he know my name? And if this was the man who saved me, he had to have great power. I narrowed my eyes at him as I prepared to shift if I needed to defend myself. I didn't know what he wanted of me. Now that is no way to act, especially not to your savior. Who do you think ordered the Kelpie to save you? I tightened my hands at my side, feeling the deathly aura emitted from this man. I rolled my shoulders back and stood confidently in front of him. You did. Why? And Kelpies belong to the fairy kingdom, so why would she listen to you? I didn't feel like he meant me any harm, but my beast was restless in this man's presence. He may have brought me back to life, but I didn't trust him. They belong to the fairy kingdom, of course, but Kelpies are dark fairies. They can belong to the blessed and the unblessed. We tend to get along because of the games they like to play. The man's voice was like ice, cold and collected. This man was here for a reason, and I wanted to know who he was and what he wanted. The games they like to play? Yes, games that interest me like drowning creatures. I watched as the man's lips curled up. The The man stepped closer, but I held my ground, staring at the stranger. How do you know me? You know my name. What is yours? Of course, I know your name. A piece of my powers has been granted to you in that little mark. The man lifted his hand from his pocket, pointing at my face. So this man was implying he was a deity, but I thought only the goddesses blessed Clover? It was her mother's last demand before I took her life, guiding it to her next destination. Wait a minute, was he saying he was death? The one in charge of collecting the souls of the dead. I am the one who allowed you to live. You died. I could have collected your soul, but I held it. Because you want something, I stated plainly and watched as he shifted to face me fully. His large frame body held eerily still as his hidden eyes stared at me. Yes, I figured that is why you decided to save me. I'm not so kind-hearted that I brought you back just so you can live. There is more to it. You died with my powers inside of you. Powers that were exchanged by the mate mark. You now live with enhanced power, a power you only have now because I made sure you lived. I could see where this was going. He wanted me to use these powers on something. And honestly, I owed him. I was alive and would get to see Clover again because of him. Whatever he needed of me, I was ready. It is what I agreed to. Anything. What do you want me to do? Good. It is better if you just accept your fate because it can't be changed. Okay, that I didn't like the sound of. I thought he just wanted me to do something. Now it sounded like I was being given a new role. Now wait, I have a pack. I am the alpha of the chance pack, and I have a mate who... None of that has changed, but you have. You are no longer a lichen. You are now a lupine. The first of your kind, larger, stronger, more advanced in every way. You will create a new species that will be a champion in the future. For you to receive such a gift, there is a price, one that will be your burden. I am no longer a lichen. I didn't feel any different. I narrowed my eyes at the man in front of me, and in a low growl, I asked him, "Who are you?" "I am Reapus, the Death Phantom, and you are no longer just Alpha Sion. You are a lost soul collector, someone who can put tainted spirits to rest. You are now the Death Lupine, Anubis. Anubis, you can choose again." Hold up, I'm a soul collector? Anubis? This was very overwhelming, but as he spoke, I felt a power growing inside of me. And choose what exactly? When you died, the bond that you had with your mate cracked. You can choose to mend it, or you can choose a new fate. You can choose a new mate. I scoffed at the Death Phantom. Reapus was a death god, the one most referred to as the Grim Reaper. He guided willing souls on their way. The souls that refused could become tainted, vengeful spirits. He never came back for them. This was now what he was tasking me with, to collect the lost souls of the world. Honestly, I didn't care. As long as it meant I could be with Clover, I would do anything. He was telling me I could choose a new mate. He didn't understand. Not even death could sever our bond. So it put a cock in it. I would reclaim her again. I would re-choose her over and over, through every lifetime. She was the only one for me. Choosing her will mean your descendants will shoulder a heavy burden. It will be up to them to... There is no other choice. There never was a choice. It's her. Always, only, forever, it is her. Alive and beyond death. I choose her, whatever that will mean for the future. I am confident any descendant of mine will find a way. I met his eyes confidently, as a smile crept across his lips. He nodded his head and stuffed his hand back into his pocket. He nodded his head in the distance, and I followed with my eyes. I now noticed a small child leaning against a tree. The child's gray body was curled up in a ball, silently lying there. It is now time for you to learn how to do your job. Shift, Anubis? Sion. When I shifted into my lichen form, it was easy, natural. My lichen always stood in the light. We ran in the sun. I knew the feeling of that beast. I understood it. It was me. Shifting into this new foreign form was anything but simple. I didn't have control over it as my body began to change. I didn't recognize this. It was as if its cold fingers gripped into me. Pain, agony, sorrow, doubt, darkness, cold, unfeeling, hurt, loneliness, regret. In waves, it beat against me. As a shadow, it encircled me. Like razor blades, it cut into me, bleeding out the light inside of me. The air was no longer fresh. It was thick and musty. Magma was rippling through my veins, and I fell to my knees. The world clouded over as the brightness receded. Volcanic pressure raced through me, washing away my light. The sound of my bones cracking echoed in the air. I threw my head back and screamed as the agony usurped me. The quake of pain swarmed over me as the snapping continued. The tightness gripped my chest as I struggled for air against my straining throat walls. I gasped in the stagnant environment that failed to bring me fresh oxygen. Whiteness consumed my knuckles as the unrelenting, torturous pain assaulted me. I swallowed down the scream that wanted to escape as a loud popping sound was heard. I collapsed on the ground as the biting pain finally subsided. I squeezed my fingers together and my eyes widened. I had fingers! I glanced at my short black hair covering my arms and pushed up. I sat up on my knees and my heart stopped. The world was gray. There was no sun. The grass was black, the sky was dark, and the trees were withered. It was death. Everything looked like death. Where was I? I lifted my hand up to touch my face. My head was in the shape of my lichen, but nothing else was familiar. I slowly stood up, the earth seeming farther away, as the monster I became stood erect. I stared at my clawed fingers and then looked over my body. I had on black chain shorts. I was shirtless, and under the thin layer of black fur, my abdominal muscles protruded. I lifted my gaze over to see Reapus was standing there quietly observing me. "What have—" I stopped and gasped. I spoke. I didn't mind Link. I spoke in a voice I didn't recognize. It was a low, gruffer voice, one of a beast. A shadow crept inside of me, trying to snuff out the rest of my light. No. Whatever this new power was, I was still in charge. I wasn't going to be taken over. A flicker of light began to spark inside of me. At the same time, the wind began to swirl around me as I began to reclaim myself. I wouldn't allow this to completely take over who I was. Black smoke swirled menacingly, and through it the colors of the world flickered in and out. Flashes of light erupted in the sky as lightning began to illuminate the world. The swirling smoke rapidly swam around me, encompassing me in a funnel. Darkness hissed around me and bounced off my skin. The shadows seemed to groan around me as the light inside of me grew. What started out as a flickering light was now burning bright. The glow reached my skin, making the shadows hiss away. The darkness rampaged wildly around me like a tornado, and I was in its eye. I felt like it was trying to swallow me up. I could feel a force pulling me back. Something grabbed hold of me. A possessive, strong pink energy wrapped around me like a rope. The gentle warmth caressed my skin as a smile reached my face. The bond may have cracked, but it was still there. Was she near? How was her energy reaching me? I was no longer being pulled down but up. I focused on the light, my angel. I concentrated on what used to be there, the bond. This was when the sunlight kissed my body. It was so simple. Clover was my light. She was the one who could keep the darkness away. As I thought about her, I felt my body shifting and changing. Fingers were now paws, the fur was shaggier, I became slightly shorter and could still stand. This time, I looked less human and more lichen. I imagined this was the form of a lupine. Then everything imploded. The light, the dark. It all went inside of me. The grass was green again, the sky was blue, the river was full of life and on the move. Well, I'll be damned, the moon bit, Ash was right. I heard Reapus say as I panted, trying to catch my breath. I went to ask him something, but this time I could only growl. In this form, I couldn't speak. "I bet you are full of questions." Reapus was analyzing me curiously, as if he was waiting on something. I could feel her light, but I couldn't see her. It was like her energy came to me, knowing I needed it. "Sion, you have accomplished what shouldn't be able to be done. You can now exist in both realms, the one of the living and of the dead. You will stand as Anubis in the spirit realm, and among the living, you will be a lupine." I growled at him, baring my teeth. "You were going to keep me in the spirit realm?" "I was under good authority that you would be able to exist in both realms, though I haven't seen it happen for those who aren't gods. It wasn't worth worrying you about. You didn't have a choice anyways. Either you would or you wouldn't." I watched as his lips curled upwards. "Of course, I see you had some help." He cleared his throat and looked in the distance. "We will discuss that later. For now, let's see what you can do. Can you do your job effectively here? It would be easier on the other side. In time, you should be able to master moving between the two realms seamlessly. That is, of course, if you..." He shook his head and took in a sharp breath of air. "Over there is a grudgeful spirit. I was angry, but I kept it all hidden inside of me. I didn't like the idea that I had just been played with. I was told I could live again and be with Clover. Now it turns out that was only true if I managed to exist in both realms. I needed to know more. I died, and this is now my price to pay. I turned and stared at the gray-looking child. As I did, the world around the kid began to flicker. In the realm of the living, it looked like a child, but in the dark spirit realm, it was a shadowy monster. A sense of ill will and resentment began to wash through me. You feel it, Sion? The malice being projected. This child drowned in the river. He refused to journey with me so that he could see his mother once again. He waited for them to pay their respects. They never came. And this is what he turned into. A spirit that tries to drown anyone who goes for a swim. So why not take care of it? I mentally growled at him. Because that is not my job. I don't collect the vengeful spirits. I only take the willing. He turned and looked at me. Dealing with the rest is your job. So, what am I supposed to do? That is up to you. You can either destroy him or save him. If you can destroy him, you mean obliterate his soul? No, he was just a child. He isn't anymore. He has killed and will kill again. You can see the beast beyond the child. I leaned forward so that I was on all fours instead of 2 feet. It still felt more natural this way. Plus, I would be faster. I eyed up the child and shook my head. How can I save him? That is an if, you'll have to beat the spirit to submission. Make him let go of his grudge. If he refuses, you have no choice but to destroy it, or it will destroy you. And if it succeeds, it will eat your soul. I know the safest option would be for me to catch it off guard and kill it. That isn't who I was, though. The child was innocent and became corrupt. I wouldn't feel right unless I did everything I could. I took a few steps towards the child and then heard Reapus' voice. Oh, and Sion. I turned and looked at him. You'll need to use that dark power you are fearing. His voice dropped and he looked at me with a stone face expression. Another trick? None of it was ever a trick, and neither is this. You can't win without it. Sion, I didn't kill you. Remember that. I gave you a chance to live again. His voice was hard and bitter as he spat those words out. You stand here because of me. I am under no one's command but my own. I growled at him, and a faint smile reached his lips. That isn't true, though, is it? I watched as his lips curled up more. You are under her command. Always. Did he think that would upset me? I will openly admit it. For her, I will do anything. I don't care who thinks it is wrong for an alpha to submit to his mate. I love her above all. I'm glad there is someone who can put you on a leash. There was more in his tone than I cared to explore. It seemed that there was a weight there. Another burden. I turned away from Reapus and walked towards the kid. I needed to end this as fast as I could so I could get to Clover. I was still worried about her. Was she okay? What happened when she was taken? Did she meet up with the others? As I approached, the child lifted his head. The little boy's eyes connected with mine. At the same time, the world flickered, and I could see the red eyes of his beast. A guttural growl crept from the boy. The child stood to face me. It knew. The body of the child morphed in and out between beast and child. I forgot to mention, I heard Reapus yell, no soul collector has ever been able to purify a tainted spirit. I know it was a warning for me to just destroy the spirit. If no one has done it before, then I would just have to be the first. I felt the energy building up inside of me, answering the threat that was growing. I took a threatening step forward and the grudgeful spirit froze. It looked like it was contemplating its next move. At least, that is what I thought. Suddenly it lashed out. Its body whipped energy in the shape of a claw towards me. I managed to roll out of the way and back to my feet. The darkness inside of me began to seep out. Wisps of darkness protruded from me in response to the attack, as if it was insulted. I dug my feet in the ground and sprinted towards the spirit. Like talons, the energy around me slashed at the monster. My own claws met with him. Upon impact, cold dread crept inside of me, the spirit's feelings beginning to project into me. The dark energy began to wrap around the spirit, strangling the life out of him. It was trying to eradicate his existence. I jumped back. This wasn't what I wanted to do. I had to bring him back. Don't retreat, Sion. The spirit must know there is no chance of winning. Only then will it relent, and if not, you must destroy it. Reapus yelled urgently. This was just a child who lost his life unfairly. He was emotionally wounded and probably scared. He didn't want to be this way. How could I get him to concede without killing him? If only there was a way to hold him within my grasp without him fighting back. The grudgeful spirit wasted no time and quickly slammed into me. Its energy pinned me down as its body hovered over me. I didn't want to obliterate his spirit, but I couldn't lose either. I had to get back to Clover. As I thought about her, the sweet light of hers greeted me. Only the energy was stronger. It was near. It began to push the spirit away from my body, and I felt her presence getting closer. Stop. The sweetest voice in the world growled out. A pink cloud surrounded me as it chained the spirit in its place. The spirit could no longer move. The pink cords acted like puppet strings attaching to every part of the spirit. It was completely immobilized, and driven by instincts, I walked towards it. I kept my eyes locked with it as I came closer. The feelings coming from the spirit began to change. The malice started to fade, and in its place, sadness and pain. The monster flickered with the child still within. The grudge began to diminish as well as the monster. The black wisps crawled around the pink ribbons that held the child in place. His eyes met with mine, and I felt his humanity. The black energy swarmed around the child as if it was removing the impurities. A serene energy filled my insides as the swarming energy stopped. The child now looked normal. "Thank you," the boy said, and the ropes around him fell. Reapus walked over quietly with his outstretched hand. The boy reached out for him. The moment he touched Reapus's hand, a white light glowed around him. As the light faded, so did the child. I turned my head to search for her. The voice of my angel, who had also helped save the boy's spirit. Without her power, he wouldn't have held still like that. In this new state of mine, I could see Clover's energy. For there to be so much of it, she had to be close. My eyes scanned in the distance, and there she was. Standing there quietly watching me was my son. Her blue pools met with mine, and I watched as they began to well up with unshed tears. Was she afraid of me now? Disgusted with me now that I looked like this? Suddenly she ran towards me, as the tears began to flow from her eyes. See, Clover. I felt like my body was being yanked forward. He needed me. Without hesitating, I ran. I sprinted ahead of the gnome, ignoring the yells behind me. I let my feet tell me where to go. Some powerful urge was leading me forward. As I leapt through the thick brush, my eyes were instantly drawn to him. I knew it was him, even though he looked like nothing I had seen before. A shadow was hovering over him, and the power I felt back in the mines surfaced again. "Stop!" I commanded and felt the energy whipping from my body, stopping the shadow. My eyes stayed on Sion as his new beast moved towards the changing shadow. I was shocked as the image of a child came through. It was only then that I noticed the other person who walked up to the child. Even when the child vanished, my focus stayed on Sion. I knew something had happened. I felt the snap in our bond, but it was still him. My entire being knew him. My eyes began to blur as I took in a shaky breath. I had lost him. I thought I would never see him again. I thought I would never feel his warmth. The golden eyes of his beast met with mine, and I couldn't stand there any longer. "Sion!" I cried, running to him. I couldn't get to him fast enough. No one else existed. No one else mattered. His body began to change. And there he was, the warm hazel eyes of my Sion. He took a hesitant step towards me before he ran as well. I jumped into his arms, clinging to him as he grasped onto me. Tingling sparks ignited over the contact, remembering the bond. I smashed my lips into his greedily. I didn't need air. I needed him. My face was stained with wet tears, but I didn't care. My whole body was trembling on the inside. His fingers entangled with my hair as his tongue invaded my mouth. I welcomed the warmth of his mouth as his tongue caressed mine. His tongue moved in taking sensual possession as I savored his familiar taste. I don't know how long we were lost in each other. Eternity wouldn't have been long enough. When our lips finally parted, our eyes met. We stood as close as we could, arms wrapped around the other. Neither one of us wanted to let go. "I thought you were dead." My voice was almost a whimper as his thumbs brushed away my tears. I was. His voice sounded sad, and his face looked solemn. I was brought back, and I changed. There is a lot I need to talk to you about. I knew the look and the tone. He was worried about me and what I would think. I brushed my fingers over the side of his face and shook my head. I love you, Sion, no matter what. I mean, when I thought you were. I shook my head and took in a shaky breath. I can't lose you, Sion. I need you. He leaned his forehead against mine as his thumb brushed over my cheek. I could see the way his eyes watered and the pain in his eyes. I'm so sorry for everything. I didn't mean to hurt anyone when you were taken. And Sion, I gave him a weak smile, yet sheepish smile. I sort of threw everyone out of my way, trying to get to you too. I watched as his eyes widened, and then a rich chuckle reached his throat. I think we might be the perfect pair. I'm different now. I don't mind, I whispered, tracing my fingertips over his face. I'm changing too. Damn, man, I thought you were dead. I heard Connor's voice and turned my head to see the others behind me. I could see the relief in their eyes. Sion's death was something none of us wanted to face. I did die, Sion started to say, and I just wanted to hold him closer. I felt incredibly protective and wanted to shield him. Sion began to chuckle, and I looked up at him curiously. Clover, you don't need to wrap your energy around me. I'm okay now. My eyes widened and my lips parted. I looked down at my hands, not quite understanding. I imagined myself shielding him, but I didn't actually do anything, did I? He can see your life energy. I heard a stranger's voice reminding me of the man I had seen earlier. A soul collector has the ability to see life energy. It is even more powerful than your true sight. The man flashed me a white, toothy grin as I snapped my head back to Sion. A soul collector? Is that the meaning of Sion's new form? Sion's lips curled down as he looked at me. I reached my hand up, caressing his cheek, and smiled. My Sion, that is what you are. I noticed the shine in his eyes almost instantly as the stranger chuckled. Yes, the my part, that has me very curious. The bond between the two of you has been cracked, but yet your power still is wrapped around him. You pulled him from the spirit realm. A Sheya's power is almost disturbing. What was Endymion thinking, giving you so much power? The stranger was staring at me as if he was waiting for me to answer. Endymion? Logan asked. Endymion is a Sheya's deity. Of course, this one is also a werewolf, so she has the power couple backing her, both the moon and earth deities. Still, the stranger's hat shadowed his eyes as he faced me. They can't stop what fate you choose. I didn't like the sound of that, and apparently neither did Sion as he growled, pulling me slightly behind him. What exactly does that mean? Sion growled. Now you want me to finish explaining? I was trying to tell you before when I brought up you choosing another mate. That is out of the question. There is no one else for me. Sion growled as the man cut him off angrily. But will you subject her to being your mate? Those words got Sion's attention, and I watched as he narrowed his eyes at the man. What do you mean? Clover has attached her energy to you. This is why you can stand in the world of the living. She is the reason you will be able to move freely between the two realms. But taking her as your mate will come at a binding price. The payment for you to be able to walk among the living now is that she will have to walk among the dead with you when her time has ended. If you mend the bond, it will be binding. Well, this didn't seem so bad to me. It meant I would always be by Sion's side in life and in death. I noticed how Sion noticeably paled as his lips pursed together tightly. Wow, that is unfair. I heard Demetri's voice, and I could see Odell frowning as well. I didn't understand what the big deal was. So, she won't get to move on. She will be stuck in the spirit realm. Odell looked down at the ground. Sion will be forced to collect souls on the other side, for eternity? Kai's voice was a faint whisper as the stranger nodded his head. I still didn't see what was bad in this. If Sion had to collect souls, then I would want to be by his side. An eternity with Sion sounded perfect to me no matter where we were. What is with you guys? This means I would always be by Sion's side. Would this have any effect on our children? This was the only thing that I could see that could be a problem. The stranger shook his head no, and I shrugged. Sounds like a good deal to me. An eternity with Sion is exactly what I want. Clover, I couldn't ask you to, Sion started to say, and I snorted, cutting him off. You didn't, I said in a matter-of-fact tone, and if this was reversed, you would stay with me without hesitation. So don't ask me to do differently than you would. I challenged him with my gaze. This is eternity in a world that is dark and cold. It didn't matter what Sion said. Then I will bring the light. It's not like I'd let you part from me anyways. You are mine forever, whether you like it or not. I watched as a small smile reached his lips as his hands trailed over my sides. Why wouldn't I like it? You are my son, my love, my everything. Of course I want you with me. I just feel cruel and selfish. Actually, she is the cruel and selfish one, the stranger said in an unforgiving tone. Without asking you, she has threaded your soul to hers. Look at it, Sion. See how her energy has entangled itself in you. It is perfect. Sion's eyes were glued to mine. Do you even know what that means? The stranger let out an airy laugh. Wait, what did I do? I didn't mean to do anything. It seems my powers are awakening at a frightening speed, and it projects my will on its own. I watched as the stranger walked towards me. Sion gripped me tighter as the man came closer. He stopped right in front of me and reached his hand out. He seemed to be studying something with a scowl. I didn't even have a choice in the matter. The man mumbled as his eyes met with mine. He had eyes that looked like autumn leaves. There were many colors around his iris that seemed to be drilling into me. You connected your lifeline with his. If he dies, you will be pulled into the spirit realm too. The man looked up at Sion. If you mark her, her fate will be sealed to yours. That's when I clicked my tongue angrily. Haven't we already been over this? It doesn't matter to me as long as I am with Sion. My energy knows how I feel. If something happened to Sion, there is no life for me anyways. Wrong. The man's voice was like thunder that shook the earth. You have to survive. You are part of a bigger picture. Then we won't die. I snapped back at him and watched as his lips curled up at me. Perhaps you don't realize who you are yelling at. Perhaps I don't care. Don't act like you have a bigger claim on my mate over me because I have no problems enlightening you. I felt Sion tug me back into his chest as the man lifted his brows. Sion held me protectively against his chest as fire for me burned in his eyes. The man's eyes danced in amusement as a smile reached his lips. He is what you want then? No matter what? I scoffed and arched my brow at the man. I think I made that clear. I made direct eye contact with the stranger. I didn't care who he was. He knew he was trying to get Sion to change his mind by making him think he wasn't being fair to me. It was a bunch of crap. Sion would have followed me into hell if I moved there. Why wouldn't I do the same? Well, I have never had an Anput before, but you decided you wanted this role all on your own. You will also be a soul collector with Anubis in the spirit realm when your time on Earth is over. Now wait, Sion began, but I instantly cut him off. As long as I am with Sion, I replied confidently and then stopped as what he said finally clicked in. I looked up at Sion. Anubis? There is a lot to catch you up on. I guess I can give you some time for that before I take Sion with me. I'm not going anywhere with you, Reapus. I heard Sion growl. Reapus, as in the Grim Reaper? That was who this stranger was? I need to help you get transporting between the realms under control before you reclaim your mate. Otherwise, you will drag her there with you now that she has connected herself to you. Reapus answered calmly with a shrug. Can't I stay with him? Panic seized my insides at the idea of him leaving me again. I lost him once. I couldn't lose him again. I watched as he shook his head. No, you can't. And it is important he masters this. He has the ability to stand between the two realms, which means he can see and hear what happens in the living but not be seen. Well, most won't be able to see him. Reapus' eyes met with mine as his face grew serious. It may not seem fair, it may actually seem cruel, but when the deities can no longer interfere. Oh my, you are so dramatic, a familiar woman's voice said loudly as a blue light manifested beside Reapus. Her blue hair tossed in the wind as she reached out to poke Reapus in the chest. This is why you have problems making friends. Quit being so weird. This isn't your business. Gosh, you are still wearing that hat. Do yourself a favor and burn it. It isn't a good look for you. I watched as Shiva tried to reach for the hat and was blocked by a wave of shadows. If I recall, you used to like this hat. Okay, I was picking up on an underlying tone there. I watched as Shiva sneered at the death god, her lips curling up poisonously. The hat was perfect for covering your face. The two of them stood there quietly in a standoff. The uncomfortable aura swirled around us until Shiva finally spoke up again. You can quit the dramatics. I know you have a flair for it, but enough already. He needs to learn. Before I take Sion with me, Shiva said in a mocking tone, which showed she had been watching us. She clicked her tongue and laughed. If that isn't a flair for the dramatics. She turned and looked at me as she shook her head. Don't mind him, he can be a child at times. He will need to borrow your unhinged mate. Really, you need to work on that. You can't go mindlessly slashing others, she said, looking at Sion before she turned to look at Reapus. But there is no reason you can't bring him back and forth between training sessions. Gosh, you act like you can't instantly teleport between the two realms. That is what I mean by being dramatic. I looked over at Reapus, who opened his mouth and then stopped. A sheepish smile curled upwards as he let out a chuckle. He removed his hat, running his hand through his golden hair that had been hidden. I didn't even think of that. I watched as he nodded his head and then looked at Sion. It's settled. I'll be back for you soon. Reapus then turned and looked at Shiva, and we need to chat. I listened as Shiva scoffed, and then the two of them vanished. For a moment, we all stood there quietly, taking everything in. Sion's hand pressed into my waist as he began to lead me away from the others. We need to talk. Note, I'll try to have another update by the 22nd. Sion led me away from the others, walking downstream. I was looking around curiously. Everything seemed familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. Sion stopped walking, and I looked up at him curiously. He let his hand drop from me and looked out in the distance. I can't believe you did that, his voice whispered out, and I felt my body tense. Was he upset with me for agreeing to following him to the spirit realm? It was hypocritical. He would have done the same for me. But when he turned to face me, my heart stopped. His face was full of so many raw emotions. Wet streams were falling from his eyes, and my chest hurt for him. I never told you. His voice was strained and croaked as he tried to talk. I don't like, he tapped on his chest and swallowed hard. I don't like this darkness inside of me. It has always been there waiting to take over. When I lost my parents, I was afraid it was only a matter of time before I lost to it. I feared I would end up in the dark, alone. His hazel eyes met with mine and a gentle smile reached his lips. But then I found you. You shared your light with me. You are the sun keeping away the dark. He took in a shaky breath and shook his head. You are following me into darkness. How can I be so selfish to take you with me? Sion, Clover, I am so sorry. I can't refuse the offer. I am selfish. I want you with me. I need my son. I know I should adamantly refuse your offer. His eyes were fixated on mine. But I can't tell you how relieved I felt knowing you would be by my side. I'm horrible, Clover. I'm selfish and greedy. You deserve better. I couldn't hear it anymore. He was breaking my heart with how shattered he looked. I grabbed his face and pulled his lips down to mine. It was soft, gentle, and poured with my love. I diet, I whispered against his lips. I smiled and looked into his eyes. You are and I did. IoT, you think you could have talked me out of it. You don't have mind-controlling powers. If you would have refused me, I would have forced you to agree. Remember that in the future. When we get in arguments, when we disagree on our children's names, when we are trying to decide what we want for dinner. I smiled. You can never win against me unless I allow it. There it is, the sweet smile of my mate. He leaned his cheek into my hands as he kissed my palms. Thank you for loving this IoT. I'll do everything in my power so that you never regret it. He kissed my palm again as his eyes lifted to me. Just keep me with you, Sion. That is all you ever have to do. I listened to his sweet chuckle. Gods, you see, even that, you are perfect for me. The greatest gift I will never deserve. He looked at my neck and frowned. His thumb brushed over the faint mark. I wish I could reestablish this now. I laughed, smiling up at him widely. I have bound myself to your soul. I don't think you have to worry about me going anywhere. His eyes were serious, and there was a growing tension in the air. I feel very possessive over you, Clover. I can't promise I won't do something crazy in the future. Good thing I can control you then. I grinned. This is what Reapus meant about someone able to put him on a leash. If Sion got out of control, I would be able to command him as a Sheya. I needed to practice my powers, so I felt confident in using them. I slowly trailed my finger down his chest with a seductive smile on my face. I'm the one who should be concerned. You are the one that isn't bound to me. I felt his chest rumbling beneath my fingers. If you could only read my mind. His voice was sensually threatening. His tongue then plunged into my mouth, greedily attacking me. Our tongues twisted together, dancing possessively with the other. My arms moved up around his neck as I tangled my fingers in his hair. Mine. He growled into my lips as he continued his assault. His hand reached the bottom hem of my shirt and began to trail upwards. Being in the wide open suddenly meant nothing as desire consumed me. He removed his hot mouth from mine and began to tease me again. I thought a moan was going to escape my throat, but instead it was a growl. My wolf was finally connecting back with me in response to Sion's touch. The sound of my wolf made Sion crash his lips against mine urgently. His frantic kissing was showing me he no longer planned to hold back. Thank the gods, because I needed him. Clover? Someone was here, but it was someone different. We both stopped abruptly and turned our heads to look across the river. It is Clover. Denny, it's Clover. Now I knew why this place seemed familiar. It was on the other side of the river of the Sulfur Pack territory. How did we even come this far? I was so disoriented by being dragged underwater and traveling through the mines that I never realized how far we had come. Joey, Jude, and Denny were standing on the other side of the river. I felt my cheeks grow hot as Sion's possessive hand lowered from under my shirt. He looked over at the three men, and a low growl escaped his throat. Clover, are you all right? What are you doing here? Denny asked, looking suspiciously at Sion. I can understand how weird this situation is. There just wasn't a simple explanation. Yes, we are fine. I glanced up at Sion, whose body felt tense as he stared across the river. I've been trying to call you, Denny said, and I nodded my head. Yeah, I don't have my phone. A lot has happened. I trailed off, not sure how much I should say. Though honestly, they needed to know what was going on. There was a good chance there was something foul in the Sulfur Pack too. The demon that killed Taylor didn't just waltz in there and kill her. There was more to that story. But you are okay? Joey asked, his eyes searching over me from across the river. I nodded my head and smiled. You guys are in heavy seeker territory. It isn't safe. I could see Denny scowling as he looked at Sion. There have been strange scents coming from over there. Denny was still being protective of me, and I could see Sion didn't like it. I felt his strong arm curl around my waist as he grunted an acknowledgement. We are coming over to talk. Joey finally said, without another word. He shifted into his wolf, jumping into the river to cross. I watched as Denny and Jude instantly joined him. I looked up to see Sion's tense face, and I patted his arm. My love, it's okay. You know they are like family to me. Think of them as my brothers. Brothers shouldn't look at their sister that way. His voice was trembling with anger. It was only then that I realized how much he was trying to restrain himself. This new form seemed to make it harder to control. Then just think about how I look at you. I smiled up at him as he turned to look at me. And how badly I want you right now. His lips curled upwards, and he leaned his head into mine. A promise for later. You better deliver. I grinned as he buried his nose in my hair to inhale my scent to help calm him. Do you want me to drown them? We both looked in shock to see Odell and the others standing there. When did they arrive? We could hear the other voices and came to investigate. Connor seemed to be reading our minds. No, Odell. They are from my old pack. I watched as she shrugged, still not convinced they should live. Connor and Logan then moved to Sion's side, while Kai and Odell stayed at mine. Demetri stood slightly back in his centaur form, where he could watch and observe everyone. 3 wolves made it to our side of the river and shifted. I stared at them quietly. It felt strange seeing them in front of me. It hadn't been that long, and yet felt like it had been ages. When my eyes met with Denny's, I knew something was wrong. He looked tired and worried. What happened? I asked as my eyes darted over the 3 of them. I could see he was reluctant to speak. His eyes darted to Sion and then back to me. Whatever it was, he didn't want to say it in front of him. Denny, what is wrong? His eyes focused on mine as he pursed his lips together. How are you here? It's a long story, but I was in danger, and we ended up here. So, you haven't been with the Chance Pack the last couple of days? My eyes widened as my lips parted in shock. Denny, what has happened? Denny stared at me for a moment before he looked at Sion. Wolves are defecting from their packs, and they are being found near the Chance Pack. I felt Sion's entire body tense, and I squeezed his hand gently. Da, she works fast. I looked up at Sion and gave him a reassuring smile. It's going to be okay. We will reclaim the Chance Pack. Did you get kicked out? Jude asked with wide eyes. I chose Clover over the pack, Sion answered firmly. This sentence had a loaded meaning, since this was something Denny was not willing to do. It spoke volumes on Sion's devotion to me. His pack is being manipulated and they don't know what they are doing, but we will reclaim them. I quickly added, I didn't want them to think Sion didn't have control over his pack because he did. His pack loved him. I watched as Denny smiled and then looked at me. So, you have found the one who was meant for you. I have. Sion is my everything. I smiled as I squeezed his hand. I wanted them to know I was happy. Although I didn't want to hurt Joey, I looked up at him and could see a softness in his eyes. He was smiling at me and looked relieved to see that I was happy. Clover, you will always be someone special to me. Because of that, I will always be here for you, Denny said, and his eyes met with Sion's. Well, what can we do to help? We stood there talking for a long time. There was a lot to be said. I found out more about Sion being called Anubis and what that meant. I also now understood his new monstrous form I had seen. Sion explained everything calmly. I was surprised he decided to tell them about all of it, but I think at this point he was trying to lay his whole hand out. At the end of the conversation, it was quiet for a couple of long minutes. Okay, hold up, Joey said, shaking his head with his lips pursed. You were telling me his mom was a wolf and his dad was a centaur. Dude, so how did they? Oh my gods, this is what he came full circle to? Not the Anubis or lupine. He was more concerned about how Demetri's parents procreated. Well, actually, it is simple. Demetri started to say as I started coughing. No, we don't want to hear it. I shook my head adamantly. Speak for yourself. I'm dying of curiosity. So, if I want to put it to a centaur lady, do I need to just mount her from behind? Logan asked, and I just about died. Right? Exactly? Like as a female, would she just put her rump up in the air? Or would she hook herself around his stomach? Jude asked animatedly. We aren't discussing this. I turned to look at Odell, a woman to a woman, pleading with her to interject. I watched her nod her head, picking up on my distress. I was thankful she wasn't dense. You boys are so childish. Obviously, the female can take whatever her mate is serving. That isn't the issue. The issue is if what he is serving is a big enough portion. I mean, not all centaurs are well endowed. I want to know when I am full and not have to guess. Odell said triumphantly as I mentally slapped my head. She didn't get it at all. The subtle message of female camaraderie was lost on her. That sounds like a challenge, Connor said, looking at Odell with a slight smirk resting on his face. Unfortunately, most fail, Odell said, simply looking at her nails. She lifted her gaze to look at Connor. And when they don't fail at one, they fail at having the stamina to keep going. Dobars have a very strong libido, and we need a male who can perform on demand. Did this woman have no modesty? I was sure my face was turning a dark shade of red, embarrassed on her behalf. I could barely look at anyone. Okay, Demetri, I'm going to need confirmation. Would a male centaur have taken a female wolf from behind or wrapped her around his stomach? Jude asked, and I rubbed my hands over my face. It depends on the couple and how rough they like it. Oh gods. There is also the gift pond in the centaur village. It allows a centaur to shift to a human on nights when the moon touches the pond. You have to be standing in the pond to receive the gift, which is probably how a lot of the couples actually prefer it. All that build up, and they were able to have a normal romantic encounter. I was about to regain my composure when Demetri continued. However, my parents didn't live in the centaur village. He chuckled, and this was just too much. I think this is a topic you men can discuss on your own time and not in front of my mate. Sion squeezed me into his body, covering my face and his chest. Wait, what is going on there? I heard Joey's voice and turned to look at him. He was looking at me intently. I can barely see your mark. A deadly snarl rippled from Sion's throat. Why are you looking at her neck so closely? I felt his body quivering with anger, a trembling force that was waiting to attack. I patted Sion's chest, making him look at me. Our eyes met and I could see the darkness begin to vanish. It's okay, Sion. I then turned and looked at Joey. It is fading since the connection was cracked. He just has to reclaim me, but he has to wait a couple days before he can. That is your mark though, right? It isn't fading. Jude asked, pointing at the star shape on Sion's face. I looked at Sion and realized Jude was right. The mark was visibly there and didn't look faded at all. Gosh, your conversations are so boring, Stilts grumbled, making me jump. He hadn't been here a moment ago. I was certain of that. I thought he had left, but suddenly here he was. Her Sheya form claims her mate, even in death. She's a dangerous creature that will sink her talons into your soul, claiming it as her own. What the hell is that? Jude asked with wide eyes. Funny, that is what I thought when I saw you. I thought to myself, either werewolves are getting weaker, or that one there is only an officer because of his father. Stilts grinned, and I could feel the anger protruding from Jude's body. Are you calling me weak? Oh, not just weak, but apparently dumb too. Stilts' eyes flashed at him mischievously as a growl rippled from Jude's throat. Stilts, I reprimanded, and a wooden cane appeared in his hands as he swung it around in the air. Not a chance, Sheya. Keep those pink silky ribbons to yourself. You won't be bewitching me with that voodoo. I watched as Stilts swung the wooden cane and could see a light spark from the end of it. Sion snarled and narrowed his eyes at Stilts. I don't know who you are, but be careful with how you speak to her, or you'll end up shorter than what you are. A short joke? Didn't see that one coming. Must have been above my head, right? Stilts let out a snarky laugh and then sighed in agitation. I'm the one who will be teaching your mate how to control her powers. And if you don't want to end up dumber than you already are, I suggest you watch how you speak to me. Careful, Stilts. You try to touch Sion, and you will invoke the beast within, and she can't control her powers right now. Demetri chuckled, and I noticed Stilts looking at me nervously, nodding his head. True, she is the only one I have to fear here, Stilts said with a small shrug. So, what are you exactly? Denny asked, and I looked at Stilts curiously since I wanted to know as well. I knew he was part gnome, but what else? So what are you exactly? Surely you aren't an alpha of a pack, right? Say it isn't so. Stilts had a cheeky mouth that the wolves didn't appreciate, though I could see the smirk from Odell. She was enjoying this. Careful, Pixie, Jude growled, stepping forward. Stilts clicked his tongue and smirked at Jude. I've known kittens with a scarier bark than that. You may be a friend, but that doesn't mean a lesson can't be taught. Jude growled, and I saw the gnome's eyes flash green. Aw, the wee pup is barely paper-trained, and he thinks he can teach me something. Please, I eagerly await your lesson. Don't, Demetri said in a commanding tone. I watched as he looked down at Stilts with a frown. Why do you have to provoke them like that? You've been around Shiva for too long. Look, you can't win in a battle against him. He was now looking up at Jude, who snorted, looking offended. No regular werewolf could ever win against him. The truth is, he is a powerful mixture. Two ancient powers joining as a hybrid bomb. He is part gnome and part leprechaun. That little cane he holds has enough magic in it to knock us all unconscious. Except for Clover. Oh, part leprechaun. Okay, that made a lot of sense. Clover, you are that powerful? Denny asked, and I shrugged. That is what they tell me, I admitted uncomfortably. After all, it was me being a Sheya that was an issue for the Sulfur Pack before. I guess a part of me still felt like I had the Sulfur Pack's judgment on my shoulders. There was this uncomfortable part inside of me that hated thinking about the Sulfur Pack because I remember the night I was attacked. Denny was staring at me, and then a small smile reached his lips. We have really missed you, he said softly, and Sion scoffed, noticeably curling his fingers into my side. What? You don't think we missed her? Denny looked up at Sion with a puzzled look. He stared at Sion for a moment before he sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Is there some sort of problem? A dark chuckle came from Sion as his eyes snapped to Denny's. Yeah, there is. Let's hear it. Jude glared at Sion. moving closer to Denny. I can't respect an alpha who has no control over his pack. A powerful aura flowed from Sion, and I could feel his muscles bulging next to me. And what does that mean? Jude asked angrily, as Denny remained quiet with a more solemn face. How do members of your own pack attack another member? Sion growled. The pack viewed her as an outsider. Jude tried to defend Denny, but Sion scoffed loudly. The alpha brought her into the pack. She is no longer an outsider at that point. Do your pack members know more about protecting a pack than their alpha? I doubt that is the case, so that means they don't have enough faith in their alpha to respect his decisions. But Jude objected again, and Sion snarled at him angrily. My mate was attacked. Your pack tried to kill her. He looked at Denny with a dark, icy glare. Where is the discipline? What happened to the pack members who attacked her? I didn't tell them the names. I looked up at Sion as I chewed on my inner bottom lip. His eyes met with mine, and he smiled. I thought he was losing control, but he seemed very aware of his actions. He reached down and cupped my cheek with his hand, caressing my face with his thumb. My love, do you think that matters? If members of my pack attacked you and you refused to give me the names, I would find out on my own. And how would you go about that? Jude was getting angry and defensive on his alpha's behalf, but Denny stood there quietly taking it all in. Because I am an alpha. Sion jerked his head to glare at Jude before his calm eyes met with mine again, not once showing any of his aggression towards me. Because. His fingers trailed down softly, brushing my neck, sending tingling waves over me. As an alpha, I would have questioned every pack member until they gave me names, and if not willingly, I would have ordered the truth. Says the alpha who doesn't have a pack. Jude began, but it was Denny who growled this time. Enough, Jude, Denny barked. Sion's pack is being controlled. It isn't the same at all. On top of that, he chose Clover over his pack. He left his pack. His eyes came to find mine, and they softened. I'm so sorry, Clover. Denny, no, it isn't okay. Your mate is right. As an alpha, I have to do better. I should have done better. It kills me. It haunts me. What was done to you, and what makes it worse is it was my fault. I should have been the type of leader my pack wouldn't have betrayed. I watched as his hands began to tremble. It was so hard to watch this. I hated it. I never blamed Denny, and I didn't want to. You should have been safe. I stepped away from Sion's side and walked up to Denny. I took his hands and looked up at him with eyes filling with water that threatened to spill. You will be a great alpha, Denny, because you care. You will be a better alpha than your father. I have to do better. Clover, the truth is, as an alpha, what I say should go. If I said you were my mate, that should have been good enough. We know it wouldn't have been. And that is a problem, one that I'm going to work on. I'm happy for you. You found the one who is meant for you. I can't imagine how hard that was on him to admit out loud in front of everyone. Those qualities are exactly why I know he will be a great alpha one day. He might need to do an overhaul of the pack, but he can do it. Denny squeezed my hands and then released them. I stepped back into the eager embrace of my mate, who now looked at Denny differently. I think he also appreciated his confession, and it was a step in the right direction. Look, it is getting late, and the Seekers have been very active. Well, I guess we know why now. Denny looked at me and then glanced behind him. Stay at the Sulfur Pack tonight. We can at the very least offer our hospitality while we figure out the next move. Sion nodded his head in agreement. Honestly, what options did we have? It was either take our chances out here with the Seekers or take our chances over there. We were all tired and hungry, and it would be good to be able to sleep on a bed tonight. Sion looked down at me, and I nodded my head at him. I felt Sion's fingers squeeze my side lightly, and then he looked up at Denny. Thank you. Tonight we will accept your hospitality. Note, next update is the 28th. We walked past the gawking eyes of the Sulfur Pack as Denny led us to the main house. Demetri had shifted to his human self since it was more convenient. Funny that this was my home, but I was used to being looked at as an outsider. However, there was a part of me that had wished to see that glowing green light. Deep down, I was hoping that the pack members were being controlled. They weren't being controlled, which meant that when they tried to kill me, it was their own choice. I felt stupid. Why was I hoping for something like that? Now I felt disappointed. I guess a part of me wanted to believe it was all a misunderstanding. Silly, isn't it? And now I feel this strange sadness that I can't explain. The pain of that night surfaces like it just happened, and I had to swallow it all down. It happened. It's over. This isn't my home anymore. So why does it still hurt? I had to tell myself to just breathe. It felt like I couldn't get enough air. I tried to hide it, but it felt like my heart was about to burst. I was almost certain my heart was going to explode any minute. Blood was pounding in my ears as my feet started to tingle. I licked my lips, trying to wet them, but my mouth was so dry. My chest was growing tight, and I had to swallow down the bile rising in my throat. Damn. I didn't realize how much of what happened still bothered me. I glanced up at Sion, surprised he didn't already notice the changes in me. Maybe I was doing that good of a job at hiding them? Yet Sion's expression seemed very tense and focused. His brows were furrowed, and I noticed him testing out the scents in the air. I suppose he was on edge too, being in the sulfur pack after everything that happened. I didn't want to bother him with my nonsense. Then I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as my nose smelled a scent I didn't want to smell. It was one of the wolves that attacked me by the river. I glanced around but couldn't see him anywhere, and this made it more eerie. He was close enough that I could smell him, but I couldn't see him. Was he purposely watching me but keeping himself hidden? My body was tense and now looking for a fight. I wasn't afraid of him. What happened to me was traumatic and it bothered me. However, I am not afraid of the wolves who attacked me. It is just that memory of pack members trying to kill me. It had a hold on me. I never imagined they would try to kill me. It was something that had a deeper hold on me than I thought. I needed to calm down. I didn't want to alert Sion that something was bothering me. Suddenly, Sion's arms swooped around my body, pulling me against his side, his arms supporting me as we walked. I glanced up at him and could see his concerned eyes washing over me. So he did notice. I gave him a weak smile, but he saw past it. He suddenly hoisted me into his arms bridal style and nuzzled the side of my head. I just need to make sure everyone knows you are taken, Sion said, trying to mask him holding me as his own need, when really he was doing this for me. He must have noticed I wasn't walking as strongly anymore since my feet felt like lead weights. His lips brushed over my cheek, and then I felt his hot breath over my ear. Mine, he whispered, sending sweet tingles over my body. The electric sparks were attacking the crushing anxiety and filling me with thoughts of him. The scent of the wolf drifted away as we approached the house, and I tried to push it from my mind. It probably didn't mean anything. It was his pack, so of course there would be traces of his scent around. It didn't mean he was watching me, and even if he was, it didn't mean anything. The doors to the pack house opened wide, and Andrea was standing there to greet us. I'd like to officially introduce you all to my Luna, Andrea. Congratulations, Denny, I said, feeling a bit embarrassed at still being in Sion's arms. Aw, now aren't you two adorable? Andrea leaned into Denny's side, looking at me as Denny wrapped his arm around her. I could see how proud he was to be able to publicly show his affection for her. Where is Dad? Denny asked, and I watched as Andrea scrunched up her nose. He is with my mom. Your dad took my mom out for the evening, but I don't think they plan on coming back tonight. He said to call if you need anything, but to not need anything. Wait, so your parents are together? Doesn't that make you two? Connor asked with a smirk. I claimed Andrea as my mate first, but in either case, it doesn't matter. We aren't related and weren't raised as siblings. Denny shrugged. I could tell he didn't like the idea, but he also knew there was nothing he could do about it. Let's get you guys situated. I'll set you up in the guest wing. There's plenty of room for all of you there. Denny looked at me and I nodded my head. The guest wing was located on an isolated second floor. The whole secluded area was reserved for special guests. Sion seemed a bit tense, and I felt him burying his nose in my hair several times to breathe in my scent. Was it hard for him to be here? Or maybe it was hard because Denny was my mate, and on some level, that bothered him? Though I guess it was probably the fact that some members had tried to kill me. Now, I am wondering if holding me was really more for his sake than mine. Alpha, we have picked up the trail again close to our borders, a young man said coming up from behind us. Is it from another pack, or is it one of the Seekers? Denny asked, looking more tense. We are trying to determine that. Some have suggested it is a member from the Chance Pack. Sion finally slid me down to the ground and his eyes met with Denny's. I'd like to investigate this. Of course. Denny nodded his head as Sion turned to look at me. I'll be back. I just need to determine if it is a member of the Chance Pack. I'll leave Connor and... No, take them with you. I have my own officers, but I'm coming with you. I didn't like the idea of being away from him. My love, I will be right back. As soon as I find the scent, I will know. Go ahead and get situated. I felt someone grab my hand and turned to see Andrea holding my hand. Come on, Clover, I'll show you to the rooms. Let's catch up some. I sighed and looked back at Sion. You have 20 minutes before I come to find you. I listened as Jude snickered and elbowed Joey. Clover still doesn't play around. I'll be back before that. Sion grinned and leaned down to kiss my forehead. He inhaled my scent once more before he lifted his gaze up to Denny's. Let's go. Andrea led me into the house as I turned my head to watch Sion leave. I should have gone with him, but I didn't want it to look like I didn't have faith in Sion. Not in front of another pack, regardless if I am close with them or not. Andrea glanced back and noticed the 3 strangers following us. So who are they? Andrea asked, and I smiled. My beta, gamma, and personal protector. Oh, you have your own officers? Andrea asked, seeming to like the idea. Yes, Sion and I have an equal partnership. The Alpha is not higher than the Luna, and we both get our own officers. I watched as Andrea nodded her head intently. Smart. I like it. Do you mind if I bring this up to Den? She was asking me for permission? I smiled and shook my head. No, I don't mind at all. How have you been, Clover? Andrea asked as she led me up the stairs. That is actually a loaded question, but as far as things with Sion, it is great. There was so much that happened to me that was too much to get into. That is great, Clover. I'm happy you found your someone. Andrea nodded her head to the side. You are all welcome to choose any room you like. I think you will find each of them accommodating. This was, at one point, my home, so I was very familiar with the setup. She stopped and looked back at the 3 people who stood there unmoving. We will be staying with our Luna until the Alpha returns, Kai said, moving a bit closer to me. Very well, then. I'll have Hazel bring up some refreshments while we wait. Andrea looked at me, and I nodded my head in appreciation. Yes, that would be great, I answered, suddenly feeling the hunger burns. Luna, pink or salmon for the tablecloths? I'd have to see them. Andrea looked up at me. It's for the Luna ceremony. You want to come help me pick things out? She laughed, seeing my face. I'll have the refreshments brought up. I'm not going to lie, this new weird camaraderie with Andrea felt strange. However, I had to remember we were both Lunas now. In the future, we would need to get along and have a relationship. Andrea was doing her part as the Alpha's partner. I needed to make sure I did the same. I couldn't let myself be outshined by Andrea after all. I walked to the end of the hall, opening up the door. The bedroom suites had couches set off to the side with several flat-screen televisions in the room. The rooms were made to accommodate visiting Alphas and their officers. So naturally, they had private meeting areas set up. Not bad, Odell said as she plopped on the couch. Meh, it's average. Kai shrugged his shoulders unimpressed as him and Demetri sat on another couch. Well, this beats the mine floors, I smirked, and they all laughed in agreement. A quiet knock on the door was heard a moment before it opened. I've brought your refreshments. This was Hazel, the Omega that worked in the pack house. I knew her very well. She was always very quiet. She had dark brown hair with big brown doe eyes. Thank you, Hazel. Please bring them in. I noticed how she instantly looked at the ground to avoid eye contact with me. Yes, ma'am. She carried the tray over to the table, gently setting it down. She straightened up and stood there quietly. It looked like she wanted to say something. You can speak freely, I said, and she instantly tensed up. I was just thinking, that was all. What about? Just how much I can't wait to find my mate. Her brown eyes met with mine for a second before she looked away again. I sometimes wonder if I'll ever find the one meant for me. Wouldn't it be a Cinderella story if he ended up being an officer or even an alpha? It's just you seem happy. You found happiness after everything. I'm sure there is someone out there for you. I used to have the same thoughts, I said, trying to reassure her. It is what I dream about every night, finding someone who will change my world, someone who will change my life from what it is now. Okay, that part was weird. She might be an Omega, but they were not treated bad in the Sulfur Pack. Yes, they usually took on serving roles, but they were never beaten like some cruel packs do. There is nothing wrong with your life now. Finding a mate is to help complete your soul, not to change your status. Her brown eyes flashed at me in a way that I didn't like. I could read that look. She didn't want to hear those words from someone who became a Luna. Are you going to eat? Odell asked as she shoved a tiny sandwich in her mouth, the whole thing in one bite. I smiled at my friend and then watched as Stilts suddenly appeared standing in the middle of the table. So he did disappear and reappeared randomly. He began to stuff his face, and honestly, watching him eat made me nauseous. How long has it been? Almost 15 minutes, I asked. I planned on keeping my word about going out after Sion. However, I suddenly heard the steps of his rushed footsteps coming closer. A minute later, the door swung open. Sion's eyes met with mine instantly. The sound of a pitcher crashing on the floor brought my attention to Hazel. She was staring at Sion with her mouth slightly parted, and then what she said next made the whole world stop. Mate, she whispered out, looking at Sion. My Sion. I looked back at him. His eyes were now looking at Hazel. At first, I felt like everything inside of me was collapsing. Then the sound of Sheena's growl brought back solid ground. She was back and with me, and ready to fight for what was ours. Note, next update will be by the 1st. Hazel took a couple of steps towards Sion. She gripped her fingers into her shirt as her eyes traveled over him. I have been waiting for this moment forever. What is your name? Sion asked, and I felt my stomach turn. My chest was feeling tighter as I looked at the two people. I couldn't believe this was happening. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't be here. I couldn't see her touch him. I couldn't bear to see him touch her. The very idea of his hands on another woman had the wolf inside of me clawing to get out. Hazel Rice. The woman smiled up at him. I braced myself for the pain that was about to come. I, Sion Faust, Alpha of the Chance Pack, reject. No, stop! Hazel screamed, holding her hands over her ears. I finally was able to sigh with relief. Sion was going to reject her. I watched as her bottom lip began to tremble as her eyes watered. A large, wet crystal dropped down her cheek as she looked at Sion desperately. Please don't do this. I'll be whoever you want. I'll do anything. Please don't. I am your mate. Your scent repulses me, Sion said coldly. His eyes were looking at her with contempt. My lips parted in shock. I was surprised. I never imagined Sion would have acted like this, but I was also glad. Not for her pain, but that I wasn't going to lose him. How can the scent of your mate repulse you? She began to cry loudly, and I did feel a bit sorry for her. Because you are not my true mate. You are a hiccup, a mate glitch. You aren't mine. She is. Sion said, looking at me, his warmth finally showing when his eyes met with mine. It's only her. She is the only one in the world that will ever matter. Her, the woman spat out. Okay, I was feeling less sorry for her now. Well, I guess that makes sense. She is probably controlling you, making you think you are mates. Someone like her. The sound of the table moving abruptly cut her off. Everyone turned to look at Odell, who was now casually standing. What are you doing? Demetri asked. Oh, I'm going to snap her neck, Odell said casually as she turned to look at Hazel. It's okay, Odell, stand down. I nodded my head at her and turned to look back at the Omega. You'll see if you just get away from her, Hazel pleaded, taking a step closer to Sion. This time he snarled at her, stopping her in her tracks. Stay away from me. You are my mate. The woman screamed angrily as bitter tears streamed down her face. I watched as Sion closed his eyes in annoyance and sighed. This isn't your fault. You have a real mate out there somewhere. This is why annoying deities need to leave well enough alone. Or so help me, I will destroy your spirit world, Sion shouted, looking up at the ceiling with a threatening growl. No, you're being tricked, Hazel sniffled, rubbing the snot flowing from her nose. That woman can only bring chaos. This might not be your fault, But you keep talking like that about my mate, and you'll be seeing the spirit realm soon. The icy tone chilled the room. The darkness in his eyes was almost cruel. I, Sion Faust, Alpha of the Chance Pack, reject you, Hazel Rice, as my mate. He didn't even flinch. The girl writhed on the ground, her high-pitched sobs echoing off the walls. You let her deceive you, she wailed as she brought her knees to her chest. What is going on? Denny asked, stepping into the room. Just rectifying a mistake, Sion said calmly. He then looked at the girl on the ground with no remorse in his eyes. Accept the rejection. No. Her voice trembled out. There is still a chance. We can fix this. I can save you from her. You'll accept it, or I'll force it to be over. The deadly threat in Sion's voice promised he was not joking. Hazel, accept the rejection. Denny ordered. His eyes met with mine for a moment as he spoke. This man already has a mate, and they are perfect for one another. But she is what? Denny growled, his canines poking through in anger. She doesn't belong in our pack. She never did, and now she has an alpha as her mate? She is a Pax Luna. Hazel spat out bitterly. I order you as your alpha to accept the rejection. Denny pushed his alpha aura out, pushing her down, forcing her to obey. She struggled against him at first, but an Omega had no chance at fighting off an alpha order. Her voice quivered. Hazel Rice of the Sulfur Pack, accept your rejection. She began to whimper as she stood back on her feet. Clover was our Delta, and she is a welcome guest in the Sulfur Pack. She stole my mate. Hazel snapped angrily as the streams poured from her nose and eyes. You are part of the problem. I won't allow this any longer. I, Dennis Hart, Alpha of the Sulfur Pack, banish you, Hazel Rice. Collect your things and leave. I watched as the girl's lips parted in shock. She then turned and looked at me with such hate and resentment before she sprinted out of the room. I couldn't feel bad for her. I would have had she not reacted the way she did. But someone like her didn't deserve to even share the same room as my Sion, let alone be his mate. I looked from the door where Hazel had departed to find Sion's eyes already resting on me. I took a small step towards him and then ran into his arms. I wrapped my arms around him and felt the small trembles ripple from my body. I was so terrified I was going to lose him, but he didn't even hesitate. He chose me. What if some of what Hazel said was true? I know I was Sion's mate, but what if it was because I was a Sheya that I was now stopping him from accepting a new mate bond? I didn't have complete control of my powers. I even attached myself to Sion's soul, so it could be a possibility. I felt his arms come around me. His hand held my head to his chest, and I felt the rise and fall of his breath underneath me. I gripped my fingers into him, needing to feel as close to him as possible. I thought for the second time in mere days I was going to lose him again. My emotions were all over the place, and I felt like I was just barely holding it together right now. Leave us. His voice radiated with power and authority. He wasn't asking. He was demanding for everyone to leave. I kept my head buried in his chest, but could hear the sound of footsteps as they exited the room. A moment later, Sion stepped back, pulling me with him. I heard the sound of the door shutting and the familiar click of the lock. His arms engulfed me tightly as he breathed in my scent. Clover. He buried his nose in my hair, and I felt his lips gently press against my head. It's okay, my love. It's okay, he whispered as he stroked my hair. I thought I was going to lose you again. He continued to stroke my hair and make quiet shushing sounds, trying to comfort me. I didn't know what I was going to do. If I lost you again, Never, Clover. Never. His lips brushed over my forehead, and he rested his cheek on my head. My poor love, I'm gutted at how you must have felt. I was rushing back to you, Clover. I knew you would be worrying about me being gone. I had picked up the scent earlier when we were walking. I wasn't quite sure what it was since I wasn't drawn to it, but it was you that my eyes landed on first when I opened the door. Not her. I only even looked her way because of the sound of glass breaking. Was she really your mate? I whispered, not even sure why I asked. She was, but she wasn't. It wasn't a strong bond connection. It was a makeshift one done in haste. Reapus seems to think that all I needed was the mate pull and I would claim another. Why doesn't he want you with me? It's not that. He wants me to take many mates. He wants me to create more of my species. I told him I will only ever be with you. I will only ever have children with you. And I had some words for him if he pulled another stunt like this again. Oh, that's why you look so mad. You were mentally communicating with Reapus. I thought his deathly aura seemed intense. Really, though, the audacity of Reapus. Sion wasn't his stud horse to throw around to create a new power species. Did he even have any idea of how a real relationship even worked? I was so angry over the whole idea. It was absurd, and I made it clear I didn't want her, and then for her to speak about my mate that way. Sion, I whispered and looked up at him. What if she was right, though? What if you didn't want her as a mate because I was doing something to you? What if I was claiming you or blocking the pull from you? He stared at me and blinked his eyes. He looked at me as if I mentioned I would grow wings and fly. Then slowly his lips twitched upwards. He leaned in close, letting his hot breath sizzle my lips. Claim me more, Clover. Mark every inch of me. Stake your claim on me and consume me with your light because it is the only one I want. Declare me to be your mate in every way. He grabbed my hand and placed it on his chest. It beats only for you. Only you can make me feel like this. You are my true mate. I want to be consumed by you. My fingertips could feel his thudding heart beating against his chest as I gazed into his eyes. If I ever didn't choose you, then that isn't me. If I ever disowned you, you are to kill that person because he would be lost. Sion. Clover. I felt his hand trembling over mine. I could see he was struggling about something, but I didn't know what it was. There's a chance you could have another mate out there. He could be better for you. He wouldn't have this darkness inside of him. Sion, there is no. But even if I knew he was better for you, even if I knew he was a better man, I can't let you go because it isn't better for me. I watched as his shoulders rose and fell as his eyes stayed fixated on me. I won't give anyone the opportunity to claim you because I am going to claim you again, now. And if we get swallowed up in the darkness, at least we will be together. I could see he was waiting for my reaction. Even though he said all of that, he was still waiting for me to say it was okay. He was looking at me with eyes that reflected my own vulnerability. He was afraid of losing me, just like I was afraid of losing him. I felt the same way as Sion. I didn't care where we would end up, as long as we were together. To be honest with myself, I don't think I could exist without Sion. Maybe that was why I connected myself to his soul. I knew I needed to be completely bound to him. I had Sheya with me again, and I could feel her hunger for her mate. My Sheya mark on him never disappeared, but I wasn't able to mark him with my wolf before. This time, I could. I was ready for him to bear my mark on his neck. I was ready to feel his fangs sink into my skin again. I reached my hand up to his face. He kissed the palm of my hand as his cheek rested on my fingers. Claim me, Sion. Make it that I can belong to no one else but you. He growled as his eyes flickered in different shades of color. Golden flecks shined brightly in his hazel eyes with the color of his lupine, and I will bind you to me in every way that I can. Good. His voice was low and husky. Let's get started then. He grabbed the back of my neck and slammed his mouth into mine, growling possessively, Mine! Note, release this chapter early. Next is planned for the 4th. I'll do the 3rd if I can. The way his mouth was devouring mine was practically feral. My poor Sion. His raw emotions were desperate, as if I was a life preserver and the only thing keeping him from sinking. It never really hit me before, until this moment. When he said he needed me, he wasn't just saying that. His hand holding me was trembling. He was still holding back. This half-feral nature was still him holding back. Sion, I mumbled through our frantic kisses. You don't have to hold back. I listened as he growled, biting my lower lip. My back was against the wall when he finally released my swollen lip. His hot breath beat against my mouth as his hand moved from my neck. Not yet, he whispered. I looked up to see his lustful hazel eyes gleaming at me. My heart was pounding in anticipation of what he would do next. I closed my eyes as I felt his fingers trace over his mark on my neck. The bond between us was roaring back to life instead of the trickling stream that it was. Soon the floodgates would be completely open, once I marked him. Clover. He squeezed his arms around me and buried his nose in my damp hair. I felt his chest rise and fall. The sound of his heart gently drummed against my ear. Our moment together was perfect, but something was wrong. I felt his arms tremble slightly as if he was still holding back. Sion, what is it? Thank you for being by my side. His voice sounded so vulnerable it caught me off guard. I pulled back to look into his eyes. Sion? I asked, reaching my hand up to sift through his hair. What are you fighting against? I'm selfish to keep you. I might be a monster now, he whispered, staring into my eyes. I smiled and shook my head. You are no monster, Sion. I'm struggling to keep control, struggling to fight against the outbursts that rise to the surface. You mean like what every alpha I know goes through? Sion, you hold yourself together better than any alpha I have ever met. I've never seen someone with your control before. It's worse now. What if? I think something dark has taken hold inside of me since I became Anubis. I feel it is trying to creep out. Even with the Omega earlier, I wanted to handle that more tastefully. I couldn't. Then when she started talking about you, I wanted to kill her. My hand was trembling for her blood. I watched as he closed his eyes and shook his head. I keep clinging to you while it tries to pull me down. What if I drown you with me? Sion, if someone talked about you like that, I'd want to choke them out too. That's normal. I traced my fingers over his trembling arm. He was fighting for control right now. Sion, talk to me. What is this about? Something else inside of me wants you, but I won't let it out. I am afraid to let it out. Now it made sense. He was afraid to let go. He was trying to control himself. I leaned up on my arm and shook my head. I sighed and smiled. There is nothing wrong with you, and you would never hurt me. You don't have to hold back with me. Honestly, especially with me, I can stop you in a second. I could see he didn't believe that fully. I think you need to see for yourself. I smiled, moving to sit on his stomach. His hands came to rest on my sides as he watched me. Sion, it is time to let go. I watched him swallow and shake his head. No, I don't want to hurt you. It's okay, I can control this. Sion, this is you too. I'm going to prove to you that you can trust this other side of yourself. I wet my lips and reached for a part of myself I was still learning about. Sion, let go, I commanded, using my Sheya power. I knew it worked because his eyes instantly changed color to a golden hue. He growled as his predatory eyes looked me over. I stayed there still as I sat on top of him, waiting to see what he would do. Mine. His raspy voice growled as I wrapped my hands around his head. Yes, I'm yours. I listened as he chuckled and stopped what he was doing. He pulled his head back as his golden eyes pinned against mine. Not entirely yet, my queen, but you are about to be, for all eternity. I smiled and brushed my fingers through his hair. That's all I want, is to be with you forever. Sion, you see, you are the same man I love. I looked into his eyes and moved my hand down to his cheek. The man I'm going to claim as mine, I said, pushing my wolf forward. He obediently moved his head to the side and moved his hips against mine. Mine, I whispered as I licked his neck, letting my canines scrape over his sensitive skin. His body shuddered under me, and I felt his breathing becoming rapid with anticipation. He let out a low, purring growl of approval as I sank my fangs into him. I made sure I gave him a deep mark that would never vanish. His purring sound soon sounded feral as his fingers gripped into me. Clover, my love. I felt his hot breath over my cheek as he curled around me on the bed. I smiled and rolled into his chest, burying my nose into him. See, Sion? You are exactly what I need, all of you. I whispered out as his hand rubbed over my back. I felt him pull a blanket up to cover us as he pulled me closer. His lips brushed over my temple as he laid his head on top of mine. Rest, my love, my Luna, my queen.